Big controversy erupts over the survey report. Owaisi says it's a fountain and not a Shivling. Hindu groups are now demanding permission to perform puja in the Jamia Masjid in Mandya. And the Karnataka Archbishop calls the new anti-conversion ordinance a move against minorities. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just coming in. A huge controversy has broken out over the Gyanvapi survey and the subsequent Varanasi court order. And wading into the debate, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has now claimed that the directive to close the Ablution House on the basis of this survey report is based on utter injustice and is nothing but a mere political drama. In fact, we have a reaction that we've got from Mohammed Suleiman, the founding member of the AIMPLB, who has said that the Gyanvapi case is more political. And let's listen into the comment that came in.
देखिए, सर्वे भी गैर जरूरी था और ये पिटीशन भी अवैधानिक है। फिर भी हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ, हायर कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ उस संसदीय कानून का पास रखते हुए इनके इस हास्यास्पद फैसले को खारिज करेगा। कल सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनाई आपको सबको मालूम है, देश उसे देख रहा है, दुनिया भी देख रही है कि क्या तमाशा भारत में राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए किया जा रहा है। बहरहाल हम बड़े धैर्य के साथ भारत के संविधान और कानून को मानते हुए इस लड़ाई को लड़ रहे हैं।
Now, in fact, after a Varanasi court had ordered a part of the Gyanvapi mosque premises to remain sealed following the conclusion of a videographic survey, the Supreme Court is now scheduled to hear a plea that's been filed by the Gyanvapi mosque management against the survey today. Now, here are more developments in the story.
The Gyanvapi survey is complete.
ये जो 3 दिन की कार्रवाई थी जो आज समाप्त हो गई है ऑफिशियली, वो एक आदर्श वातावरण में जहां पर कानून व्यवस्था की कोई भी स्थिति कभी भी किसी भी तरीके से प्रभावित नहीं हुई। काशी की जनता का हम हृदय की गहराई से हम और जिला प्रशासन धन्यवाद देते हैं।
The Hindu petitioners made claims of Baba Mil Gaye and celebrated a purported Shivling being found.
लाल जी, आप कह रहे हैं बाबा मिल गए, कौन से बाबा मिल गए?
बताइए सोहनलाल,
जिसकी नंदी प्रतीक्षा कर रही थी
वो बाबा मिल गए।
हाँ,
चलते
रहे।
लेकिन मुस्लिम पक्ष ने कहा है कि सब हवा हवाई है।
पक्ष कह रहा सब हवा हवाई है, कुछ भी नहीं है हकीकत।
प्रत्यक्ष और विशेष कुछ नहीं बता सकते हैं, हालांकि मालूम तो सब है।
Subsequently, the court ordered for the site to be sealed and security upped in the region. So far, no details of the survey have been revealed and the court remains the custodian of the information.
बाहर करने की जानकारी हुई थी और करीब 15-20 मिनट उनको बाहर रखा गया था। उसके बाद कोर्ट कमीशन ने दोबारा उनको कार्रवाई का पार्ट बनने के लिए अलाउ कर दिया गया था और ये परसों के आधार पे हुआ था कि परसों उन्होंने काफी ऐसी जानकारी लोगों को दी जो कि कोर्ट की कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी क्लॉज के बाहर थी।
Having completed a court-ordered exercise to get a survey done around the Gyanvapi mosque complex, a report has to be submitted today. But it's likely that a team of surveyors might seek little more time to organize their thoughts before they put in the contents. Interestingly, all the sound bites of petitioners and lawyers yesterday indicated toward the possibility of a temple finding mentioned in the report, given the findings of Hindu motives and even a Shivling from the site. Parallelly, the Muslim side has approached the Allahabad High Court to stop the sealing of the Gyanvapi complex ordered by the Varanasi court, as also before the Supreme Court to get the entire exercise quashed. Clearly, a very interesting day ahead today in the Supreme Court on the Gyanvapi complex issue.
But even before the Varanasi court holds a hearing on the survey findings, the discreditation drive has begun. The AIMPLB is saying the courts don't have a constitutional right to hear the case. The PFI has already called the court order one-sided and against the interest of justice. The PFI claimed the court shouldn't have entertained the petitions in the first place. With the survey yet to be made public and the Supreme Court likely to hear the Anjuman Intizamiya Committee's petition seeking a stay on the Varanasi Civil Court order, further developments in the story are sure to unravel through the day. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In fact, now wading into this debate is Asaduddin Owaisi, who said that it was a fountain and not a shivling.
कह रहा हूं कि मस्जिद की इंतजामिया कमेटी ने जो बरसों से वहां पर इस मस्जिद में वजू खाने को इस्तेमाल कर रही है, उस इंतजामिया कमेटी के लोग ये कह रहे हैं, जिसका मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि वो फवारा था, वो शिवलिंग नहीं है। हर मस्जिद में फवारा होता है और खास तौर से सल्तनत मुगलिया के जमाने के जो बनाए हुए मसाजिद हैं उसमें फवारा होता है। अगर आप उसको बोल देंगे शिवलिंग, कैसा होगा? और दूसरी बात, अच्छा मेरी बात का यकीन मत करिए भाई, कोर्ट का कमिश्नर कहना चाहिए ना कोर्ट को, वो भी नहीं कहता, दूसरी साइड जाकर कहती है। और फाजिल जज साहब तो मुसलमानों को सुने बगैर ही ऑर्डर पास कर देते हैं कि उसको सील कर, कैसे सील करेंगे आप? क्या जज जो लोअर कोर्ट के जज हैं वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट के खिलाफ जाएंगे?
Now, in fact, as the survey in the Gyanvapi mosque concludes, Hindu groups have now demanded permission to perform puja in the Jamia Masjid in Mandya, a mosque they claim was built over a Hanuman temple in the city.
The Gyanvapi survey has been at the center of a political war after the Varanasi court ordered a survey following the request by local priests seeking permission to worship in the mosque premises. Now, a similar demand has been made for this mosque in the city of Mandya in Karnataka.
Activists of a right-wing organization in Karnataka have now sought permission for doing puja in Jama Masjid in Karnataka. They claim that this was a temple earlier and a mosque was built on top of Lord Anjaneya's temple.
The activists claim the Jamia Masjid houses an idol of the Hindu deity Hanuman. The Hindu groups also sought permission to take bath in the pond situated in the premises in the mosque. The Hindu side claims the mosque was built over a Hanuman temple by erstwhile ruler Tipu Sultan in the year 1782, with two of the towers being used as watchtowers during his reign.
They also say that there's historical proof because Tipu Sultan had written about this temple in a letter to the king of Persia. They now sought the right to worship the idol of Lord Anjaneya that they say is placed inside the Jama Masjid.
But this is not the first time such a demand has been made. At this time last year, Hindu groups staged large-scale demonstrations in the city in order to offer prayers in the mosque, which is over 236 years old. This comes amid a growing demand from Hindu groups in the state to survey several temples which they claim were destroyed under the Mughal rule. Top Karnataka government leaders meanwhile maintain that the government will look into reclaiming over 36,000 temples that were allegedly destroyed under the Mughals. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A powerful blast ripped a police vehicle in crowded Bolton Market area in Karachi late last night, killing one woman and injuring more than a dozen, including 3 policemen.
One person was killed and over a dozen were injured in a powerful blast that ripped through Karachi's Kharadar area. According to reports, the blast took place near a mosque on Majinna Road, targeting a police vehicle, injuring 3 policemen, including an assistant sub-inspector. An improvised explosive device planted on a motorcycle was detonated near the police vehicle, ripping its front part and damaging the adjoining area. The Bolton Market, where the blast took place, is a densely populated area and one of the busiest business hubs of the city. Eyewitnesses said that the sound of the blast could be heard in faraway areas. This comes 4 days after an improvised explosive device blast in the Sadar area left 1 person dead and 13 injured. The terror incident is still under investigation. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, as the spate of targeted killings continues in the valley, Farooq Abdullah has now blamed the movie Kashmir Files for attacks on pundits, sparking a massive controversy.
It has barely been a week since Rahul Bhatt was brutally killed by terrorists for being a Kashmiri Pandit. His family and pundits in the valley are distraught.
सरकार से खाली चाहते हैं इंक्वायरी की, इसकी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए क्यों कैसे अंदर आ गए बंदे। तहसील ऑफिस और पुलिस स्टेशन बिल्कुल आसपास है, उसके बाद भी 5 शॉट मारने के बाद भी कोई क्यों नहीं बाहर निकला, क्या वजूहात थी? बस मुझे यही चाहिए, बाकी अब जो हुआ है वो हुआ है हमारे साथ।
They are demanding justice. But the Gupkar gang, backed by the Congress, have already found new targets to blame. A movie, Kashmir Files.
मगर जो ये इस वक्त उन्होंने माहौल बनाया है, खासकर कश्मीर फाइल्स बनने के बाद, जो उन्होंने नफरत एक लोगों के दिलों में डाल दिए हैं, जो जो बिल्कुल एक नैरेटिव के साथ ये माइंडसेट चेंज करो।
ये जो कश्मीर फाइल आपने फिल्म बनवाई, क्या सच है? क्या हम इतने गिरे हुए हैं? मैंने कहा ये फिल्म बेबुनियाद फिल्म जिसने न सिर्फ नफरत मुल्क में पैदा की है।
पढ़ता हूँ राकेश, पढ़ता हूँ, कई नाम ऐसे हैं और अब राहुल भट्ट हैं और वो प्रिंसिपल स्कूल के अंदर जो है वो टीचर मारे जाते हैं। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार केंद्र में भी है, यहाँ भी अर्ली एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन उनके रिमोट कंट्रोल एमएचए चलाता है। तो इस तरह की टारगेटेड किलिंग तो इस तरह से नहीं होती थी।
Interestingly, Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal, who faced flack for ridiculing the Kashmir Files film in the Delhi Assembly on the 24th of March, today called for removing the officers who lathi-charged the protesting Kashmiri Pandits.
इस हादसे पे नाराज़गी जताने के लिए जब वो लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे तो उन्हें रोका गया, उन पे लाठियाँ बरसाई गई, टीयर गैस छोड़े गए और उन्हें उनकी ही कॉलोनी में ताला बंद कर दिया गया। क्यों? ये सही नहीं है। जिन अफसरों ने भी ये किया उन्हें तुरंत बर्खास्त किया जाए।
And as the opposition is busy pinning the blame on its political targets, Pakistan-backed terror group Lashkar-e-Islam issued another threat against the pundits. The Gupkar gang needs to explain. Instead of talking about constructive rehabilitation and security of the Kashmiri Pandits, Omar Abdullah is busy blaming the BJP.
जो कश्मीरी पंडित भाई बहन बीजेपी के अलावा देखते नहीं थे, वो हमें आके मिलते थे, हमारे फंक्शनों में बैठते थे, लेकिन जब वोट डालने की बात आती थी, वोट हम आपको नहीं देंगे।
Kashmiri Pandits cannot be used as instruments to prove a political point. Terrorists cannot be given a clean chit. Justice must be done. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, on his arrival from the Himalayan nation of Nepal, the Prime Minister made a pit stop in Lucknow. Here's a report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a short cultural diplomacy trip to Nepal on Monday, where he spent a few hours in Lumbini, the birthplace of Gautam Buddha, on his birth anniversary, the Buddha Jayanti. Apart from laying foundations of an India International Center, which would act as a culture hub for Buddhism on behalf of India in Nepal, Prime Minister also had delegation-level talks with his Nepalese counterpart, Sher Bahadur Deoba, where the two sides exchanged a couple of MOUs, and the Nepalese at least expected some more help from India on fertilizer and fuel supply issues.
On his arrival from the Himalayan nation Nepal, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a pit stop in Lucknow. The Uttar Pradesh capital was illuminated with hundreds of lights, with PM's posters all around, ahead of his scheduled visit. During his visit, the Prime Minister met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and the entire UP cabinet in Lucknow. It is being learnt that the agenda of the meeting was also an interaction with UP ministers on governance ahead of the high-stakes 2024 general elections. The Prime Minister was seen in a group photo with the Chief Minister and the entire cabinet. This is the Prime Minister's second visit to Lucknow after the BJP's massive comeback in the state. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, a look at some news in brief. Days after killing of Kashmiri Pandit government employee Rahul Bhatt, the People's Democratic Party chief Mehbooba Mufti has blamed Vivek Agnihotri's film The Kashmir Files for triggering violence in the Union Territory, while also claiming that she created a safe environment for Kashmiri Pandits during her tenure. The Karnataka Congress has demanded the arrest of Bajrang Dal leaders for giving arms training to students on the school premises in the state's Medicare town. The Congress leader said that arms training is against laws and the Home Minister should file a case against the Bajrang Dal leaders and arrest them. The CBI has recorded a statement of Inspector Anup Dange in connection with the corruption case he'd filed against former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh. Inspector Dange had levelled corruption charges against him. Following the Varanasi court's order to seal the area in the Gyanvapi Masjid complex where lawyers claimed that a Shivling was found, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has termed the claim unfair in an attempt to create communal disharmony. News just coming in, we are learning that groups of two communities have clashed in Madhya Pradesh's Neemuch, where both sides resorted to pelting stones. Tensions between both groups broke out after an idol of Hanuman was installed by one community near the religious place of another community built in the court located in Neemuch city. So what we understand is that there have been clashes between communities in Madhya Pradesh's Neemuch. This appears to be communal in nature. At the moment, all we know is that there was tension after one of the groups decided to install a Hanuman Murti in a place which was close perhaps to a dargah.
लोगों द्वारा एक नई हनुमान जी की मूर्ति की स्थापना कर दी गई थी, जिसको लेकर दोनों पक्षों के लेकर यहाँ पर जमा थे और उस बारे में उसमें बहसबाजी जारी थी। उनको कंट्रोल रूम आगे बातचीत के लिए बुलाया गया था। उसमें कुछ न्यूसेंसी जो लड़के हैं, नई उम्र के लड़के, उन्होंने पत्थर जो है छोटे मोटे वो फेंके। उसमें कुछ मोटरसाइकिल भी जो आसपास रास्ते में पड़ी थी, वो 3-4 मोटरसाइकिल भी डैमेज हुए हैं। अभी तक कोई इंजर्ड अभी हमारे पास सामने नहीं आया है, कोई थाने पर भी अभी तक प्रस्तुत नहीं हुआ है। बाकी यहाँ जो क्षेत्र है वहाँ पर अभी पुलिस पर्याप्त संख्या में मौजूद है और सभी लोगों को घरों में रहने की हिदायत दी गई है और जो भी कोई भी न्यूसेंस करने वाला अभी मिलेगा तो उसको सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Well, you are watching the Morning Express. There's a lot more coming up next, including, of course, the Karnataka Archbishop calls the new anti-conversion ordinance a move against minorities. And also coming up next, it's a big controversy that's erupted over the survey report. Owaisi says it's a fountain, not a shivling.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
Good evening and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, as per the directions of the court, of which I have a copy, a shivling has been found during the survey in the Gyanvapi mosque premises, and on the directions of the court, and I repeat, on the directions of the court, CRPF personnel have been asked by the court to ensure the security around this area where the shivling has been found. So let me begin by saying, let us all be absolutely clear tonight that every single part of this process which is on and has been on at the Gyanvapi mosque premises is in complete and total accordance with the law of the land. The petitioners are only humbly and lawfully asking the courts for permission to pray, and hence it is being established by the court as per the due legal process whether the place where they want to pray indeed has religious significance for the Hindu community. Nobody, and I repeat with all my conviction tonight, nobody has asked for a single brick in the mosque to be removed or a single brick to be demolished. So my contention tonight is this, that Mr. Owaisi as usual is lying. Mr. Owaisi is knowingly uttering falsehood after falsehood after falsehood to rile up sentiments and create an undercurrent of anger in the Muslim community in this country. Directions of the court, a shivling has been found during the survey in the Gyanvapi mosque premises. On the directions of the court, CRPF personnel have been asked by the court to ensure the security around this area where the shivling has been found. The petitioners are only humbly and lawfully asking the courts for permission to pray. Nobody has asked for a single brick in the mosque to be removed or demolished. Mr. Owaisi as usual is lying to rile up sentiments and create an undercurrent of anger in the Muslim community. To everyone in this country, to every citizen in every religion, I say, speak up and question people like Owaisi. Question him, because we cannot afford communal tensions in this country.
In fact, we are now getting some news. The lawyer from the Hindu site, in fact, has hit back at Asaduddin Owaisi. Vishnu Shankar Jain says that they know the difference between a fountain and a shivling. Do remember that earlier we had a statement that came in from Asaduddin Owaisi where he said that it wasn't a shivling that was found, it was a fountain instead. He's also said, this of course Vishnu Shankar Jain says that today there is a hearing in the Supreme Court. Let's see what the verdict is. Now, incidentally, the area of course has been sealed after findings of the commission. What we understand is that right now, of course, there's going to be a hearing and perhaps a lot will depend on that. But let's listen into that comment that came in from Vishnu Shankar Jain.
फाउंटेन और शिवलिंग के बीच में फ़र्क हमको समझ में आता है, और फाउंटेन अगर होगा तो नीचे पूरा एक सिस्टम होगा फाउंटेन निकलने का, पर जिस तरह से उसका शिवलिंग का आकार है और फाउंटेन के उसमें कुछ डंडियाँ डाली गई थी, पर वो ज़्यादा अंदर तक गई नहीं, मुश्किल से 2 या 3, तो थोड़ा सा शिवलिंग खंडित हुआ नहीं हुआ, अभी इन सब बारों में तो मैं नहीं बता सकता हूँ, पर मेरी नज़र में, मेरे कहने में और हिंदू पक्ष की नज़र में वो एक शिवलिंग है।
Well, that's the comment that's coming in from Vishnu Shankar Jain. Now, this, of course, is in response to what we've heard from Asaduddin Owaisi, who has, of course, claimed that this is a fountain and not a shivling that has been found. In the meanwhile, of course, the local court, which was hearing the case, has sealed that area.
फाउंटेन और शिवलिंग के बीच में फ़र्क हमको समझ में आता है, और फाउंटेन अगर होगा तो नीचे पूरा एक सिस्टम होगा फाउंटेन निकलने का, पर जिस तरह से उसका शिवलिंग का आकार है और फाउंटेन के उसमें कुछ डंडियाँ डाली गई थी, पर वो ज़्यादा अंदर तक गई नहीं, मुश्किल से 2 या 3, तो थोड़ा सा शिवलिंग खंडित हुआ नहीं हुआ, अभी इन सब बारों में तो मैं नहीं बता सकता हूँ, पर मेरी नज़र में, मेरे कहने में और हिंदू पक्ष की नज़र में वो एक शिवलिंग है।
Moving on, the newly re-elected Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe, gave a brief about the economic crisis in Sri Lanka. The official spoke about the severe shortage of oil in the country, and which has now, of course, led to possible power cuts of up to 15 hours. Here's a look.
Economic crisis, Sri Lanka has found a severe in India, with the Modi government sending over 400,000 tons of fuel supplies by way of petrol and diesel shipments over the last 12 months in 12 batches. The latest being 40,000 tons of diesel that docked at Colombo port on Monday. This is part of a larger $3 billion worth of rescue package thrown around the island nation to make sure that it does not sink further in the financial mess that it finds itself in due to government profligacy and pandemic aftershocks. The turmoil has already led to Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa resigning in favor of Ranil Wickremesinghe, who is seen as someone who plays less of a China card with India, and thus it is expected that India's helping hand might go in for a little longer for Sri Lanka.
Debt-ridden Sri Lanka is running out of petrol, and even as the newly appointed Prime Minister acknowledges it,
තෙල් සංස්ථාවට මේ පාඩුව තව දුරටත් දරා ගැනීමට හැකියාවක් නැහැ. ඒ වගේම විදුලි බල මණ්ඩලය විදුලි ඒකකයක් සඳහා ඔබෙන් රුපියල් 17ක් අය කළත් ඒ සඳහා රුපියල් 48ක පමණ මුදලක් වැය කරනවා.
Following the abysmally low levels of fuel in the country, the condition of already dwindling power supply is expected to deteriorate further.
මේ වෙන විට පවතින තත්ත්වය හමුවේ තෙල් සංස්ථාවට හා විදුලි බල මණ්ඩලයට රුපියල් සොයා ගැනීමටද හැකියාවක් නැහැ. කෙසේ වුවත් ඉදිරි මාස කීපය ඔබට මට ජීවිතයේ දුෂ්කරම කාල පරිච්ඡේදය ගත කරන්නට සිදු වේවි. එයට අපි සියල්ලෝම කැපවීමෙන් මුහුණ දිය යුතුයි.
The Sri Lankan crisis at the moment stands to severely cripple the economic infrastructure of the country for a long time. Will Wickremesinghe take the country back to track? Only time will tell. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at the top international news this morning. Addressing Hungary's parliament, nationalist leader Viktor Orban took an oath of office for a fourth consecutive term. Orban and his Fidesz party were overwhelmingly elected to run Hungary for another 4 years in April's elections. His government has remained firm in its rejection of sanctions on Russian energy exports. Centrist politician Elizabeth Borne was appointed France's new prime minister, becoming the second woman in history to hold the post. Borne, Labour minister in the French President Emmanuel Macron's previous government, succeeds Jean Castex, whose resignation was expected after Macron's re-election last month to a second 5-year term. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has welcomed Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon to US Capitol as she continued her visit to Washington, D.C. Pelosi said Sturgeon stands out as an example of women in leadership. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince has visited the United Arab Emirates to pay his respects to the Federation's late ruler and greet his successor Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Now, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was among an array of presidents and prime ministers who descended on the oil-rich emirate of Abu Dhabi to offer condolences on solidified ties with the powerful Sheikh Mohammed. You are watching the Morning Express, and still to come on Republic TV, the Gyanvapi Mosque hearing takes place in the Supreme Court today.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
As per the directions of the court, a Shivling has been found during the survey in the Gyanvapi Mosque premises. On the directions of the court, CRPF personnel have been asked by the court to ensure the security around this area where the Shivling has been found. The petitioners are only humbly and lawfully asking the courts for permission to pray. Nobody has asked for a single brick in the mosque to be removed or demolished. Mr. Owaisi, as usual, is lying to rile up sentiments and create an undercurrent of anger in the Muslim community. To everyone in this country, to every citizen in every religion, I say, speak up and question people like Owaisi. Question him, because we cannot afford communal tensions in this country.
Headlines at 8:30, Supreme Court to hear plea filed by Gyanvapi Mosque Management Committee today. After 3-day survey, the report is slated to be submitted in the local Varanasi court. Big controversy over survey report. Owaisi says it's fountain, not Shivling. After Owaisi's barb, Hindu side counters. Owaisi says we know the difference between fountain and Shivling. Hindu groups are now demanding permission to perform puja in Jama Masjid in Mandya. Karnataka Archbishop calls the new anti-conversion ordinance a move against minorities. Clashes erupt between two communities in Madhya Pradesh. Nimuch Section 144 imposed. Thanks for tuning in, viewers. Now, after a Varanasi court ordered a part of the Gyanvapi Mosque premise to remain sealed following the conclusion of a videographic survey, the Supreme Court is now scheduled to hear a plea filed by the Gyanvapi Mosque management against the survey today. And now, wading into the debate, Owaisi has said that it is a fountain, not a Shivling.
The petitioners on Monday claimed that the Shivling had been spotted inside the Gyanvapi Mosque. And there have been counters coming in from the Muslim side to contest that claim, saying there is no fact, there is no basis. Now, as far as the Gyanvapi survey is concerned, the report itself has not been submitted. There were expectations that the report would be submitted today, that is Tuesday, but it seems unlikely. There could be some sort of a delay. The court, however, has stepped in asking for the CRPF and the district administration in Varanasi to secure the Shivling that the surveyors claim they found in the Gyanvapi Mosque premises. But there have been counters coming in from the other side. The Muslim side has been contesting that claim. And Asaduddin Owaisi, who's been speaking about this issue, controversial claims also being made by him. Now, he says it's not the Shivling, it could be a fountain. He said it could be a fountain inside the Vazukhana at the Gyanvapi Mosque. He's been speaking to the media. Now, the truth will be known when the report is prepared and submitted in the court. But all eyes on Tuesday will be on the Supreme Court, because the matter has reached the Supreme Court and we're expecting the hearing around noon, and even the Hindu Sena has filed an affidavit. So stay tuned to the coverage that the nation is tuned to, and on Republic TV, we'll be first with the reports, the news breaks and the exclusives.
जब मैं 20, 19, 20, 21 साल का था तो बाबरी मस्जिद को मुझसे छीन लिया गया। अब हम वही 19-20 साल के बच्चों की आंखों के सामने दोबारा मस्जिद को नहीं खोएंगे इंशाअल्लाह ताला। क्या आप तमाम लोग अहद लेते हैं कि हम कोई मस्जिद को नहीं खोएंगे? क्या आप अहद लेते हैं कि अब हम कोई मस्जिद को नहीं खोएंगे? तो अगर अहद लेते हैं तो हाथ उठा कर कहिए नारे तकबीर, नारे तकबीर। इनको पैगाम मिलना चाहिए, मस्जिद को अब हम नहीं खोएंगे। तुम्हारे दिल फरेब और हथकंडों से हम जान चुके तुम्हारे हथकंडों को। और अल्लाह के रसूल सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम का हदीस शरीफ है कि मोमिन वो है जो 2 बार एक सुराख से नहीं डसा जाता। अब हम दोबारा नहीं इनको डसने देंगे। मस्जिद है और रहेगी इंशाअल्लाह ताला सुबह क़यामत तक। ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद थी और जब तक अल्लाह दुनिया को कायम रखेगा मस्जिद रहेगी इंशाअल्लाह ताला। और हमारा काम यह है कि हम अपनी मस्जिदों को आबाद रखें। हमारी भी जिम्मेदारी है कि रमजान हो गया तो मस्जिद के दरो दीवार तरसती है कि कहां गए वो लोग जो रमजान के 30 दिन अल्लाह के घर में आकर सर्वसजूद हो रहे थे। तो याद रखो, मस्जिदों की हिफाजत पहले हमको अपनी महल्लों की मस्जिदों को आबाद रख के रखना। अगर हम अपने महल्लों की, गांव की मस्जिद को आबाद रखेंगे तो ये शैतानी ताकतें जो ललचाई नजरों से हमको अपनी तहजीब से महरूम करना चाहती हैं, इनको पैगाम मिल जाएगा कि अब दोबारा मुसलमान भारत का मस्जिद खोने को तैयार नहीं है।
Shifting focus then, addressing a press conference, the Chief of the Eastern Command, Lieutenant General R.P. Kalita, spoke about the PLA's recent activity along the LAC and spoke in detail about the border preparedness as well.
There's been a massive infrastructure built up from the Chinese side along the line of actual control closer to Arunachal Pradesh. General Kalita, who happens to be the Eastern Army commander, admitted that the Chinese are essentially focusing on building villages across the line of actual control, and their focus has been to increase the rail, road and air connectivity along the line of actual control. Having said that, General Kalita also maintains that as far as India is concerned, India has been constantly upgrading their infrastructure along the line of actual control, and they are certainly prepared for any sort of eventuality. Having said that, there have been challenges that the Indian side has been facing in terms of inclement weather and also the harsh terrain along the line of actual control, and that remains one of the biggest challenges as far as the Indian Army is concerned. We have also seen that along the line of actual control in several places, these border villages that the Chinese are essentially focusing on is with one aim, that is to ensure that their line of defense along the line of actual control is only strengthened over a period of time. Keeping that in mind, the Indian Army has also been working on a similar strategy, ensuring that the infrastructure built up on the Indian side is also considerably strong.
Indian Armed Forces Eastern Command's Chief Lieutenant General R.P. Kalita informed about China's PLA's activities along the LAC border in the states of Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh.
Across the line of actual control in Tibet, there has been a lot of development in the infrastructure which is taking place. We all keep hearing about it. The other side is constructing and upgrading their roads and tracks, the railways, the connectivity to various areas, as also upgrading and constructing new airports and helipads. So if we put together everything, it would be suffice to say that PLA is carrying out capability enhancement whether in infrastructure or in its operational capability in a large measure.
He pointed out that the Chinese PLA was increasingly building up infrastructure and military capacity along the porous borders of LAC.
We all are aware, as far as the northern borders is concerned, it's a pretty long border. If you take into consideration the middle sector as also the western sector in eastern Ladakh. And since the border along the northern borders is not demarcated, There is differing perception about the alignment of the border, which leads to various confusions or situations among both the parties, that's us and the PLA.
The Lieutenant General said that the Indian Army was evolving with time and aggressively upgrading its weapons while infusing modern technologies.
Assure you, all of you, that in spite of being deployed in the challenging environment, hostile terrain and inclement weather conditions, the Indian Army in Eastern Command has fulfilled all its responsibilities with utmost dedication. And I wish to assure you that we all are prepared to accomplish and discharge all the assigned responsibilities by maintaining a very high level of preparedness to meet any emerging issues.
The top army commander of the Eastern Theatre assured that there was no scope of PLA intrusion and stressed that the military was fully prepared to tackle any challenge. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, Amber Heard told jurors of Fairfax Circuit Court that she faced violence and also explained how it became almost normal as she returned to the witness for a third day for a testimony in a libel suit filed against her by her ex-husband Johnny Depp.
In a recent update on the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard case, the latter told the jurors about the violence she faced at the hands of Depp. She returned to the witness stand for the third day of testimony in a libel suit filed against her by her ex-husband Johnny Depp.
How do you remember the first act of violence?
Well, you never forget it. That's how I remember it. It changes your life forever. You never forget the first time someone hits you like that. I just had the date wrong.
Amber, in a detailed testimony, told the court that she prepared her account by cross-referring information through her therapist notes, journals, text messages, and photos.
I looked at my therapist notes. I had the benefit of those notes, which we had received in February, as well as I reviewed calendars, photos, text messages, my journals, my diaries, of which there were many. I put all of those together. It took a lot of time to be able to, adequately refresh my recollection and fill in the details over the course of the 5 years we were together.
The high-profile trial resumed after a week's break. The jurors have already heard 4 weeks of testimony. Amber Heard has not been yet cross-examined by Depp's lawyers. Actor Johnny Depp is suing Amber Heard in Fairfax County Circuit Court for libel over an op-ed she wrote in the Washington Post describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, viewers, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Hindu groups are now demanding permission to perform puja in Jamia Masjid in Mandya. Karnataka Archbishop calls the new anti-conversion ordinance a move against minorities.
Great feeling, it's a great experience, when Thomas Cup. It's a team, it's not an individual thing, so it's a great feeling to win this Thomas Cup. What we achieved is something spectacular. I would definitely put it on par with the World Cup than any other team sport.
It's the first time India went past the semi-finals and then won the championship.
Highest level sports which actually are Olympic sports major countries are playing, I think we are winning in those, and I think it makes a huge difference.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी काठमांडू। अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहां अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने निर्मित किया। तो यानी बीजिंग को सीधा संदेश भी यहां दे दिया गया है कि भारत को नेपाल में चीन का ज्यादा इंटरफेरेंस पसंद नहीं है।
പുരുഷന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ, സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് പുറത്തുനിന്ന് ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടികളുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is the kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
Gyanvapi Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton, and it's a World Cup for cricket or in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
I've been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
Very big claim by the Hindu side petitioners that they have found a huge Shivling, and that also inside the Gyanvapi mosque. During the survey, the Muslim side has come out and hit back at the petitioners by saying that it is completely illegal, and passing of order of preserving to that particular area is also illegal.
Feeling, it's a great experience, to win Thomas Cup. It's a team and it's not an individual thing, so it's a great thing to win this Thomas Cup. So lucky.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, the British boxer Amir Khan has announced his retirement from the sport after a long career of 18 years. Listen in to what he had to say after he announced his retirement.
British boxer Amir Khan announced his retirement from boxing after an 18-year-long career. Calling it an easy decision, the former unified light welterweight world champion stepped away from boxing last week.
Quite an easy decision. It wasn't hard. It was hard for me to announce it to everyone, to make it official. That was the hardest bit. But to say that I was retiring was quite easy, because I kind of thought this a long time ago. And it was just any time now I was going to announce it. I was going to say, I was going to stick by it.
Holding the title of being light welterweight champion from 2009 to 2012, he boxed with big names like Canelo Alvarez, Danny Garcia and Terence Crawford in the United States.
I think my best nights in boxing were when I was with probably Freddie Roach, and at the start of when I was with Virgil Hunter. And, you know, the likes of Maidana fight, Kotelnik fight, Zab Judah fight, obviously the fight against Danny Garcia, where I was doing really well if you think about it in the early rounds, and then obviously got caught with a big shot, and that's boxing for you, you know. So, yeah, I mean, I think that was probably my peak of my career, but, you know, God's been kind, and I was about 24, 25 then.
He has won an Olympic silver medal at the Athens Games in 2004 at the age of 17. Remembering his fights against the biggest names in the sport of boxing, Khan's last fight was the one-sided loss to longtime rival Kell Brook, from where he could see a decline in his game, which made him come to this decision. Agency report, Republic TV.
And more news from the world of sports as Liverpool prepares to face Southampton in the Premier League just hours after a grueling FA Cup final against Chelsea. Manager Klopp could not hide his frustration on the fixture pile-up. Remember, Liverpool is not only in contention for the Premier League title but also faces Real Madrid later this month in the Champions League final.
As the race for the Premier League title goes down to the wire in a two-horse race between Liverpool and Manchester City, Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp could not hide his frustration over a tight fixture schedule in the run-up to the season ender. After securing the League Cup and the FA Cup, Jurgen Klopp's men are eyeing the quadruple, but says the tight schedule is an additional challenge for his players to overcome.
It's better you moan and argue when you have won something than when you lose. That's why I used that opportunity. There were 2 more match days in this week. Obviously, we played Saturday and it was possible that we play 120 minutes, and I thought the best day for us to play the next game is the Tuesday. So you could have given us the Wednesday, theoretically. I think that's not possible for your European League final.
Just hours after playing a grueling FA Cup final against the European champions Chelsea, Jurgen Klopp expressed his disappointment on how his team faces a significant disadvantage ahead of the Champions League final with Real Madrid.
Sorry? Yeah, so now the UEFA, my friends. So, and then Thursday maybe, or can we not play on Thursday? Could we? We could have played. So then we would have played on Thursday a 90-minute game, and on Sunday, which is the last match day, which is normal rhythm from European, when you play European League, you play Thursday, Sunday. But all of a sudden, nobody thought we could give them a day more rest. So that's now the whole time like this, and I have to sit here and say it, and other people say, and he's, when does he stop whining, stuff like this, because nobody else is doing it.
Trailing by 4 points to Manchester City with a game in hand, the Reds are set to lock horns with Southampton as they give Guardiola's men a tough fight for the Premier League title. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Time for a very short break. On the other side, Supreme Court to hear plea filed by Gyanvapi Mosque Management Committee today. And Karnataka Archbishop calls the new anti-conversion ordinance a move against minorities.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी काठमांडू। अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है, जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहां अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने लेपित किया। तो यानी
Right now, P. Chidambaram has been raided by the CBI. Big breaking news coming in. That's a developing story. Congress leader P. Chidambaram raided by the CBI. We will go across to our reporters as well to get us more information. But the former finance minister of the country, P. Chidambaram, has been raided by the CBI. In fact, what we are told is that Chidambaram's homes have been raided in multiple locations. We will be going across to our reporters as well, but the latest what we are learning is that P. Chidambaram has been raided by the CBI. And that is a developing story. We will try and go across to our reporters as well. But that's the latest what we are learning. P. Chidambaram has now been raided. That's a fresh case that has also been registered against P. Chidambaram is what we are learning. And the latest being the CBI raids that are being carried out against P. Chidambaram. We have Shravan as well joining us on the phone line. Shravan, over to you. Give us more details.
Well, in fact, this is a fresh case that has now been registered against the former.
Shravan, if you can hear us, tell us more about the CBI raids that are being carried out at the home of P. Chidambaram. Well, we'll try and connect with Shravan again, but that's a big breaking news coming in right now. P. Chidambaram raided by the CBI, a fresh case that has been registered against P. Chidambaram. What we are told is that 7 locations have been raided by the CBI. So that's the latest what we are learning. The Congress leader P. Chidambaram raided by the CBI, fresh case that has also been registered against P. Chidambaram, and 7 locations. The raids are being carried out in 7 locations by the CBI in connection with a fresh case that has been registered against P. Chidambaram. Well, we will go across to Shravan as well, but the latest what we are told is that the CBI searches are currently being held in states including Tamil Nadu as well. And this is in connection with a fresh case that has been registered against P. Chidambaram. So, P. Chidambaram under the CBI lens. I'm told we have Shravan back with us. Shravan, over to you.
Well, in fact, this is a fresh case that has been registered against former Union Minister. CBI is now carrying out searches at the premises of Congress's P. Chidambaram, and this is a case that is linked once again to his son, Karti Chidambaram. In fact, the CBI already has a case against P. Chidambaram as well as Karti Chidambaram, and as far as the enforcement directorate is also concerned, remember, P. Chidambaram was in fact arrested by the enforcement directorate. Now, this is the latest case that we are getting the details of. In fact, 7 places where the searches are basically underway, which includes cities in Delhi, Mumbai, as well as Chennai. These are the 3 places where we are given to understand the major focus right now as far as these searches are concerned. Now, with regards to what is exactly the details of this case, all that we can tell you from it is that these very sketchy details that are now coming in from the agency. But what we can confirm is that this is a fresh case altogether that has been registered against the former Union Minister as well as his son, Karti Chidambaram. Now, just to put this into perspective, we've already seen previous cases that were registered against both of them. In fact, in both the cases, remember, one was with regards to an FITP approval that was during his tenure when he was the Union Minister, and the allegation was that Karti Chidambaram was allegedly benefiting from the illegal FITP approvals that were given to certain companies, and there was a company that was directly linked to Karti Chidambaram in which illegal funds were being passed. Keeping that in mind, the enforcement director had also earlier stepped in, and the enforcement director at that point in time had also attached several properties that he linked to P. Chidambaram as well as his son Karti Chidambaram. At this stage, Sabitha, what we do not know is the full details of the new case that has been registered, but a confirmation now coming in from our sources within the agency that yes, these searches are carried out, and these are 3 locations, concentrating mostly in 3 cities, Delhi, Mumbai, and
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Shravan. So that's a developing story right now. The CBI raids which are being carried out in multiple locations which include Chennai, Mumbai and Delhi, the residence of P. Chidambaram that are currently being raided by the CBI. We will be going across to our reporters to get us more information. But what we understand right now is that the raids are being carried out by the CBI in connection with a fresh case that has been registered against P. Chidambaram. What we are also told is that P. Chidambaram's son, Karti Chidambaram, is also under the CBI radar. So fresh trouble there mounting for P. Chidambaram as well as his son Karti Chidambaram. The raids are being carried out by the CBI after a fresh case was registered against P. Chidambaram. So what we understand right now is that Karti Chidambaram as well as P. Chidambaram are under CBI scanner. The raids are being carried out in 7 locations including Chennai, Mumbai and Delhi, as was told by Shravan. And this is in connection with a fresh case that has been registered. So multi-city raids being carried out by the CBI. We will be going across to our reporters to get us some more information. Fresh trouble mounting there for P. Chidambaram, the former finance minister of the country, and his son. The raids, his son in fact is also under CBI lens. I'm told we have our senior executive editor Abhishek also on the phone line. Abhishek, what more information can you share with us?
Well, it's a fresh case that has been registered Samiksha, and we are still gathering details. What we know is that raids are simultaneously on in Delhi, Mumbai and Chennai, about 7 locations in these 2 cities where Chidambaram's might have had some establishments and interest. We know that earlier also there have been cases against Karti, for example, Chidambaram's son, in the case of Advantage Strategic Consulting, for example, and there was a case of kickbacks that the CBI had charged Karti Chidambaram with, and then we had the INX media case in which again Karti sort of channelized some funds. So it's not that the first time that the Chidambarams are in the scammers, it's just that, and in fact, arrests have also taken place, and there were parallel investigations by the Enforcement Directorate also. So there is a fresh case now. So we don't know whether it is the INX media case or the Advantage Strategic Consulting case. But what is important is that while these cases had sort of hit a stalemate, there seems to be a fresh investigation now, a fresh FIR register, following which these raids are being carried out. Samiksha.
Well, thank you so much, Abhishek, for getting us all those details.
There's also the Aircel. There's also the Aircel Maxis deal in which P. Chidambaram was granted bail. The former union minister and his son were granted bail in March this year, on the 23rd of March this year. The court had earlier granted anticipatory bail to both the accused in the matter, accepted the bail bonds of 1 lakh each in both the cases and granted regular bail. Could this be a continuation? What are you hearing from your sources, Abhishek?
Well, yes, so the Aircel Maxis case, you are absolutely right. The Chidambarams were arrested and then they were granted bail as well, and subsequent to which the matter has been in the court. In fact, Delhi court had issued summons to P. Chidambaram and his son Karti as late as December last year in 2021, and after taking cognizance of the CBI and ED charge sheets. So the ASL Maxis case is, of course, it's already charge sheeted, and Chidambarams have been arraigned as accused, and the CBI and the ED had alleged in that case the Congress leader was he was granted approval to deal beyond his capacity and benefited certain persons, and in doing so he received kickbacks. The case in fact was revived, and after a judge had adjourned the matter sine die, and all the accused mentioned in the CBI and the ED charge sheets were asked to appear again. So I think that process is parallelly on, but the case is already charge sheeted, the ASL Maxis case. This is a fresh investigation, we are being told, and we should be able to get more facts from the sources insofar as this fresh case is concerned. I think this is more about Karti Chidambaram, Rukma, and not about P. Chidambaram as such, but then 7 establishments of the Chidambarams in 3 cities, Delhi, Mumbai and Chennai, being searched and raided by the CBI in connection with this fresh case that has been registered.
If we could go back, Abhishek, when Karti was taken away for questioning in October 2019, one of the allegations he had made was that the raids were politically motivated. Has he continued with that stance since then?
Well, to the contrary, if you look at the ASL Maxis case, which was revived, there was a comment by the judge, I think Judge Nagpal, that there was sufficient evidence to summon the Chidambarams and the other accused persons in corruption and money laundering cases for which the CBI and the ED had filed charge sheets. And apart from Chidambaram, there were many others of bureaucrats named, and there were statements, taken from those officers who clearly underscored the fact that Mr. Chidambaram, in his capacity as finance minister under UPA, did carry out in some instructions or facilitate granting of approvals which had provisions for some kickbacks coming the way of Chidambaram. So I think this is not the first time we are hearing that the Chidambarams were embroiled in some corruption cases. They have been charge sheeted, they have been summoned, they have been arrested, and there was an element of conspiracy, according to the charge sheets, in carrying out those deals which led to kickbacks coming in the way of the Chidambarams. And the court, while granting approval, had said that this has been done intentionally and fraudulently, being fully aware that this was not within their competence. So that is the approval of FDIs to the tune of about 4,000 crore rupees at that time. And while the possibility of giving approval on their own was just about 600 or 700 crore rupees. So the exceeding the approval in excess of the capacity or the mandate was essentially done aimed at getting some kickbacks. And similarly, for example, the court had observed that the prima facie it substantiates the allegations, all the statements that have been received from the other accused that the Chidambarams perhaps were involved. And in the ED case also, for example, there were other 14 persons total, including Chidambaram and his son Karti, and they were charged sheeted, and the court said that the prosecution was able to prima facie satisfy this court that illegal proceeds of crime were generated in connection with the deal. So we are yet to see whether this is in connection with the Aircel Nexus case or the ASCPL case or the INX Media case. But Karti Chidambaram seems to be under a scanner for now, and foreign remittances made between 2010 and 2014 are under a scanner of companies linked to Karti Chidambaram. So what this means is essentially that if it's a fresh case by CBI, then it becomes a predicate offense, and even the Enforcement Directorate can get into it, essentially because if it's a case of foreign remittances with the CBI's investigation, this also becomes a case under, apart from Prevention of Corruption Act, it also becomes a case under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which is the domain of the Enforcement Directorate. So I think there is an FIR registered, a preliminary inquiry, and a preliminary inquiry has been converted into an FIR, and the case is going to go on in terms of investigation by the CBI. And as I said, since it's a case of foreign remittances, this can come firmly in the domain of the Enforcement Directorate as well. So you can expect that just like in the earlier cases of Aircel Nexus or the INX Media case, the Chidambarams are going to face the brunt of investigations from both the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate parallelly.
Right. Clearly, however, whatever may be their denials, whether it's Karti Chidambaram saying that the attacks are, that the raids are politically motivated, P. Chidambaram saying that the government is misusing its power and using various agencies of the government to target my son and reach to me through targeting my son. There is no doubt, Abhishek, that there are some truth in these allegations. Clearly, the ED and CBI convinced about that.
Not just ED and CBI, in the courts. In fact, let's go first to give some reaction coming in from Karti Chidambaram's office, where he has admitted that the Central Bureau of Investigation is conducting searches at multiple locations, including the residence and office of Congress leader Karti Chidambaram, in connection with an ongoing case, according to this comment coming in from Karti's office attributed to agencies. But what is important is, since you mentioned that P. Chidambaram has maintained that his son is being targeted, let's understand what the courts have said. So it is strictly to that. We have had courts observing that senior counsels and prosecutors appearing for CBI had made this court to travel through various document statements of witnesses recorded during the course of investigation, which prima facie substantiate the above allegations and show that in furtherance of the above conspiracy, proceeds of crime were obtained. So this is a court observation. And similarly, the court had said that there seems to be an element of intentional and fraudulent conduct, being fully aware that it was not within the competence. This was in the context of approvals coming in to the tune of being given to the tune of about 3,000 plus crore rupees against the mandate of 6 to 700 crore rupees. And this is from the CBI charge sheet. This was in connection with the FIPB, the board which since stands disbanded by the present government, approving and FIPB reported to P. Chidambaram, who was then finance minister. So under instructions of the boss, the officials concerned at that time had given approval to GCSHL, for example, of about $800 million. And this was seen as a conspiracy by the CBI and the ED at that time. And as I said, the special judge in the Delhi court, M.K. Nagpal, had noted that there was sufficient evidence to summon Chidambaram. And this is an observation made as late as November of last year, which is just about 6 months back. And the Chidambarams were summoned in the case after it was revived. So it's not that P. Chidambaram, who was arrested earlier and is out on bail, could say that it is just targeting of his son, because he is a Congress leader, and Chidambaram himself is a veteran of the Congress party and was a minister, and that's why it is being targeted. But the courts have observed, the agencies have carried a very diligent exercise in terms of investigation, which has gone on for years now, and this is a fresh case. Remember, as sources tell our senior associate,
right, a fresh case, Abhishek. Stay with us right now. We'll be coming back to you. We also have with us Shavan. Shavan, when we talk about this particular case of the CBI raiding 7 properties of the Chidambarams, it says our sources are telling us that a fresh case has been registered against Karti over alleged foreign remittances between 2010 to 2014. What does this mean when we talk about foreign remittances? Already, lots of a number of cases against P. Chidambaram owing to alleging misuse of his position, going back to 2006. Give us your perspective.
Well, in fact, going with the latest details that we are picking up from our sources within the agency, one is that there was a preliminary inquiry that was already underway for several months put together. It was only after the preliminary inquiry that was completed by the team of one of the units in the Central Bureau of Investigation that this was converted into an RC, which is the equivalent of an FIR. An FIR has already been registered, and based on that, the searches are basically underway at 7 locations, concentrating in Delhi, Mumbai, as well as Tamil Nadu, is what we are being told as of now. Whether the air searches are going to spread in a while from now, that's not known. But just to take our viewers through the latest details that we are picking up in terms of what exactly is this case all about. In fact, we are being told that there are foreign remittances that were made between 2010 and 2014 that have now basically come under the scanner, point number 1. And point number 2 is with regards to companies that have been linked directly to Karti Chidambaram, which are once again under the scanner. Now, what does this essentially mean? Remember, in the previous cases in which in fact, the former Union Minister was actually arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, was questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation. It was essentially regarding when he was at the helm of affairs, there were certain FIPB approvals that were basically granted, and in which they say that companies that were benefiting directly from those FIPB approvals, they were allegedly providing kickbacks to Karti Chidambaram or the companies that have been linked to Karti Chidambaram. That was the main bone of contention. Now, as far as the response that came in from Mr. P. Chidambaram was the fact that Chidambaram essentially maintained that all the approvals that were basically granted, these approvals were not granted by a single person or him as the Union Minister, but rather a board that was basically responsible for granting those FIPB approvals. Now, that was the basic explanation that was given by the Union Minister, but that obviously did not ties with the agency at that point in time. As far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, the Enforcement Directorate had essentially looked into multiple cases, and these cases involved not only the FIPB approvals, but there were also in the Aircel Baxis case also that the role of the former union minister basically came under the scanner. As of now, what we are being told that this is essentially a fresh case that has altogether been registered, and these are the details that is emerging at this point in time.
Right, Shawan? Shawan, when we talk about the impact this could have, and this entire case, this series of cases have had on his career, Abhishek, I'd like to come to you. It really doesn't look good for P. Chidambaram.
Well, does it matter? I mean, the fact that there is ample evidence to show misuse of office. There is ample evidence or material collected by the agencies to show that abuse of office happened in pursuit of amassing wealth. And for example, we, by reporting the cases, have seen a lot of documents which you connect the dots between INX Media, Advance Consulting, and then of course the other cases. Of course, there is a regular bail that the Chidambarams have from courts now, but the matter is still going on. And this is, in any case, what we are talking about is a fresh investigation launched by the CBI after having conducted a preliminary inquiry. It's a very diligent process that the agency follows, an agency which has at one point in time reported to P. Chidambaram when he was in the government. The preliminary inquiry, just as Shawan was mentioning, itself has gone on for a few months before it has been converted into an FIR. So a CBI FIR does not happen unless the agency believes that it has a strong case which can stand legal scrutiny in the courts of law. So, which means that if there is a fresh case of foreign remittances which the CBI believes they have on their hand, as I was mentioning earlier, it becomes a predicate offence for the Enforcement Directorate also to pick up at some stage. And this would be third or fourth case in which the Chidambarams are facing parallel investigations by both the agencies, CBI and the ED. In this case, the raids are going on in Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and Shivaganga in Tamil Nadu, which clearly shows that ultimately this is about Karti Chidambaram, and irrespective of what Mr. P. Chidambaram says, this is based on proper due diligence in terms of investigation being carried out. In fact, the number of locations has increased to 9 now, which includes 3 in Chennai, 1 in Karnataka, 3 in Mumbai, Punjab and Odisha. 3 in Mumbai and 1 each in Punjab and Odisha. So that takes a total to 9. And apart from that, there is a tweet by Karti Chidambaram, which our team shows, which says that I have lost count how many times has it been, must be a record. Also, there is a case that he has illegally facilitated visas to Chinese nationals against gratification of 50 lakh rupees. That's a huge one. Let's go to Shawan Sen on that, if we can get him on phone. If the desk can connect Shawan on phone. Shawan is getting this exclusive information that Karti Chidambaram is also under scanner for facilitating visas for Chinese nationals. Obviously, this must have been when the Congress party was in power. So, and if he was exercising influence as the son of P. Chidambaram and prevailing upon the Ministry of External Affairs, that's going to be a huge one. The Chinese link coming out is going to be a major embarrassment for the Congress party, which has earlier also we have seen, for example, with the Rahul Gandhi pictures and then the Congress party memorandum of understanding with the Chinese Communist Party already being talked about as an issue because of which perhaps the Congress party was a little soft or perhaps was trying to put the government on the mat instead of taking on the Chinese when it comes to the Ladakh standoff, for example. So if we can get Shawan on the phone quickly with all the information that he's getting, it would be...
So Abhishek, we're talking here about FIPB violations in return for kickbacks to major companies, SL Maxis, INX Media, also, granting visas to foreign nationals from China. Well, And the latest are these CBI raids covering 9 locations as of now. Abhishek, before we are trying to get in touch with Shavan, but before that, I'd also like some perspective on the fact that, let's go across to Shavan. Shavan, I'm sure you must have heard what Abhishek wanted you to talk about. Elaborate on how the number of locations in which raids are being conducted now increasing to 9 from 7.
Well, in fact, the big breaking news coming in right now, a confirmation from sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation that Karti Chidambaram is now being probed into a new case, and that case is about illegally facilitating visas for Chinese nationals. This is against an illegal gratification of lakh rupees. Now, there was a preliminary inquiry that was being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This was following an input that was actually received in another case altogether, based on which they have developed a case and finally registered an FIR. Searches have now been increased. It is from 7 locations. It has now been increased to 9 locations. Searches are being conducted in Chennai, in Karnataka, Mumbai, Punjab and Odisha. So there are a total of 9 locations. 3 in Chennai, 1 in Karnataka, 3 in Mumbai, Punjab, as well as in Odisha, where these searches are being carried out. But the bigger news right now, that this has gone way beyond just the FICD approvals of the illegal gratification that was received because of the approvals that were granted. But this is an altogether new case where you're looking at a direct connection essentially emerging, that there are certain Chinese nationals who had actually received visas, and these visas were illegally received, or there was facilitation that was done for the same, and illegal gratification was given for about 50 lakh rupees. What is not known right now is that who exactly are these Chinese nationals who received the visa, and what exactly is the illegality in terms of receiving those very visas. And that's an aspect that's not very clear. We're trying to gather those information from our sources from the Central Bureau of Investigation. But remember, this is at a very preliminary stage, and that is the reason why the agency has been also quite tight-lipped about the fact that, in fact, that what we're being told right now is that they are looking into who these Chinese nationals and what exactly is the role. But as of now, they're saying that they've got some sort of a trail with regards to the money that was received in lieu of granting those visas or facilitating those visas to these Chinese nationals. It will become very important given the fact that who exactly are these nationals, and is there any other national security related issue, because that is going to be also very, very important for the agency to look into.
Right, Abhishek, some perspective now from the political point of view, although you did mention that it really doesn't matter at this point because of the kind of crimes that are emerging in this particular case. Just one day ago, we had heard that P. Chidambaram was the front runner in the Congress race for its lone Rajya Sabha seat in Tamil Nadu. How big a blow would this be to his already flagging, political career?
The political career might be flagging insofar as his mass support is concerned, but we don't see as yet any indication that the senior leadership of the Congress party is wanting to do something on Chidambaram. For example, despite all the cases in which the father and son have been embroiled, the Gandhis have been absolutely silent in terms of taking a position on them, given the fact that all the corruption cases pertain to a period when UPA was in power. Sonia Gandhi was the chief of NAC. Rahul Gandhi was the power behind the throne and deciding the direction of the government in many ways. And P. Chidambaram was one of the most powerful ministers, apart from Pranab Mukherjee at that time. Cannot be said as much about the Prime Minister himself. But despite the fact that all this happened under the nose of the Gandhis, there is no statement yet. We have not heard any statement except for, I think, saying that let the law take its own course and that there should be no witch hunt. But it's about the persistence with which cases keep coming out and they get committed to the courts and they're going on in the courts. It's not that it's already ended and that Chidambaram have been absolved. They are out on regular bail, of course, but that's because the court observed that the evidence is collected. The evidence is of the kind which cannot be tempered by the accused, and that's why there is no problem in giving them bail. It does not mean that they have been absolved, and in that case, if there is a fresh case, a fresh investigation coming out, maybe the Congress party also has to take a position on the Chidambarams, which it has desisted from doing so till late. So I think irrespective, what is important is that the Congress party, because of the complicity of some elements, has not taken a clear position on corruption, despite the fact that the reason why UPA 2 lost power was because it was embroiled in so many corruption cases, from 2G to Commonwealth Games to all these cases that have come out now. And there was no department ministry which would not have some or the other corruption case tumbling out of its cupboard. So it's ironic that the Congress party, despite losing power to all these cases, refuses to take a position against the leaders who protected and facilitated those acts which are sort of bringing egg on their face. So the investigation will continue to be a fresh one, and as Shravan was mentioning, there is the latest one coming out of Karti using peddling influence of his family, of his clout with his father to push in and facilitate visas for the Chinese. If this really comes out, this is going to be a big embarrassment for the Congress party, for the Gandhis, and I think they will have to at some stage decide to answer these questions.
A huge embarrassment there for the Congress party and a big blow to Chidambaram, especially as he's already fighting so many cases. There are so many allegations and the CBI also questioning his son earlier on various FIPB violations. In that regard, we're going across to Shravan, who's also with us. Shravan, could you recount for us the many cases and allegations that we are seeing drawn out in the case of Karti Chidambaram as well as P. Chidambaram?
7 आदमी अंदर गए थे, किससे पूछताछ किया?
जो खाना बनाता है उससे।
अच्छा, आपका क्या नाम हुआ?
बीरबल सिंह।
बीरबल सिंह जी, आप लोगों से भी पूछताछ सीबीआई की टीम ने कुछ की थी?
नहीं, हमसे पूछे कार्तिक सर यहाँ पे हम लेने यहाँ रहते हैं, बड़े साहब रहते हैं।
और जो कुक है उससे पूछताछ किया?
हाँ, यही जो हमसे पूछे वही बात उनसे भी पूछे।
क्या नाम था कुक का?
काशी।
अच्छा, कोई कागज पत्र भी ले गया ऑफिस से?
नहीं, कागज पत्र नहीं, कोई कागज दिखाया था, उसके बाद वो देख करके दे दिए उसको।
और कितने देर तक सीबीआई के लोग रुके यहाँ?
10-15 मिनट।
10-15 मिनट। और भी कुछ जानने की कोशिश किया?
नहीं, और पूछताछ हमने सुना।
कार्ति चिदम्बरम के बारे में पूछा कुछ?
हाँ, पूछे थे कि यहाँ पर रहते हैं, यहाँ पर रहते नहीं, तो बाहर रहते हैं।
अच्छा, और भी कोई पूछताछ, किसी और रूम को खोलने के लिए कहा, कुछ और पूछताछ किया, कुछ जानने की कोशिश किया?
नहीं।
सुबह 7:30 बजे आया था। टोटल 7 लोग थे। अच्छा, उसके बाद चला गया फिर आने की बात कहा, फिर आना है?
नहीं, फिर आपस में बात की वो लोग, फिर अपना गाड़ी में बैठे चले गए।
तो कागज ले गया साथ में?
अब ये तो मैंने देखा सर, मैं तो यहाँ पे था, अब वहाँ आगे
कागज लिया और चला गया। बीरबल जी आपका नाम है?
Well, Abhishek and Shravan, I was just asking you about, well, what does the case against P. Chidambaram and his son Karti look like at this point?
Well, this is undoubtedly an extremely serious matter. You have a direct allegation that has been leveled against Karti Chidambaram for facilitating visas for Chinese nationals, one. Second, receiving illegal gratification of about 50 lakh rupees. The amount may not be huge if you compare it to the other cases that have been registered, but the fact of the matter is that in both cases that if you really look at, the previous cases in which Karti Chidambaram was actually arrested, even the arrest of the former Union Minister, the question here is that whether at all they have misused their position, misused being the son of a Union Minister, And secondly, also the proximity that they've had with several other officials at that point in time when P. Chidambaram was at the helm of affairs. This is exactly where the problem lies right now. One, if you really look at the previous cases in which how there were approvals that were basically granted, and prima facie it appeared that they were direct beneficiaries of it. There were kickbacks that were actually received, properties were actually made. These are some big allegations that were leveled against a former Union Minister who, as Abhishek was pointing out, was holding very important positions in the UPA government at that point in time, being the finance minister, being the home minister. And the fact of the matter is that Karti Chidambaram, who is also a parliamentarian today, has come under the scanner for perhaps allegedly misusing being the son of a minister. That's exactly what it appears if you simply go by the cases that have been registered against them. Let's stay with some of the breaking news that's coming in. We're being told that the number of the locations where these searches are being carried out has been increased. It is now 9 locations, not only in just Delhi, Mumbai, and Chennai, where there are direct properties of Karti Chidambaram. We are now given to understand that there are related properties of Karti Chidambaram and his father that has basically come under the scanner, and that is the reason why the searches are being also carried out in Odisha as well as in Punjab, where these searches are being carried out. So there would be more number of people apart from Karti Chidambaram whose places or premises are now being searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
So essentially, Abhishek, what we understand at the moment is that this perhaps could be a tip of the iceberg?
Sorry, I missed you there, Nupur.
Abhishek, we just heard Shravan over there saying that there will be other raids that are likely to be conducted in this case. This, of course, is a case of gratification. But give us more details. Do you believe that perhaps this could be the tip of the iceberg, that more raids could follow soon?
Well, yes, so the manner in which a typical CBI investigation goes, first the due diligence happens by way of a preliminary inquiry, and if the agency, based on whatever they gather, come to a conclusion that this defects a proper investigation, then only an FIR is registered, which has happened in the present case early in the morning. So, a lot of work goes into an FIR itself, subsequent to which the raids and collection of documents and evidence happens, which is happening as of now. This is at the beginning. The FIR has been registered overnight after preliminary inquiry over a few months, as Shravan was explaining, and now there is a proper offence which is being investigated. So obviously it's going to have its own journey in terms of if the evidence is strong, even arrest, if the CBI apprehends or there is an apprehension that there could be tampering with evidence. We know that the Chidambarams have already taken anticipatory bail in a couple of cases, and they are out on regular bail in the Mexico case, for example. What is important is that any offence which involves amassing of wealth disproportionate to known sources of income comes under the domain of Prevention of Corruption Act, under which the CBI investigates, and then it also comes under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which the Enforcement Directorate investigates. So essentially, this FIR by CBI becomes a predicate offence for the Enforcement Directorate also. We have seen in all the cases in which Chidambarams are embroiled, there are thorough investigations by both the agencies. So this won't be any different. So you can expect that while the CBI, steps on the pedal and steps on the gas and picks up investigation in the case that has been registered now of Karti Chidambaram, channelizing funds in the period of 2010 to 2014, it becomes a case for the ED also. So you can expect that in some time, maybe the Enforcement Directorate will also pick up. So it's not that it's ending anytime soon. The cases that are already committed to the various courts and the fresh one obviously means that a sword hangs on the Chidambarams, irrespective of whatever protection they get from the Congress party by way of a Rajya Sabha seat or whatever. We were discussing, and it might not be easy for the Congress party to continue to evade taking a position on the Chidambarams after this present case as well, Nupur.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, Abhishek, we'll have to wait for that response. Just a quick recap of the story for viewers who are just joining us. There have been CBI raids that have been conducted in at least 7 places connected to the Chidambarams, that is P. Chidambaram, as well as his son, Karti Chidambaram. Abhishek and Shravan are continuing to bring us the latest on this. Shravan, Abhishek was just pointing out that the Congress party has so far at least not responded. But we've had a very brazen tweet come in from Karti Chidambaram where he says that I've lost the number of times that we've been raided. That is not just a brazen response, but, many would see this as provoking.
But in fact, before I answer your question, there is some big breaking news coming in right now. As well as what exactly is the case all about. In fact, top sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation now confirming to Republic TV that as far as those Chinese nationals are concerned, we've been told that they were working for a big conglomerate, and Karti Chidambaram allegedly facilitated visas for these Chinese workers who were associated with a very big conglomerate. In fact, this conglomerate has operations in multiple states, in Orissa, in Punjab, as well as in Maharashtra. That is the reason why we're looking at these searches being carried out in Orissa particularly, and also in Punjab and Maharashtra. So this is exactly the case that has been registered against the former Union Minister's son, Karti Chidambaram, and the amount of money that they are essentially looking at right now, the illegal gratification that they are looking at, is about 50 lakh rupees. Now, as far as these Chinese workers are concerned, did they actually pose some sort of a security threat? That is not known at this point in time. The agency has been absolutely tight-lipped about that. What they are essentially saying is that there was illegal gratification that was received, and Karti Chidambaram played a key role in facilitating those visas for these Chinese workers who are working for a very, very big conglomerate who's got diversified business across the country, and they were basically under the scanner. That's what we are picking up as of now. We are waiting if there is any sort of a statement that would be issued by the company itself. So we're not going to disclose the name of the conglomerate as of now. But what we can confirm is that there are Chinese workers who are associated with this company, and these Chinese workers, they received the visas from, or the visas were facilitated by Karti Chidambaram. Now, what are the terms exactly of this facilitation is not known at this point in time. We're trying to piece together, because since the searches are underway, they started around 7 o'clock this morning. Right now, the agency is also completely tight-lipped about exact contours of this case altogether.
Right, stay with us, Shravan. We're just going to cut across to visuals that we are getting from Chennai. That is the residence of P. Chidambaram, which was raided. Let me go across to Apurva, who's reporting from here. Apurva, give us a sense of what you see around you. We can, of course, see a lot of officials over there.
Well, in fact, we are seeing that 7 officials are here at P. Chidambaram's residence. This is P. Chidambaram's residence out here. At the Karthik residence's offices as well, we have officials, CBI officials, who are conducting searches as well. What we are presently knowing is that searches are ongoing in across 9 locations overall, including Chennai, Karnataka, and Mumbai. That is what we know for certain right now. What we are learning as of the moment is that over here in Chennai, 2 locations searches are undergoing. One at Karti Chidambaram's residence, Karti Chidambaram's offices here in Nugambahakam, as well as P. Chidambaram's residence over here in Chennai, where we are currently at. Officials had started these searches early this morning. We are yet to know what will be the details of these searches that are being conducted, but as of now, the information that we have received is that this searches is linked to the illegally facilitated visas to the Chinese nationals. That is what we have been able to learn. We are also learning that these searches are linked to that of Karti Chidambaram as well. In fact, here since early this morning, these searches have been conducted here at P. Chidambaram's residence, at Karti Chidambaram's offices as well here in Nungambakam. Just adjacent to this, we are learning that 7 more officials have been conducting searches since early this morning. In fact, 14 officials overall have been conducting searches here in Chennai, 7 here in Chidambaram's residence and 7 at Karti Chidambaram's offices. We are yet to ascertain more details on the extent of these searches. Remember, searches are ongoing in across 9 locations across the country, including that of Chennai, Karnataka as well as Delhi. More information is expected even as the raids are currently ongoing.
Right, Apurva, stay with us and give us a sense in terms of a visual a brief of what's happening while we just go across to Abhishek. Now, Abhishek, we are yet to hear from the Congress party so far, but there's been a brazen response that's come in from Karti Chidambaram so far. Abhishek, just before you respond, just to tell our viewers that we understand that only Chidambaram's wife is there at his residence right now where the raids are being conducted. Yes, Abhishek.
Well, so the information coming in is really damning that Karti facilitated or used his influence as the son of P. Chidambaram to facilitate visas for Chinese workers for a project in Punjab, which is a bordering state. And it is India's stated position that the China-Pakistan economic corridor is an attack on India's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And to be using or facilitating Chinese workers to be working that close to the border of Pakistan with the Chinese present there on the other side as part of the CPEC. It's going to get complicated. I think there will be a lot of explaining that will have to come from P. Chidambaram and Karti beyond this victim mongering that he is doing with the tweet that he started now. But the point is that if the cases keep coming up and if there is a legitimate investigation that has been launched following the preliminary inquiry, the Chidambaram will need to coordinate. And the larger issue of the Congress party, is still not having distanced itself from the Chidambarams, almost seeing them as some sort of a set, and despite the fact that in Tamil Nadu, Congress is not much of a force, except for a couple of seats that the party manages. Now, I think this is going to be a long haul, both in terms of perception gaining ground that the Congress, despite having had the whack of people in the last 2 elections, 2014 and 2019, for its indulgence with corruption, its protection of corrupt, continues to be cagey about taking a clear position on the Chidambarams. Also, the fact that this latest case of which involves the gratification to facilitate visas for Chinese nationals is going to be damning and not easy to shrug off, Nupur.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, this is a serious allegation because in a sense this says that if you were to put in layman's language, that he accepted bribe for facilitating visas for Chinese nationals who entered during that period of time. And of course, these were perhaps, as we understand, paid in foreign funds. Abhishek, is that largely the case?
Sorry, Nupur, I was again gathering some information and missed your question. If you could just speak.
All right. Abhishek, while you get your information, let me just go back on the ground to Apurva. Apurva, we understand that there are about 14 officials in all. 9 are at his residence and 9 are at Karti Chidambaram's offices, which is nearby. Tell us more about any information that you're gathering from the site of these raids.
Well, in fact, I need to correct you. There are 14 officials here, 7 here at Chidambaram's residence and 7 at Karti Chidambaram's offices. As I can just ask my video journalist to zoom in. You can see a set of footwear there of officials who have arrived here at Chidambaram's residence, who are conducting these searches here. CBI officials. We are also learning that these raids, these searches that are ongoing in across 9 locations. In fact, Karti Chidambaram's office themselves have confirmed that these searches are ongoing at multiple locations, that is including the residence and offices of Karti Chidambaram. In fact, his office also had gone on to say that this is in connection with an ongoing case. What we are learning at the moment is that these raids have been ongoing since early this morning. Karti Chidambaram's offices searches are ongoing, and now here at Chidambaram's residence as well, searches are ongoing. More details on what are the on what exactly are these searches being conducted with is something that we will have to know. But as of now, what we are learning is that these searches are ongoing with links to Karti Chidambaram having facilitated visas to Chinese workers in lieu of a bribe. That is what are the initial details that we are learning as of now, in not only in Chennai but also in across Karnataka and Mumbai as well. Searches are ongoing at the residence and offices of Karti Chidambaram.
All right, stay with us. I'm going to go back to Abhishek. Abhishek, any new information at this point in time that you can share with us?
Well, yes, we put two bits of information. One that apart from all the places that we mentioned, there is another location in Gurgaon, which is under scanner associated with Karti. Two, it's going to get bigger in scale because it is believed that Karti facilitated as many as 250 visas for Chinese nationals. And what kind of non-management agency was he running that he had to facilitate 250 Chinese visas for 250 Chinese workers for a project in Punjab, as we listed in a border state with Pakistan, and the Chinese present there as part of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. It could have been a security risk, and the Chidambaram having been Home Minister, were the security considerations taken into account or compromised? As it will get very big loophole, and I think, as I was mentioning, this victim mongering, sympathy mongering that Karti is doing is not going to suffice.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, Abhishek, at that point where, in time where these allegations have been made, P. Chidambaram was the Home Minister of the country. I'm going to go back and just to Apurva for a second. Apurva, we understand that police presence has been heightened outside Chidambaram's residence in Chennai. Give us an overview of that.
Well, what you can see clearly here is outside Chidambaram's residence over here, we can see the heightened police security and the officials who have been standing here. In fact, while speaking to the officials as well, we have come to learn that these officials have been standing here for almost the last 1.5 hours since the searches have been ongoing. We are yet, these officials in fact are being stationed here, heavy security deployment that has been put here at Chidambaram's residence as well as Karti Chidambaram's offices here in Nungambakkam as well. 14 officials from the CBI who have arrived here for these searches that are ongoing since early this morning. Police officials and heavy security deployment that has been put here as well. This even as CBI officials are conducting searches in across his residence here in Chennai as well as his offices here in Nungambakkam with respect to Karti Chidambaram. Not only in Chennai, but we are also learning that in across 9 locations in India, including that of Chennai, which is predominantly Chidambaram and Karti Chidambaram's offices and residents that are based out of, is where these searches are ongoing.
All right, as Apurva is giving us a brief of what's happening at Karti Chidambaram's residence, there are raids that are being carried out elsewhere as well, and what we understand is that these are in connection with the allegations that Karti Chidambaram had received 50 lakh rupees from a person while he facilitated visas for foreign nationals. In fact, Abhishek has more details on this. Abhishek, we understand that there were about 250 visas that were facilitated by Karti Chidambaram, and the allegation against them, the Chidambarams, is that they facilitated this in return for a bribe.
Well, yes, to the tune of 50 lakh rupees. That's the facilitation fee, convenience fee, or whatever you call it, to couch it. But the fact is, this is money taken in lieu of providing a service which might be under the pale of national security considerations, under the pale of Prevention of Corruption Act, and that's what is being investigated after due diligence having been conducted by the CBI over the last couple of months. And more information coming in. In fact, it would be better to put if you get Shravan online and he has more information about this Chinese angle coming out in the CBI probe on Karti Chidambaram.
Absolutely. We'll ask our producers to get him on the line as well. But at the moment, let's also go back across to Apurva. Apurva, give us a sense of the timeline of what we've seen. Okay, Apurva, I'm just going to come back to you. Sumi is also joining us. Sumi, what we understand is that you're reporting from outside his residence in New Delhi. Give us a largely give us a sense of what's happening over there, because his, properties connected to the Chidambarams in New Delhi have also been raided.
Yes, absolutely. His property here at Jorbagh, from where he was last arrested back in 2019, has deserted look. In fact, it is wearing deserted look. No officials have visited since this morning. And in fact, we have confirmed that from the guards present here. And there are no raids that are going on at this particular residence, 115A. That's the official residence, one of the official residences of P. Chidambaram, the former finance minister. And here, as my video journalist Hitesh is constantly panning the camera and showing the visuals as to how there are no raids going on here. However, there are other properties. There are, as we are quoting, that there is an investigation, ongoing investigation against P. Chidambaram and his son Karti Chidambaram. And in fact, Karti Chidambaram has been accused in a case regarding the foreign investment clearances approved by the centre's FIPB, and also Karti has been receiving 50 lakh as a part of this particular case that has been going on. And in fact, he has received a payment of 50 lakh from a person named Sabu. And in fact, we're waiting for more information to churn out so that we can share it with our audiences. But this particular residence in Delhi is empty so far. And in fact, P. Chidambaram as well as his son is not present here at the moment. However, his other residence in Delhi is also wearing the same deserted look. No officials have visited there as well. And in fact, here also we confirmed it from the guards present outside of the gate. No officials have come from the CBI since the morning.
Absolutely. Just to give a brief to our viewers of what's really happened since the morning, the CBI is conducting searches at multiple residential and official premises of the senior Congress leader P. Chidambaram across Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Shivling in Tamil Nadu. Now, the searches are reportedly being conducted at around 7 premises of the former union minister across these cities in connection with a case that pertains to illegal gratification. I'm going to go back to Chennai on the ground. I think Apurva is getting some more details as to what happened. Apurva, tell us more about what you're learning from people you're speaking to around you.
Well, what we are learning from these officials as well as the people who are inside is that these raids, these searches have been ongoing since 7:30 a.m. this morning. In fact, officials are looking into all those people who are currently at Chidambaram's residence as well as the offices as well. We are also seeing that 14 officials from the CBI had arrived here for these searches and questioning that is currently underway. Not only that, in fact, here presently we are seeing that 7 people have been here. எத்தனை மணில இருந்து நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு இங்க? எவ்வளவு பேர் இங்க இருக்காங்க இப்போதைக்கு? So 5-6 பேர். So people who are speaking here, they are also saying that almost over 6 to 7 officials have arrived here since 7:45 this morning. They have been speaking with officials. They have been speaking with the people who are here at the residence of Chidambaram as well. Not only here, but also at Karti Chidambaram's offices. These searches are undergoing. Almost about 14 officials that we know who are conducting searches, who are questioning these people. here at Chennai, including that of those. In fact, he just goes on to say almost close to over 7 people who are here at P. Chidambaram's residence and who are questioning the people inside as well. We are yet to know more details as to what are the kind of questions, what is the interrogation that is being conducted over here. But so far, we are learning that these officials have been here since early this morning, approximately around 7:30, 7:45 a.m. They had arrived here, following which there has been a heavy police security that has been put up at P. Chidambaram's residence as well as at Karti Chidambaram's offices since morning. In fact, several sets of footwear that you can also see of those officials who have arrived here, who have gone into Chidambaram's residence out here and are conducting searches and are conducting the investigation. CBI officials here, not only in Chennai but also we are learning more information, which is that in Delhi as well as possibly in Karnataka as well, these searches are ongoing. Presently at Chennai since earlier this morning from around 7:30 a.m. these searches are currently undergoing.
Right, just to tell our viewers, the information that we are receiving right now seems to suggest these are source-based inputs that we are getting, that the Congress MP facilitated visas to a Chinese company, we understand, in lieu of illegal gratification between the years of 2010 and 2014. Now, these visas had been denied. Do remember that P. Chidambaram was the Home Minister at that time. Thereafter, Karti Chidambaram intervened and the visas were reissued in this particular case. Now, inputs that we are getting seem to suggest that there were about 250 officials who, people, I beg your pardon, who were given visas. Sumi has more details on this. Yes, Sumi. Sumi, are you there with us?
Yes, absolutely. The CBI on Tuesday has been conducted.
All right, I don't think we've got Sumi with us. I'm going to put that question to Apurva, who's reporting from outside P. Chidambaram's residence, where his wife is present currently in Chennai. Apurva, give us more details of what you're learning in terms of this particular case. We understand this is a case that pertains to illegal gratification of Karti Chidambaram between the years 2010 and 2014.
Well, the preliminary investigation, we are learning that almost over 14 officials have arrived here in Chennai. We are at Chidambaram's residence, where almost since 7:30, 7:45 a.m. That's what the information that we are receiving from the people from inside the premises of the residence, who are saying that officials, CBI officials, had arrived here since almost around 7:30 early this morning. Not only that, the local PS have also arrived here, and security has been heightened up since early this morning. In fact, not only in Chennai, we are also learning that searches and questioning is ongoing in across Karti Chidambaram's offices here in Nungambakam, where 7 to 8 officials from the CBI are conducting searches. And not only that, we are learning that searches are ongoing there in Delhi and also in across possibly Karnataka as well. More information as to these searches that are being conducted. We are knowing that these searches are being conducted in relation to Karti Chidambaram having facilitated visas to Chinese workers. That is what we are learning. In fact, heightened police security and bandobast that has been put up over here since 7:30 a.m. this morning. Officials who are still inside, who are still questioning and investigation that is currently still ongoing here at his residence as well as his offices here in Chennai in Nungambakam.
Right.
This even as over only just for the last couple of hours, we are learning that searches are ongoing.
Right, so stay with us. I think I'm going to go back to Abhishek now. Abhishek, details that we are getting seem to reveal new details. In fact, one of them is that Karti facilitated visa reissue for the Chinese. Now, this was a Chinese firm that was involved. Give us more details, Abhishek.
Well, we are waiting for the CBI to, officially come out with a statement because this information is there. Even, for example, the company for which the visas were facilitated. What is damning is that who was Karti Chidambaram? He was not even a member of parliament at that time. He was just the son of P. Chidambaram, who was a powerful minister in the UPA government. And if we could use that clout if you could use that clout to facilitate visas for 250 Chinese nationals. Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP joins us. Gaurav Bhatia, are you not able to put the Congress party on the mat on the issue? Who was Karti Chidambaram to facilitate, to have the power to influence Ministry of External Affairs to get visas for Chinese nationals, 250 or more of them? I think we are still having some connectivity issue with Gaurav Bhatia. Gaurav Bhatia, are you getting me? P. Chidambaram's son, Karti Chidambaram's firm, under scanner, for facilitating visas to Chinese nationals working on a project in Punjab, a power company related to power projects in Punjab. And what influence did Karti have? He was not even a member of parliament at that time in the UPA term when this has happened. And for him to be able to exert influence on the Ministry of External Affairs to facilitate those visas, Gaurav Bhatia, if you're getting me now. All right, I think we are not able to call Gaurav Bhatia, but what is important is that, Nupur, this is getting bigger, and the issue of corruption gets entangled with the issue of propriety. Given the fact that P. Chidambaram was not the external affairs minister, but he was, of course, a powerful minister in the UPA setup, and Karti was not even a member of parliament, if I remember correctly. And if he was not a member of parliament, in what capacity was he able to influence Ministry of External Affairs to get visas for a firm for which he was acting as a conduit, as facilitating those visas? So. And taking money for that. This is getting serious, and it's a fresh case which is registered by the CBI. Hopefully, CBI would have more information to share in a bit, given the fact that the agency is busy collecting more information through the raids that are going on parallelly in Delhi, Gurgaon, Chennai, Mumbai, Odisha, Punjab, and there's a huge operation that is going on. So I think it will be a bit of time before CBI comes out with a formal statement. They have registered an FIR overnight, based on which these raids are being carried out. Nupur, the Chinese visa angle coming out as the most shocking part of it. We have known the INX media case, but the influence was the influence was used to let some officers reporting to P. Chidambaram tweak existing rules in the FIPB, for example. The board since disbanded because the misuse was so egregious that the government had to do away with the FIPB altogether. And similarly, in the case of advanced consulting, the manner in which licensing was facilitated or the money routed through the INX media platform, all those cases still under scanner or in various stages in courts, even if Chidambarams have been given regular bail. What is important is that this is a fresh case, and the CBI has worked on it for a couple of months before filing this FIR, and with the Chinese visa angle coming out, I think, as I said, even the Congress party would need to take a position on this sooner or later.
Well, absolutely. Abhishek, stay with us. We have Apurva also, who continues to be with us, reporting live from outside Chidambaram's residence in Chennai, where the CBI raids are currently going on. Apurva, if you could give us more details as to the action that is happening right now, because what we understand is that there is heavy police deployment right now.
Well, not only over here are officials conducting searches, but also local police over here have started putting down barricades to provide additional security as well. Searches that have been ongoing here since 7 a.m. barricades that are being brought down for cornering of this area, given that this is searches are ongoing. Almost over 14 officials here in Chennai who are conducting searches since 7:30 a.m. this morning. heavy security and police deployment has already been set in place here since early this morning. CBI officials who have arrived here, what we are learning since 7:30 a.m., who are conducting searches both at Chidambaram's residence, where we are currently at, as well as Karti Chidambaram's offices here. More and more information is yet to be ascertained as to in relation with the searches that are ongoing. But these searches that have started since early this morning is ongoing for the last 2 hours, and this even as in across Chennai, Delhi, and possibly in Karnataka as well, including 9 locations across India. These searches are being conducted in relation to Karti Chidambaram and Chidambaram.
Well, absolutely. Apurva, stay with us. Abhishek, our senior executive editor, continues to be with us. Abhishek, for our viewers, if you could once again take us through the details of this case under which Karti Chidambaram as well as P. Chidambaram are being raided.
Well, Samiksha, so what we are discussing is that this is getting bigger, and this is getting into a domain where politics would be drawn in. And you have to understand that this is the 4th or 5th case in which the Chidambarams are embroiled, and they are in various stages of investigation / committed to courts. And despite that, we have not seen the Congress party taking a position. They have said that there is political vendetta. They have said that the Chidambarams will fend for themselves. But this is beyond corruption now, because as it is coming out, if Karti Chidambaram succeeded in prevailing upon the establishment at that time, the Minister of External Affairs, to get visas for Chinese nationals and upwards of 250. This is basic information coming out as of now. Then, did Chidambaram influence the then External Affairs Minister to facilitate that? How it was happening? This is going to get very interesting. And the fact that he took money for this, which means he would have, whomsoever the interlocutors were at that time, he would have said that, okay, fine, this is within my pay grade, I can get it done despite not being a member of parliament, despite not being a bureaucrat, despite not being an officer in the government, despite not being a member of parliament, except for the connection that he was son of P. Chidambaram, who was a very powerful minister. So I think influence peddling, and not just influence peddling towards the end of the company for the work for which was facilitated. But actually getting the work done, if that has happened, then it's serious business. And if the CBI is investigating that after carrying out the preliminary inquiry, I think Karti Chidambaram can't just get away off the hook by tweeting that he's getting tired. I mean, if the cases keep coming out, he'll have to respond. And for the Congress party also, it's high time that they take a position on what's with Chidambaram's that they are not able to distance, or the Congress leadership is not able to distance itself from all these corruption cases that keep popping out of the cupboard.
Well, absolutely. Abhishek, stay with us. We have Sumi also joining us right now. She's reporting from the national capital where the raids are being carried out as well. Sumi, if you could give us more details as to the raids which are still on. Where are you right now and what more information are you picking up from your sources?
Yes, we are right now outside P. Chidambaram, the former finance minister's residence here in the national capital. And in fact, we are outside this particular residence from where P. Chidambaram was arrested back in 2019. And in fact, as the officials have been telling us, the highly placed sources within the CBI have been telling us that multiple search are being conducted at various locations, 3 locations in Chennai, 3 locations in Mumbai, and also a few locations in Odisha and Karnataka. This is a massive raid that is coming to the foray this morning. But however, this particular residence of P. Chidambaram has worn a deserted look since morning. This is the same residence from where he was arrested. And in fact, now a fresh case has also been registered against Karti Chidambaram. He is a Congress leader and also the Congress Lok Sabha MP. So a couple of his residences here in the national capital where CBI officials have, they had come this morning and they had taken out a few documents from his residences. However, we are waiting for more information to churn out from the officials at the CBI, but what we know is that this fresh case has been registered against him for foreign remittances that were taken back between 2010 and 2014, and in fact he was indulged in facilitating visas to Chinese workers for a big conglomerate. However, more information about this entire conglomerate and how the entire thing happened has to come officially from the CBI officials. But what we know so far is that this particular residence of P. Chidambaram, the former finance minister, is empty and no officials have visited since morning. And we have already spoken to the guard and he said that nothing has happened in this particular residence. However, there is another residence of Karti Chidambaram, since he is the Lok Sabha MP in Lodhi Estate, and that is where the CBI officials had arrived this morning to take out some documents pertaining to the case, of course.
Yes. Sumi, stay with us. Let me go back to Abhishek as well. Abhishek, the case for which Karti is being probed, the raid for which is being carried out, is quite serious, because what we understand is that illegal gratification amounting to 50 lakhs is currently being probed, because this is a big amount. Illegal gratification is a very, very serious charge. Well, we will connect with Abhishek again. Let me go back to Apurva as well, who's reporting live from outside Chidambaram's residence in Chennai. Apurva, if you could give us more information what you're picking up right now. There is heavy police deployment, as we can see, and the raids, while we speak, are still on.
Earlier this morning, and this even as heavy police bandobast has been set in place. In fact, officials here who are already conducting searches at Chidambaram's residence here in Chennai, as well as at Karti Chidambaram's offices over here. Several barricades that have been put up, police officials who have been deployed here. Even as these searches are ongoing, we are also learning that these searches are ongoing in across 9 locations here in India, including that of Chennai, as well as possibly in Karnataka and in Delhi as well. We are also expected, what we are learning as of now is that these searches that are being conducted, in fact, they are being conducted in connection with the case of facilitating visa to Chinese nationals against illegal gratification. We are also learning that this case also is being conducted at the offices and residences of the ex-Union Minister Chidambaram, and this even as since early this morning in Chennai, in Nungambakam, specifically at his residence here, as well as at Karti Chidambaram's offices. These searches are being conducted. What we had learnt earlier by speaking to some of the officials is that the police had arrived here at around 7:45 a.m. this morning, after 14 officials from the CBI had arrived here in Chennai, both who had split into teams and are searching both here at Chidambaram's residence here, as well as at Karti Chidambaram's offices here in Nungambakam as well. This given that even previously as well, searches had been ongoing. This is a case that is relating to that of this is a case that has been an ongoing case here, which is relating to that of facilitating a visa to Chinese nationals. In fact, police over here who are putting up these barricades, even as we're speaking, heavy police bandobast that has been set in place here in Nungambakam, where Peter Chidambaram's residence is. And this even as since earlier this morning, these searches have been conducted. Police deployment here in across 2 locations in Chennai, including that of his office, Karti Chidambaram's office here as in Nungambakam, as well as Chidambaram's residence here in Chennai. We are yet to know more details of these searches that are ongoing right now. But so far, almost over 14 officials who are here in Chennai who are conducting these searches, Samiksha.
Well, Apurva, stay with us. We have Abhishek back with us. Abhishek, the point here is that even though there is no provision for reissue of visas, yet what we are seeing right now is that illegal gratification of visas happened, and that too amounting to lakhs of rupees to the Chinese nationals.
Well, absolutely. In fact, Samiksha, I can tell that the CBI is going to come out with a formal statement on the scale and scope of the scam and the scope of the investigation just in a bit from now. And they are in the process of tying the loose ends for whatever information they have gathered. The raids have been going on for over a couple of hours now. They started at early morning at around 7. And subsequent to that statement that's going to come from the agency, there would be more details available from the FIR itself. What is important is that this is not the first time that Karti Chidambaram finds himself in a situation where he's accused of peddling his father's name and seek illegal gratification for providing services with the influence of his father playing a certain role, and that brings the entire exercise, even if of commercial nature, under the pale of Prevention of Corruption Act. So that's what is being investigated, and as we have been maintaining that any case which involves transfer of funds, channelizing of money, involves foreign remittances, also comes in the domain of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which is investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. Again, not the first time that both ED and CBI are on the trail of Chidambaram's all the 3-4 cases that are there against them in various stages in the courts, an investigation. A couple of them, they are having regular bail as well. Remember, P. Chidambaram spent about 100 plus days in Tihar jail before getting bail and coming out in corruption cases. And the process continues. It's been a little long drawn. Perhaps those who believe that the Chidambarams were neck deep in corruption under Congress party's protection would have wanted these cases.
Sabari! How many locations? Sabari! Sir!
So how many officials have been
Well, those are the visuals coming in right now, the live visuals we are getting to you from Chidambaram's Chennai residence. Going back to Apurva again. Apurva, we understand a lot of action happening there at Chidambaram's Chennai residence. Give us more details.
Well, right now is a set of officials who have just gone in. In fact, food and water and other refreshments that are going inside. For the officials over there, we also tried asking a couple of these officials with respect to the searches that are ongoing, how many people are conducting searches, but they remain tight-lipped even as the search is ongoing. We are yet to know how many officials are conducting searches here, but so far what sources say is that 14 officials, including here at his residence as well as in Karti Chidambaram's offices, have arrived here, and searches that are ongoing right now. Officials there who are going inside CBI officials even as the searches are ongoing. Remember, these searches that are currently underway are with respect to that of the facilitating visa for Chinese nationals for illegal gratification. That is what is the details that we are learning. The CBI, this even as the case that is currently ongoing, officials are conducting raids, conducting searches in across various locations here in India, including that of Chennai at P. Chidambaram's residence, as well as in Delhi and possibly in several other locations as well. We just saw officials who are going in, food and refreshments that have also been sent inside for these officials who are conducting these searches, while officials remain tight-lipped about the searches and the investigation that is currently ongoing. We do know that these officials have been here since 7:30 a.m. this morning. This even as police officials are barricading off this area and providing heavy security.
Well, that's right. Abhishek is still with us. Abhishek, we will go across to Abhishek as well. But Apurva, if you could give us more details as to the number of officials as you were talking about. Anything you are learning from your sources as to how many CBI officials are inside right now? And of course, the heavy deployment of police that continues outside Chidambaram's residence.
Well, in Chennai, so far, we are picking up from our sources is that almost over 15 officials who have arrived here and are conducting searches since earlier this morning. In fact, we can also we are knowing from these people who are inside Chidambaram's residence over here in Nungambakam. A few of them, while talking to us, had also stated that almost over 7 officials who have gone inside here since 7:30. They had arrived here at 7:30, 7:45 a.m. this morning, and they had gone in as searches are continuing. We are also learning that 7 more officials who have arrived here and are conducting searches at Karti Chidambaram's offices here in Nungambakam, not only in Chennai. We are also learning that these searches are ongoing in across various locations, including that of Mumbai, Karnataka, Punjab and Odisha is what we are learning, but we are also yet to get more confirmation on all these several cities. But so far we do know that searches are ongoing in Chennai and Delhi as well. Over 9 locations, that is what we are getting information that these searches are ongoing since early this morning. Here in Chennai as well, 2 locations, including that of Karti Chidambaram's residence as well, Chidambaram's residence as well as Karti Chidambaram's offices, that searches are ongoing. This even as heavy police security and police deployment has been set in place. Officials here who have been monitoring the situation, and even as CBI officials are coming in and outside of the residence as searches are being conducted.
Well, that's right. Apurva, stay with us. Let me go to Sumi as well now. Sumi, if you can hear us, what are the scenes outside Chidambaram's residence in the national capital? Because as we can see, the officials are there present in the Chennai residence of Chidambaram. What are the scenes like outside Chidambaram's residence in the national capital?
Yes, absolutely. Here, currently where we are at, this is P. Chidambaram's residence, and this is where he was arrested from back in 2019 when there was a probe going on by the ED. And it is, let me remind our audience that it is a probe that has been going on against Karti Chidambaram as well. It is an ongoing probe by the ED in getting the FIPB clearance for the INX media. But what we know so far is this particular residence haven't received any of the CBI officials since this morning. However, his another residence that belongs to Karti Chidambaram, who's also the Lok Sabha MP from Tamil Nadu. That's where for 15 minutes the CBI officials had visited early this morning, and they had a word with the staff and they exited the house. However, this particular house has been wearing deserted look. There is no deployment of the police forces as well, and no officials have come here since this morning. We had also spoken to the guard off the record, but this is the fresh case. This is a fresh allegations that have been leveled against Karti Chidambaram for indulging in giving 250 visas and facilitating in the retrieval of 250 visas for the Chinese nationals for a big conglomerate. And that's what we are getting to know from our highly placed sources within the CBI, and that's the information that has come officially from the CBI as well. And the searches, the coordinated searches are being conducted at 9 locations of his, 3 of which are in Chennai, 3 of them are in Mumbai as well, and 1 location in Karnataka and 1 in Punjab and Odisha. And in fact, Karti Chidambaram was also very prompt in responding to the entire allegations and the fresh case that has been registered against him. He took to Twitter and very sarcastically he said that he has lost count, and in fact he doesn't remember as to how many times the CBI as well as the ED have raided his residences across the country. And remember, whenever there is an investigation that goes on against the father and son duo, they come out and they give statements that it is a vendetta politics by the Bharatiya.
Sumi, I'll have to interrupt you there. Action there happening outside Chidambaram's Chennai residence. Let me go back to Apurva. Apurva, what is happening at Chidambaram's residence in Chennai right now?
Well, we are trying to get the officials. We are trying the officials here, sir. Sir, what more information, sir?
Sir, we are getting information that this is about visa gratification.
Sir, how many officials are...
Sir, what Mr. Chidambaram is sir, can you give us the information on the right, sir? Sir, how many officers are there? Hey! Come on.
We will connect with Apurva again, but let me go back to Abhishek if he is still with us. Abhishek, we can see those scenes outside Chidambaram Chennai residence, and important to note here the kind of response we have received from Karti Chidambaram, who has again cried foul, saying that he's lost count of the times he's been raided. Well, we have Apurva back with us. Apurva, what more information are you picking up?
Well, we are, the officials who had just gone inside have come out, but we are unable to get any more information as to what had been conducted, the searches that have been conducted, any more information that we are yet to get. In fact, the officials remain tight-lipped, even as we tried asking if this, in fact, is the investigation searches that are ongoing with the Chinese visa case. Not only that, these searches that have been ongoing have been ongoing in across 9 locations here in India, including 3 in Chennai as well, and my colleague Dasumi, who's also reporting from Delhi. These searches that are currently underway, we are learning that they have been ongoing here in Chennai since 7:45 a.m. This morning as well. Heavy barricades and police officials who have been deployed here outside P. Chidambaram's residence. This even as these searches have been ongoing, while the officials remain tight-lipped about the kind of searches, what these searches are related to, or how these searches are ongoing. We are also learning that several officials, including officials in teams of 14, have gone inside both here at Chidambaram's residence in Nungambakam, as well as Karti Chidambaram's offices here in Chennai as well.
Apurva, if you could give us more details of this case that relates to the foreign remittance received by Karti between 2010 and 2014. Well, we seem to have lost that connection with Apurva. Let me go back to Sumi now. Sumi, if you could, for our viewers, if you could take us through the details of this case that pertains to foreign remittance that was received by Karti allegedly between 2010 and 2014.
Yes, absolutely. These foreign remittances, as you mentioned earlier, as Apurva also has been highlighting and throwing a light on, these were received by Karti Chidambaram back in the day between 2010 and 2014. And this was the UPA 2 regime we're talking about, when P. Chidambaram was the finance minister as well. And Karti Chidambaram received these bribes, and in lieu of these bribes, he facilitated visas to 250 Chinese nationals who belong to a big conglomerate. Again, more information has to be churned out by the investigating agencies who are conducting raids at various properties, to be specific, 9 locations. And these are very coordinated searches that are going on at various locations in Chennai, in Mumbai, in Punjab, and also in Odisha and Karnataka. 1 locations in Odisha, Karnataka and Punjab each, and 3 locations in Mumbai and 3 locations in Chennai. And Chennai is where Karti Chidambaram is the MP from, and in fact his Shivling residence is also being constantly searched. Apurva is constantly showing us the live visuals as to how there is a heavy drama outside Karti Chidambaram's residence, how there have been officials constantly visiting from the CBI at his residence to get more documents pertaining and also to collect more evidences against Karti Chidambaram in this particular case. Remember, there is a separate case that has been going on against the father-son duo, and this is the same residence from where P. Chidambaram back in the day in 2019 was arrested. However, this particular residence is very contrast to whatever is going on in Chennai. And in fact, this residence is empty. There are no officials. And in fact, we also spoke to the staff here, and they've been constantly telling us that there are no searches going on here. And in fact, no officials from any of the investigating agencies, specifically from the CBI, have visited since this morning. But what we know so far is that foreign remittances were received by Karti Chidambaram. He is currently the Lok Sabha MP from Tamil Nadu as well. And in fact, to be specific, it was 50 lakh that was received by Karti Chidambaram. However, the investigating agencies are conducting these raids to accumulate more evidences against him so that they can file a fresh case. Or also a fresh case has also been filed, but there is an ongoing probe against the father-son duo as well.
Yes. Well, Sumi, if you could also give us some details as to any responses that are coming in from the Congress at this point in time.
No, Congress has not reacted to any of these searches so far. And in fact, Congress has always been tight-lipped, as it was clearly mentioned by the senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Just half an hour back, that Congress has always distanced itself from these searches that go on at various properties of P. Chidambaram and Karti Chidambaram. In fact, various searches have been conducted back in the day in 2019 as well, as to how 12 properties of P. Chidambaram was searched back in the day as well. But Congress never commented on it. But Karti Chidambaram was very quick to react to the entire incident. And in fact, he took to Twitter and he said that he has lost count as to how many times the raids have conducted in his residence as well as in his father's residences. And in fact, the father and son duo have always mentioned that this is a vendetta politics by the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, and how they also utilize these investigating agencies. And in lieu of bribes, this is a fresh case that has been registered against Karti Chidambaram, and he has already reacted. But apart from him, there has been no reaction from any of the parties. We're waiting for the Congress to react. But as the day progresses, Congress will certainly come out and issue a statement on these.
Well, that's right. If Abhishek is still with us, our senior executive editor, Abhishek, just to apprise our viewers of all that has happened since morning, if you could once again give us details of this case that pertains to illegal gratification amounting to 50 lakh rupees, the reissuing of visas to Chinese nationals.
Well, yes. So what has happened is that early morning information came in of raids being carried out by the CBI at multiple locations in connection with a corruption case in which Karti Chidambaram, the son of senior Congress leader P. Chidambaram, was involved. This is not the first time that he has been found to be doing so. There are already multiple cases, both against father and son, by the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate. In the present instance, sources tell us that the CBI was carrying out a preliminary inquiry based on inputs received during investigation in the already existing cases against the Chidambarams, and the information pertained to Karti facilitating visas to Chinese workers for a project in Punjab or to a power company, and taking a facilitation fee to the tune of about 50 lakh rupees. Now, on the face of it, looked like a commercial transaction, but then it later transpired that Karti was influence peddling. That's what brings this commercial transaction and parts of it into the domain of Prevention of Corruption Act, because of which the CBI got into it. It's being looked into how Karti, who was not a member of parliament at the time, no, forget about member of parliament, he was, except for being P. Chidambaram's son, there was no other influence he could exert, and yet if he could manage to get or facilitate visas to 250 plus Chinese nationals for a project in a sensitive border state, that needs to be investigated. 50 lakh rupees channelized through foreign remittances in between the 2010-2014 period, and on the face of it, for Chidambaram's 50 lakh rupees might sound little small money, but the fact is this is one of the many cases that are being investigated. We know, for example, the INX media case. We know, for example, the Aircel Nexus case, and the kind of monies that are involved in those cases. So obviously, it's a continuation of its continuation of the conduct of the Chidambarams, which landed him in the earlier cases in the CBI and the ED dragnet in the first case. And we have the court observations where they have the courts have found to be the evidence to be prima facie clear about the involvement and the charges that were made against Chidambaram by the agencies, be it the CBI or the ED. So this fresh case now takes it to the next level. It would not be easy for the Congress party to remain silent, given the fact that in all the cases earlier, it has taken the subterfuge behind political vendetta being or guiding these cases. So what is important is that this is CBI picking up some bit of information from earlier investigations, going into it, taking a deep dive and realizing that this constitutes corruption. And based on surveillance, based on investigation, based on collection of information, that then only the FIR has been registered, the details of which we are told that the agency is going to share just in a bit after whatever has been gathered from the ongoing raids also comes to the headquarters in Delhi.
All right, Abhishek, of course, bringing us those details. I'm going to go back on the ground to Apurva, who continues to be with us. She's reporting from outside Chidambaram's residence in Chennai. Apurva, any idea as to whether Karti Chidambaram is there in Chennai or not? Because there are some reports that seem to suggest that he's abroad.
Well, we do not know for certain if Karti Chidambaram is in Chennai as well. In fact, officials here, in fact, the people who are inside the house, who are also here at Chidambaram's residence over here, also are not saying if Karti Chidambaram is here. In fact, also tell us that most likely he is not in Chennai. That is what we are learning. This even as searches are ongoing at his office here in Nungambakam. This is almost over 14 officials who are, searching in P. Chidambaram's residence over here in Nungambakam, as well as at Karti Chidambaram's offices, which is just a few minutes away from here. We are learning that officials have been conducting these searches in both Chennai here at his P. Chidambaram's, residence, but as well as in Karti Chidambaram's office. We are yet to ascertain how many more officials are brought in, but so far around 9 locations here in India that these searches are being conducted. In Chennai, in Delhi as well, we are yet to ascertain the credibility of the other locations, but so far in El Dorado, in where Karti Chidambaram's office is in Nungambakam, which is just a few minutes away from P. Chidambaram's residence here where we are at, as well, officials are conducting these searches. 14 officials who have been conducting these searches, CBI officials who have been conducting these searches since early this morning.
All right, let me go across also to Sumi, who's in New Delhi. She's reporting from outside P. Chidambaram's residence. Sumi, any response that we are getting from P. Chidambaram yet? We've seen, of course, that tweet that came in from Karti Chidambaram, but any response from P. Chidambaram? Because at the end of the day, he was the one who was the Home Minister at that time, and his son did not hold any official position then.
Yes, absolutely. Karti Chidambaram held no position, as constantly being mentioned by us. And that is what is casting a lot of shadows of doubt over P. Chidambaram and his role as finance minister back in the day as well. And the remittances, the foreign remittances that were received by Karti Chidambaram was back in the day between 2010 to 2014. It has to be certain as to when exactly those remittances came Karti Chidambaram's way, and how he indulged in facilitating those visas to 250 Chinese nationals for a company in Punjab that shares a border with Pakistan. Again, it's very significant. However, answering your question, there has been no reaction from the Congress, no official reaction from the Congress as well as from any of the ministers in Congress. However, Karti Chidambaram was very prompt and he reacted after news of raids at several of his properties went on air. And in fact, it is a very calibrated search operation that has been going on by the CBI at several locations across the country. And this is one of the properties of his father, P. Chidambaram. And this is from where P. Chidambaram was arrested back in 2019, and dramatic scenes unveiled when the CBI arrested him in the INX media case. And coming to the INX media case, again, that has been one of the ongoing cases by the CBI. And after the registration of the FIR and in the money laundering case, the CBI had arrested P. Chidambaram and he's out on bail. However, there are these cases, fresh allegations that have also been now leveled against his son, Karti Chidambaram, who back in in the day between 2010 to 2014 never held any position. Although now he is Lok Sabha MP, he is the member of parliament from Shivling in Tamil Nadu, and in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai specifically, 3 properties of his are being constantly raided. Apart from the 3 properties in Mumbai, 1 property in Orissa, 1 property in Punjab, and 1 property in Karnataka as well. So these are the searches that are constantly being going on currently. But in the national capital, the other residents, the Lok Sabha MP house of Karti Chidambaram, it didn't get raided. However, the CBI officials had arrived in few numbers in this particular morning, and in fact, they had a word with the staff and then they left. The deserted look has constantly been worn by this particular residence and Karti Chidambaram's another residence in the national capital as well. But the Congress has constantly distanced itself in the past as well, and we're not hoping that Congress would come out to issue a statement against all of these search operations that are going on. But P. Chidambaram and Karti Chidambaram have been quite vocal about as to how the Bharatiya Janata Party has done a political vendetta against the father and son, and in fact how the Bharatiya Janata Party also employ these investigating agencies to raid their various properties, be it their office or residences, be it their offices and residences across various locations in the country.
All right, Sumi, stay with us. Also joining us on the broadcast right now is Anuj, who's reporting from the Lodi estate residence of Karti Chidambaram, I think. Anuj, give us a sense of what you can see around you. Now, is this one of the places that was raided?
Oh, well, exactly. Let me first give you the sense from the ground what exactly is happening over here. This is the residence of Karti Chidambaram in the national capital. That's 80 Lodi State. Let me tell you that what we have been told, that around 7:30 a.m. in the morning, these were around 8 officials, including the bankers and the officials from the CBI who has arrived at this particular residence of Karti Chidambaram. And at this point in time, the raid is on. As we are telling this to our viewers, that this is the multiple location where the raids is being conducted by the CBI, whether being it in Chennai, whether being it in the national capital, or whether being it other places. But this exactly is the residence of Karti Chidambaram, as he himself is the MP from the Congress party. So this exactly is the residence. I'll ask my video journalist to continue to give you the sense of what we have been told, that the officials are still inside, and as we are talking at this point in time, the multiple raids are on. We are showing the visuals from the Chennai. On the other hand, these are the visuals from the national capital, the residence of Karti Chidambaram. Let me remind you that this is the raid which is being conducted by the CBI, and if we talk about the charges, we have been told that Karti Chidambaram back in 2010 to 2014 has facilitated the Chinese national facilitated by giving them visas, and in return has got the bribe of 50 lakh rupees. That is something what we have been told initially. If we talk about the charges, if we talk about the investigation, if we talk about the sources in CBI, that is something what we have been told. Earlier also we have seen the Chidambarams under the nab of CBI and Enforcement Directorate, whether being it the 9X media case, but now this is the fresh case, the fresh allegation against Karti Chidambaram. Visuals from the national capital residence of Karti Chidambaram. This exactly is the place, 80 Lodi State, what we have been told, 80 Lodi State, Karti Chidambaram residence in the national capital, from where I am reporting at this point in time. There you can see a white car standing. We do not know whether the Karti is inside or not, whether he is in national capital. We are trying to get the sense of the same. But if the officials have arrived here, as we are telling this to our viewers, there were around 8 officials who arrived early in the morning at 7:30 a.m. So if they are inside, then obviously this is somewhere somewhat connected, and this is not a single raid which is going on by the CBI, but at the multiple location. That is something what we have been telling to our viewers, that this includes 9 location, including this particular residence of Karti Chidambaram, where at this point in time the raid is being conducted. The raid is on, and if we are talking about the other development, then we are waiting from the CBI sources that what exactly has happened and what is going to be the next course of action. But as we are telling this to our viewers since from the morning, this is more trouble for Chidambarams. This is more trouble for Karti Chidambaram. Multiple locations being raided, whether being it in Chennai, whether being it in national capital and other location. 9 location in totality, if we talk about, is being raided. Yes.
Right. Anuj, if you can detail for us the case that has been filed by the CBI in this particular, this was actually a PE that has now been converted into an FIR. So share with us details on that.
Well, if we talk about the process that, as you mentioned it out very clearly, this was first the that's preliminary inquiry in which the case was under the CBI. They were looking into the matter. They were looking into the investigation was done. If we talk about this particular case, then this was back in from 2010 to 2014. Karti Chidambaram has facilitated visas to the Chinese national. What we have been told, this was, if we talk about the number, we have been told this was 250 numbers, 250 visas was facilitated to the Chinese national, and in return this is being stated that this was the amount of 50 lakh rupees which was given to Karti Chidambaram as in bribe. So this exactly is the trail we are talking about, the money trail we are talking about, and this is, yes, according to the Indian law, according to the others, the Indian system is illegal, and regarding that only, first it was PE, then the FIR has been registered, the case has been registered, the CBI is looking into the matter. If we talk about, and if we talk about the elaboration of the case, then we need to understand Enforcement Directorate is going to play the major role. This is related to the finances. We have seen the same at the time of 9X media scam, what exactly had happened when Chidambaram was arrested, and now this is the fresh case, the fresh allegation against Karti Chidambaram. If we talk about Karti Chidambaram, we have to keep in mind his father P. Chidambaram was the finance minister. The then finance minister is being stated might have helped, or we need to understand Karti Chidambaram himself is a politician and is a member of parliament from the Congress party. So this is to wait and watch what exactly is going to happen, but more trouble for Karti Chidambaram and Chidambarams. We'll be right back after a short break.
Great feeling, it's a great experience, when Thomas Cup, it's a team and it's not an individual thing, so it's a great thing to win this Thomas Cup. What we achieved is something spectacular. I would definitely put it on par with the World Cup than any other team sport.
It's the first time India went past the semi-finals and then won the championship.
Highest level sports which actually are Olympic sports major countries are playing, I think we are winning in those, and I think it makes a huge difference.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी। काठमांडू अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है, जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहां अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने निर्मित किया है। तो यानी बीजिंग को सीधा संदेश भी यहां दे दिया गया है कि भारत को नेपाल में चीन का ज्यादा इंटरफेरेंस पसंद नहीं है।
ഉസ്താദന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ, സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടിക്കുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is the kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling, it's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton, and it's a World Cup for cricket or in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
I've been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
very big claim by the Hindu side petitioners that they have found a huge Shivling, and that also inside the Gyanvapi mosque. During the survey, the Muslim side has come out and hit back at the petitioners by saying that it is completely illegal, and passing of order of preserving to that particular area is also illegal.
Feeling, it's a great experience, when Thomas Cup. It's a team and it's not an individual thing, so it's a great feeling to win this kind of thing. What we achieved is something spectacular. I would definitely put it on par with the World Cup than any other team sport.
It's the first time India went past the semi-finals and then won the championship.
Highest level sports which actually are Olympic sports major countries are playing, I think we are winning in those, and I think it makes a huge difference.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी। काठमांडू अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है, जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहां अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने निर्मित किया। तो यानी बीजिंग को सीधा संदेश भी यहां दे दिया गया है कि भारत को नेपाल में चीन का
Well, the CBI has filed a fresh case against Lok Sabha MP Karti Chidambaram, the son of the former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, for allegedly facilitating visas of 250 Chinese nationals after receiving illegal gratification of 50 lakh rupees. Let's go across to our correspondents on the ground. We've got Sumi reporting from Delhi. She's outside P. Chidambaram's residence. Live from Chennai is Apurva. She's outside Chidambaram's residence in Chennai. And also from Karti Chidambaram's residence at Lodi Road is Anuj. Anuj, to you first. Give us details of the case that has been filed by the CBI against Karti Chidambaram.
Well, let me tell you, this is a fresh case which had been filed by the CBI against Karti Chidambaram. First, also, let me give you the sense of the area from where I am reporting. This is the Karti Chidambaram residence from where I am reporting, and let me also tell you that this was around 7 to 8 officials, what we have been told, who arrived early in the morning today, and at this point in time, the raid is going on. And if we talk about this particular case, if we talk about this fresh case, then let me tell you that this is regarding the facilitation of Chinese national and giving them visa, helping them in providing visas. And this was, if we talk about the number, then this is 215 number what we have been told. On the other hand, let me tell you that in return, what we have been told is 50 lakh rupees is the bribe which was given to Karti Chidambaram. So this is the fresh allegation. The preliminary inquiry was done, and after that the FIR has been already registered. The FIR has been registered, and this is not only the single location which is being raided. Let me tell you this, something what we have been told is 9 locations in total is being raided across the country, whether being it in Chennai, whether being it in national capital or the other places. So that's something what we have been told. At this point in time, the raids are on, and if we talk about this money trail, then CBI is doing the investigation. Enforcement Directorate is obviously going to be there because this is related to the finances. We have seen it earlier also for Chidambaram's, how the trouble was there, and now more trouble mounting on the head of Chidambaram's. Karti Chidambaram is not the first time when is under the radar of CB or Enforcement Directorate. But at this point in time, the latest what we are telling to viewers is this exactly is the residence of MP Karti Chidambaram, 80 Lodi State, from where I am reporting at this point in time, and the officials are inside. This is 8 officials.
Let me go across to Sumi now. Sumi, any new updates that you can share with us?
Yes, Nupur, we're still waiting for an update from the CBI as to where the investigation has reached so far. What we know is that 7 to 8 officials had arrived at one of the residences of Karti Chidambaram at Lodi Estate, and that is where they had a word with the staff. And more on that on the other side of this short break.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी। काठमांडू अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है, जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने निर्मित किया है। तो यानी बीजिंग को सीधा संदेश भी यहाँ दे दिया गया है कि भारत को नेपाल में चीन का ज्यादा इंटरफेरेंस पसंद नहीं है।
ഉസ്താദന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ. സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടിക്കുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is a kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
Gyanvapi Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton, and it's a World Cup for cricket or in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
We have been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
Very big claim by the Hindu side petitioners that they have found a huge Shivling, and that also inside the Gyanvapi mosque. During the survey, the Muslim side has come out and hit back at the petitioners by saying that it is completely illegal, and passing of order of preserving to that particular area is also illegal.
Feeling, it's a great experience, to win Thomas Cup. It's a team, and it's not an individual thing, so it's a great thing to win this Thomas Cup. What we achieved is something spectacular. I would definitely put it on par with the World Cup than any other team sport.
It's the first time India went past the semi-finals and then won the championship.
Highest level sports which actually are Olympic sports major countries are playing. I think we are winning in those, and I think it makes a huge difference.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी। काठमांडू अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है, जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने निर्मित किया है। तो यानी बीजिंग को सीधा संदेश भी यहाँ दे दिया गया है कि भारत को नेपाल में चीन का ज्यादा इंटरफेरेंस पसंद नहीं है।
CBI officials are conducting raids in across 9 locations here, including 3 in Chennai. We're here at Chidambaram's residence, where you can clearly see, if my cameraman can zoom in, the Congress spokesperson officials there, including senior leader Selva Perunthurai, who is speaking with CBI officials. They had in fact gone in and said that they wanted to try and speak with the family members here at P. Chidambaram's residence. The raids that have been ongoing since early this morning at around 7:30 a.m. And with these raids that are ongoing in across various locations, Congress leaders over here who have come here and tried to speak with the CBI officials, even as the searches are ongoing. 14 officials, including 7 here at Chidambaram's residence, as well as at Karthi Chidambaram's offices, who are here and are conducting searches here. Congress officials who are speaking speaking with the CBI officials there, who are requesting them to go inside and speak with the family members of P. Chidambaram. In fact, these raids that are ongoing in across various locations here, including Chennai, Delhi, as well as in several other places. What we do know is that this is in connection with the Chinese visa issued for illegal gratification that the raids are currently underway.
ഉസ്താദന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ, സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടിക്കുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is the kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
Gyanvapi Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton, and it's a World Cup for cricket in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
I've been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
Very big claim by the Hindu side petitioners that they have found a huge Shivling, and that also inside the Gyanvapi mosque. During the survey, the Muslim side has come out and hit back at the petitioners by saying that it is completely illegal, and passing of order of preserving to that particular area is also illegal.
Feeling, it's a great experience, to win Thomas Cup. It's a team, and it's not an individual thing, so it's a great thing to win this Thomas Cup. What we achieved is something spectacular. I would definitely put it on par with the World Cup than any other team sport.
It's the first time India went past the semi-finals and then won the championship.
Highest level sports, which actually are Olympic sports, major countries are playing. I think we are winning in those, and I think it makes a huge difference.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी। काठमांडू अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है, जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहां अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने निर्मित किया। तो यानी बीजिंग को सीधा संदेश भी यहां दे दिया गया है कि भारत को नेपाल में चीन का ज्यादा इंटरफेरेंस पसंद नहीं है।
ഉസ്താദന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ, സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടിക്കുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy.
CBI raids P. Chidambaram's son Karthi, Chinese angle and foreign remittances under the scanner. Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Punjab and Odisha. CBI raids Chidambaram's residences across 9 locations in 5 states. On Karthi, under mega CBI scanner, Chinese link now emerges as Karthi, it is said, misused his position and allegedly facilitated Chinese visas for big conglomerates. As Karthi Chidambaram raids continue, big allegation is that he facilitated over 250 work visas for Chinese nationals. In fresh case, Karthi allegedly took bribes worth 50 lakh rupees for intervening in reissue of visas for Chinese officials. More time sought for report submission as court commissioner says Gyanvapi report will not be submitted today. Supreme Court to hear plea filed by Gyanvapi Mosque Management Committee today. It's Owaisi versus the Hindu side. Owaisi says it's a fountain, not a Shivling. After Owaisi's barb, Hindu side counters. Owaisi says we know the difference between fountain and Shivling.
இல்ல நடவடிக்கை ஒரு முறை தான் நடவடிக்கை. இப்ப வேலுமணி வீட்ல சோதனை பண்ணாங்கன்னா ஒரு முறை, தங்கமணி வீட்ல சோதனை பண்ணாங்கன்னா ஒரு முறை. சோதனை முடிந்து விட்டது. இப்பொழுது அது நீதிமன்றத்திற்கு சென்று விட்டது. இதுதான் சட்டத்துடைய நடைமுறை. சோதனை செய்யலாம், தப்பு கிடையாது. எத்தனை முறை சோதனை செய்ய முடியும்? ஏற்கனவே சிபிஐ சோதனை செய்திருக்கிறது, மத்திய வருவாய்த்துறை சோதனை செய்திருக்கிறது, மத்திய குற்ற புலனாய்வுத்துறை சோதனை செய்திருக்கிறது, அமலாக்கத்துறை துறை சோதனை செய்திருக்கிறது. மீண்டும் இதற்கான இந்த சோதனை அதான் நாங்கள் கேட்கிறோம். விசாரிக்கலாம், புகாரின் அடிப்படையில் அழைக்கலாம், விசாரிக்கலாம். தே ஹாவ் பவர். அவங்களுக்கு இன்வெஸ்டிகேஷன் செய்வதற்கு எல்லா அதிகாரமும் இருக்கிறது. வீட்டில் பெண்கள் வயதானவர்கள் இருக்கும் பொழுது தொடர்ந்து நான் சிபிஐ ஏவ விடுவேன், எல்லா நிறுவனத்தையும் ஏவ விடுவேன் ஏஜென்சி என்றால் இது என்ன முறை? நீங்கள் சொன்ன மாதிரி டிவிஎஸ்சி தமிழகத்தில் இருக்கிறது, சோதனை நடத்துகிறார்கள். ஒரு முறை சோதனை முடிந்த பிறகு நீதிமன்றத்தின் நடைமுறைக்கு கொண்டு செல்கிறார்கள். நீங்கள்
using ED and CBI as the instrument to suppress the political voice and the social voice in the country. One after institution after the institution of the institution in this democracy. The RSS, BJP and Modi government destroyed, and they want to use these instruments and institutions suppress this voice. This is entirely is a political vengeance. Whoever raising voice against the BJP and RSS, and they are using CBI and ED. That is irrespective of the parties they are doing it. They said the investigation is going on still. We requested them to meet their family members, Chidambaramji's wife, and I came. She is inside. That's what the officers told. We came here as a party in charge of Tamil Nadu to meet, and at this point of time we are behind. We are supporting to give that kind of support to the kind of tax. No, so far, because they are also, it's in different places. No, listen. The CBI and the ED is entirely in the hands of Modi and Amit Shah, and in different places at a time this raids are happened. So it is, we are not, so far you are not contacted. We are going to contact them.
It is reported
they are selling, still investigation is going on. We asked what is the reason. They say, no, what is the reason at this point of time?
It is reported that allegations are pretty strong. 250 Chinese people giving visas to 15 lakh, and this seems to be a strong allegation.
Every time, whenever the CBI and the ED, the central government use as instrument suppress, they'll bring out this kind of an allegation. There is a process. These cases are not new for the Chidambaram or the Congress party leaders. and definitely it will come out the truth.
What is the next course of action? Does this have anything to do with the Padayatra that has been announced by your party leader?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is the suppressing the voice against BJP and RSS of the party. Already recently Chintan Sivir 2 days back is completed. We came out with the National Action Plan.
Why do you think
so to fight against things?
Why do you claim that
CBI
works for
BJP? Do you claim that CBI works for BJP? Do you want to tell? You have been observing the last 8 years. It is not only on the Congress party leaders. They are using on the social activists and the movement leaders, even other party people who are raising the voice against the RSS.
Why is the timing important?
That's what I'm saying. That's that. I tell you, recently, 2 days back, Chintan Sivir we completed successfully, and we had a plan of action, national level plan of action, and we are going to have a connecting program with the mass connecting program with from the Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and we came out with very strongly on the economic position. The economic working group is headed by Chidambaram, and we got from the various people with feedback. We formulated political statements. I think that the fear about the Congress party's moves.
Will it be a setback for Congress, sir?
Which one?
Will it be a setback for
Congress party saw this kind of a thing so many. If they wants to use CBI and RSS against this kind of a voice, that is their innocence.
Sir, what is the next course of action? What is the next course of action?
Law will take its own course because the investigation is going on. Till that completed, we can't come that one. But politically,
Requesting the timing of these searches, sir.
Which one?
The CBI says requesting the timing of this.
That request what?
Sir, you are saying it's the aftermath of Chintan
After the Chintan Shivir, it is being conducted. You are requesting the timing of these searches, sir.
Why Karti Chidambaram or Chidambaram?
They'll pick up the people like this only. They'll pick up the people like this. They'll target whoever rising. The Chidambaram ji, one of the person who rise voice against RSS and BJP after Rahul Gandhi. So they'll target people like this only.
Did you speak to the Congress, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi,
They'll come out. They'll come out on this.
Karti Chidambaram and Chidambaram are, sir?
Have you been able to have contact?
Do you
Any contact with them?
So far, no. I didn't speak to them. I'm going to speak. Definitely, we are going to do that.
any message from High Command? Congress High Command, any message from the Congress High Command?
They'll come out. They'll bring it out directly. That's one kind of things.
So Nalini Chidambaram is inside only, right?
That's what I heard from the officials.
Official
Told me that she is in the inside.
Well, that's what we are learning. In fact, officials are saying that while they had tried to go and speak inside to speak with the family members here at Chidambaram's residence, they had in fact been stopped by the CBI officials who said that searches are currently still ongoing. Not only that, they also were told by the officials there that Nalini Chidambaram is still inside. That is what we are learning. Officials who are outside here, who are conducting searches at Chidambaram's residence as well as at Karti Chidambaram's offices here. Almost over 7 to 8 officials from CBI who are here. 14 officials who are here in Chennai, 7 to 8 officials here at Chidambaram's residence, and at Karti Chidambaram's offices there, the rest of them who are conducting searches. In fact, Congress leaders who had just arrived here and tried to speak with the officials there, they were in fact stopped from going inside with CBI officials telling them clearly that they weren't allowed inside as the searches are still underway. Remember, since 7 a.m. this morning, these searches have been ongoing here in Chennai, both at Chidambaram's residence here as well as Karti Chidambaram's office. Not only that, in fact, while speaking with the CBI officials, they were also informed that Nalini Chidambaram is also, they say that CBI officials told them that she is also inside here at the residence. This even as they say the high command of Congress is yet to give out a statement. They say the Congress officials who had come here, senior officials of Tamil Nadu state that they are expecting to get in touch with Karti Chidambaram and Chidambaram, and definitely reactions that will be coming in from the high command, including Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Back to you. 14 officials officials overall have been conducting searches here in Chennai, 7 here in Chidambaram's residence and 7 at Karti Chidambaram's office. These searches are ongoing with links to Karti Chidambaram having facilitated visas to Chinese workers. Searches are ongoing in across 9 locations overall, including Chennai, Karnataka and Mumbai.
And groups from 2 communities clashed in Madhya Pradesh's Neemuch, with both sides pelting stones at each other. Tensions between both groups after the idol of Hanumanji was installed by one community near a religious site of another community, a dargah in fact built in the court located in Neemuch city. A report.
कुछ लोगों द्वारा एक नई हनुमान जी की मूर्ति की स्थापना कर दी गई थी, जिसको लेकर दोनों पक्षों के लेकर यहाँ पर जमा थे और उस बारे में उसमें बहसबाजी जारी थी। उनको कंट्रोल रूम आगे बातचीत के लिए बुलाया गया था। उसमें कुछ न्यूसेंसी जो लड़के हैं, नई उम्र के लड़के, उन्होंने पत्थर वत्थर जो है छोटे मोटे वो फेंके। उसमें कुछ मोटरसाइकिल भी जो आसपास रास्ते में पड़ी थी, वो 3-4 मोटरसाइकिल भी डैमेज हुए हैं। अभी तक कोई इंजर्ड अभी हमारे पास सामने नहीं आया है, कोई थाने पर भी अभी तक प्रस्तुत नहीं हुआ है। बाकी यहाँ जो क्षेत्र है वहाँ पर भी पुलिस पर्याप्त संख्या में मौजूद है और सभी लोगों को घरों में रहने की हिदायत दी गई है और जो भी कोई भी न्यूसेंस करने वाला अभी मिलेगा तो उसको सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। दोनों पक्ष के लोग जो इस मुद्दा था उसके कारण भीड़ जमा किए हुए थे और भीड़ जो कि डिस्पर्स नहीं हो रही थी, इस कारण से आंसू गैस छोड़े गए थे और उसके बाद फिर वहाँ से भीड़ को वहाँ से हटाकर उसके बाद सभी गली मोहल्लों में भी पेट्रोलिंग कराई गई है और सभी को घरों में रहने की हिदायत दी गई है।
And breaking news coming in now, Enforcement Directorate tells the Supreme Court that TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee is a potential accused in West Bengal coal scam case and it needs to interrogate him in Delhi. The ED informs the top court that it would be difficult to interrogate him in Kolkata. Shavan, it's over to you to give us all the details about this latest breaking news. Abhishek Banerjee is a potential accused in the West Bengal coal scam case. Well, TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee is an accused. The Enforcement Directorate has now requested the Supreme Court for permission to interrogate him in the coal scam case of the state of West Bengal in Delhi, saying that it would be difficult to do so in Kolkata. And earlier too, it was quite clear that Abhishek Banerjee, who has been skipping dates with the EC, with the Enforcement Directorate off and on, would get fresh summons. The Enforcement Directorate now requesting that he be interrogated, that they be given permission for him to be interrogated in Delhi. Right. Well, Abhishek Banerjee had skipped his scheduled appearance earlier before the ED for a fresh round of questioning. In the case against him is one of money laundering. Ananya, our reporter, joining us for more. Well, when we talk about TMC MP, there's a lot that has gone down, Ananya, as far as the accusations against him in this case are concerned. Now the ED is requesting that that the Enforcement Directorate be allowed to bring him to Delhi for interrogation.
Oh yes, the Enforcement Directorate has clearly asked the court that he shall be brought to Delhi. But then the court is clearly at the view today that it would provide it has issued notice, in fact, and adjourned the matter for Tuesday. This is a bench of Justice Lalit and Justice Bhatt. In fact, Sibal appeared, Mr. Kapil Sibal, the senior advocate, appeared for Abhishek Banerjee, while ASG SV Raju were leading the submissions for the Enforcement Directorate, wherein he clearly said that Abhishek Banerjee is a clear potential accused into this whole case and he shall be interrogated in the national capital. But then the court clearly saying that the onus of providing security is on the state, and he should be interrogated at his place, and a 24-hour notice shall be given to him. But a very, very strong apprehension being given out by the Enforcement Directorate before the topmost court of the country that Abhishek Banerjee is a potential accused. Remember that the Delhi High Court had not granted any kind of relief to Abhishek Banerjee in this whole case, and following which he had approached the topmost court of the country seeking relief. He and his wife, in fact, a few days back, Delhi court, the Patiala House court in the national capital, had also summoned his wife and issued a bailable warrant worth 5,000 rupees against Ms. Rujira Banerjee, the wife of TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee. And now the Supreme Court is also hearing the matter, wherein the ED is clearly saying that there is a clear apprehension from the end of the Enforcement Directorate that he is a potential accused, and it is a very, very necessary. In fact, SV Raju, who was leading the submission for the Enforcement Directorate, says that there is clear hooliganism and officers of the Enforcement Directorate are being heckled in West Bengal, and hence the interrogation needs to be done in the national capital. So a lot of apprehension being made from the front of the Enforcement Directorate, and
so
in
very
fact the court
strong
is also
points put forward there, but the case as of now adjourned. Many thanks for joining us with those details. And as we were telling you, Abhishek Banerjee, MP of the Trinamool Congress. Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton, and it's a World Cup for cricket in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
We have been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
Very big claim by the Hindu side petitioners that they have found a huge Shivling, and that also inside the Gyanvapi mosque. During the survey, the Muslim side has come out and hit back at the petitioners by saying that it is completely illegal, and passing of order of preserving to that particular area is also illegal.
Feeling, it's a great experience, to win Thomas Cup. It's a team, and it's not an individual thing, so it's a great thing to win this Thomas Cup. What we achieved is something spectacular. I would definitely put it on par with the World Cup than any other team sport.
It's the first time India went past the semi-finals and then won the championship.
Highest level sports, which actually are Olympic sports, major countries are playing. I think we are winning in those, and I think it makes a huge difference.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी। काठमांडू अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है, जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहां अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने निर्मित किया। तो यानी बीजिंग को सीधा संदेश भी यहां दे दिया गया है कि भारत को नेपाल में चीन का ज्यादा इंटरफेरेंस पसंद नहीं है।
ഉസ്താദന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ. സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടിക്കുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is the kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
ordinance that has been requested.
And in live and breaking, Karnataka's anti-conversion law is being met with stiff resistance. Archbishop of Bengaluru criticizes the government for sidelining minorities.
This memorandum was about the ordinance that has been requested by the government to be passed by the governor. And since it has gone to the governor, and the governor is the highest authority in Karnataka, who can, like captain of the whole ship, he can guide the government to say that this is not in good interest, this is not in the interest of the public, and Christians are people who are very much with the society, with the poor, in the education, in the healthcare, and therefore this kind of bill is not necessary. I can understand there might be a few excesses here and there. Because of the excesses, we don't have to make laws and regulations. If there is an accident on the road, you don't close the road. You have to put one or two more police there and try to go ahead. So in the same way, if there are some excesses, surely we will cooperate with you, we will tell you. But leave us in peace, trust us, and we will also give of our best to the country. That's what we told the governor. The governor had a very patient hearing for us, and he gave us a time that was very surprising. It was lunch time, which means he also wanted to listen to us. That was a good gesture on his part. We have given him our memorandum. He said he will go through it and see what is to be done.
Are you confident that the governor will respond to your request?
We have every hope. We have every hope. The governor need not follow the government line of thinking. He's always supposed to be independent. He is actually the father figure of the whole the Karnataka. And therefore it behoves on him to see to it that he reports well to the center what is happening here, and at the same time advise the Karnataka government as to what's to be done.
In fresh case, Karthi allegedly took bribes of 50 lakh rupees for intervening in reissue of visas for Chinese officials. Coming up next. Also, hearing on Gyanvapi case underway in top court.
We have been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
Very big claim by the Hindu side petitioners that they have found a huge Shivling, and that also inside the Gyanvapi mosque. During the survey, the Muslim side has come out and hit back at the petitioners by saying that it is completely illegal, and passing of order of preserving to that particular area is also illegal.
Great feeling, it's a great experience, to win Thomas Cup. It's a team and it's not an individual thing, so it's a great feeling to win this Thomas Cup. What we achieved is something spectacular. I would definitely put it on par with the World Cup than any other team sport.
It's the first time India went past the semi-finals and then won the championship.
Highest level sports which actually are Olympic sports major countries are playing, I think we are winning in those, and I think it makes a huge difference.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी। काठमांडू अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है, जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहां अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने निर्मित किया। तो यानी बीजिंग को सीधा संदेश भी यहां दे दिया गया है कि भारत को नेपाल में चीन का ज्यादा इंटरफेरेंस पसंद नहीं है।
ചിത്താവന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ, സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടിക്കുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is a kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
Gyanvapi Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton, and it's a World Cup for cricket or in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
We have been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
The CBI has filed a fresh case against Lok Sabha MP Karti Chidambaram, son of former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, for allegedly facilitating visas of 250 Chinese nationals after receiving illegal gratification of 50 lakh rupees. The CBI on Tuesday morning started coordinated search operations at 9 locations. In multiple cities in the country, including Karti Chidambaram's residences in Chennai and Delhi. And joining us is Samiksha for the latest on this story. Samiksha, a quick roundup of all that's happened in this particular case. Karti Chidambaram in the dock once again.
Absolutely, Rukma. So that's the latest what you're learning. Karti took bribes through his CA. That's a big scoop coming in right now. The visas reissued when Chidambaram was the minister. So what we're learning right now is that the son of Chidambaram, Karti Chidambaram, took bribes, and that the visas were reissued when Chidambaram was the finance minister. So we will be going across to our reporters as well to get us more information on that. Remember, raids are currently on, the CBI raids which are taking place across several states, and these searches include in Chennai, Delhi and Mumbai. The latest what we're learning is that the visas were reissued when Chidambaram was the minister, and that Karti Chidambaram took the bribes through his CA. So this, remember, the bribes amount to almost 50 lakh rupees, the reissuing of the visas to the Chinese conglomerates. And what we're learning right now is that Karti's CA is also involved in this particular Chinese visa scam, and that Karti facilitated visas for the Chinese conglomerates. We will be going across to Shravan as well to get us all the latest on that.
संस्था ने 25 साल पूरे किए हैं.
Very big claim by the Hindu side petitioners that they have found a huge Shivling, and that also inside the Gyanvapi mosque. During the survey, the Muslim side has come out and hit back at the petitioners by saying that it is completely illegal, and passing of order of preserving to that particular area is also illegal.
Feeling, it's a great experience, to win Thomas Cup. It's a team and it's not an individual thing, so it's a great thing to win this Thomas Cup. What we achieved is something spectacular. I would definitely put it on par with the World Cup than any other team sport.
It's the first time India went past the semi-finals and then won the championship.
Highest level sports which actually are Olympic sports major countries are playing. I think we are winning in those, and I think it makes a huge difference.
पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी काठमांडू। अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने निर्मित किया। तो यानी बीजिंग को सीधा संदेश भी यहाँ दे दिया गया है कि भारत को नेपाल में चीन का ज्यादा इंटरफेरेंस पसंद नहीं है।
ഉസ്താദന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ, സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടിക്കുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is a kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
Gyanvapi Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton. And it's a World Cup for cricket in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
I've been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
Very big claim by the Hindu side petitioners that they have found a huge Shivling, and that also inside the Gyanvapi mosque. During the survey, the Muslim side has come out and hit back at the petitioners by saying that it is completely illegal and passing of order of preserving to that particular
Top headlines at 11:30. CBI raids P. Chidambaram's son Karti, Chinese angle and foreign remittances under the scanner. Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Punjab and Odisha, CBI raids Chidambaram's residences across 9 locations in 5 states. Son Karti under mega CBI scanner Chinese link now emerges as Karti misused position and allegedly facilitated Chinese visas for big conglomerates. As Karti Chidambaram raids continue, the big allegation is that he facilitated over 250 work visas for Chinese nationals. In fresh case, Karti allegedly took bribes worth 50 lakhs for intervening in reissuing of visas for Chinese nationals. More time sought for report submission as court commissioner says Gyanvapi report won't be submitted today. Hearing on Gyanvapi case underway in the top court. And viewers, our top focus remains the CBI raids which are currently underway in several locations in 9 states. We will be going across to our reporters to get us minute-by-minute updates on this particular case. Now remember, Karti Chidambaram, the son of former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, is under scanner for allegedly facilitating visas of 250 Chinese nationals after receiving illegal gratification amounting to 50 lakh rupees. Remember, the CBI this morning started coordinated search operations as well at 9 locations in multiple cities across the country, including Karti Chidambaram's residence in Chennai and the national capital. What we are also getting to know is that the searches are being conducted at 3 locations in Chennai, 3 in Mumbai, and 1 each in Karnataka, Punjab and Odisha. Going straight across to Apurva, who's reporting live outside Chidambaram's residence in Chennai. Apurva, what more can you tell us? Are the searches still on at Karti Chidambaram's residence in Chennai?
Samisha, we're here outside Chidambaram's residence here in Chennai, where you can see clearly the searches are currently, undergoing. These searches are ongoing across 9 locations, including Chennai, Mumbai, as well as other locations as well. What we are learning presently is that the searches are ongoing relating to a case linked to. Hello.
Well, we will go across to Apurva again. Let me first go across to Shavan as well. Shavan, if you could first give us some details as to the case that pertains to the Chinese visa scam. For the viewers, if you could apprise us of all the developments so far.
Well, Samiksha, these are the latest details that we are picking up from our sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation. One, that these were visas that were issued to Chinese nationals in the year 2011, between July and August. In fact, these were Chinese nationals who were working with the power plant project in Mansa in Punjab, when their visas had basically expired. Then they essentially approached Karthi Chidambaram's chartered accountant Bhaskar Raman for trying to get these visas to be reissued. In fact, there were no such provisions for getting these visas to be reissued, and hence there was some sort of an illegal route that was basically applied by this very company. And in fact, there was some sort of an assurance allegedly given by Karthi Chidambaram's chartered accountant that these visas would be reissued. What we are given to understand is that Karthi Chidambaram essentially played the role of trying to facilitate in getting these visas done for the Chinese nationals. In fact, there were over 250 Chinese nationals is what we are being told at this point in time. And in lieu of bribes worth about 50 lakh rupees. Now, this amount that we're talking about, Samiksha, is at a preliminary stage. This could very well go up. We'll probably have to wait for some more time as the investigation is still underway. But clearly, what appears is a mega Chinese visa scam that has basically, come to the surface. And more importantly, this is also linked to a Chinese company that was operating in the border state of Punjab. And whether at all it poses some sort of a security threat is something that the Central Bureau of Investigation will certainly have to look into it, because what we still do not know is that the illegality in terms of getting these visas reissued is something which is of a huge concern at this point in time, because one, you're looking at a project which was operating in a border state. Second, you're looking at a Chinese company that was involved in this project. And third, there was a bigger conglomerate that was basically involved in all of this. So all this put together, net, it does appear that this is just becoming the tip of the iceberg, the larger scam that is being unearthed by the Central Bureau of Investigation right now. And in fact, we are being told that this was this did actually surface in the questioning of Bhaskar Raman, who was actually called in for questioning by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Having said that, there are also allegations that have been leveled against the central agency at this point in time. Primarily the fact that if these were information that they had in the past while they were looking into the INX media scam, why is it that they did not take any action before? We'll still have to wait for some sort of a response to come in from the central agency as far as this specific allegation that has been leveled against them at this point in time, because these raids, as Karthi Chidambaram essentially points out, that appears to be much late, and the very fact that this investigation has been going on for several years, but the CBI maintains that this is a fresh case altogether, a fresh FIR that has already been registered, and more importantly, there was a thorough preliminary inquiry that was done, and only after that the FIR was registered.
Well, absolutely. Shavan, stay with us. We have multi-city reporters reporting from all these places where the CBI raids are being carried out. We have Apurva live from Chidambaram's residence in Chennai. We have Pragadesh as well, who's reporting live from Chidambaram's office in Chennai. Let me go across to Pragadesh. Pragadesh, what more can you tell us? What are the scenes right now outside Chidambaram's residence? Office, beg your pardon.
Yes, Samiksha. Right now, I'm standing right outside El Dorado, which is Chidambaram's office building. His office is on the 3rd floor here, and we've been told that there's around 7 A team of 7 people are inside the building. We haven't had police stepped out to get some food, and there's not a lot of police protection or anything as yet. And this company in particular is supposed to it's called Chess. It's a wealth management company that is run by Karthi Chidambaram, and this is one of the two places in Chennai that is currently under CBI investigation for the illegal gratification case. Over to you.
Yes. Well, Pragadesh, stay with us. Let me go back to Apurva, who's reporting from outside Chidambaram's residence in Chennai. Apurva, what more information are you picking up from your sources?
Samiksha, at Chidambaram's residence over here, searches have been ongoing since 7 a.m. this morning. 14 officials who are here in Chennai, like my colleague Pragadesh said, 7 there at Karthi Chidambaram's offices and 7 to 8 officials who are here at Chidambaram's residence. We are also, just a few minutes back, Congress leaders from Tamil Nadu had also come here and tracked these officials to get to know more information on the searches that are currently underway. While we were talking to in and around neighbors and people here, we got to know that these raids had started at around 7:45 a.m. this morning. Heavy barricades that have been set in place, police protection as well as bandobast that has been set here in Nungambakam, where both Chidambaram's residence as well as Karthi Chidambaram's offices are at, not only over here in Chennai but also across various locations in the country. These raids are ongoing. In fact, Congress leaders here who had arrived here and tried to speak with the CBI officials, they were not allowed to go inside his residence and try to speak to the family members who we are told are still inside his house here, P. Chidambaram's house, where we are at. In fact, officials also told that they will not be allowing anybody else to be coming inside as these searches.
Apurva, stay with us. Going across to Anuj right now, who's reporting live from Chidambaram's Lodi residence in the national capital. Anuj, what more information do you have for us?
We are also waiting for...
At this point in time, let me first tell you, if we talk about the latest, what I've been told by the CBI, that earlier it was at the 9 places, but now numbers is 10. The total number of places which is being raided, which belongs to Karthi Chidambaram, is 10 now. 10 location is being raided since from the morning. And let me also tell you, I'm reporting from the Karthi Chidambaram's residence in the national capital from the Lodi state, that's 80 Lodi state from where I'm reporting. The lawyer, the advocate of Karthi Chidambaram is also inside what we have been told. He's looking into the legalities. Let me remind you that yes, this is regarding the facilitation of visas of the Chinese national, and in return the 50 lakh bribe which has been taken by Karthi Chidambaram. So this is the fresh case which has been registered against Karthi Chidambaram, and CBI officials, 8 members of the CBI official, 8 officials are already inside at the Karthi's residence in the national capital, 80 Lodi state from where I am reporting. So the latest what we are breaking at this point in time is the numbers has reached to 10. Early in the morning we were told that this was 9 location which has been raided across the country, but now what we have been told, these are the 10 locations which belongs to Karthi Chidambaram. So this is to wait and watch what exactly will be coming out, but we are live from Karthi's residence in the national capital. We'll be right back after a short break.
Feeling, it's a great experience, when Thomas Cup, it's a team and it's not an individual thing, so it's a great thing to win this kind of thing. What we achieved is something spectacular. I would definitely put it on par with the World Cup than any other team sport.
It's the first time India went past the semi-finals and then won the championship.
Highest level sports which actually are Olympic sports major countries are playing, I think we are winning in those, and I think it makes a huge difference.
प्रधानमंत्री प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी काठमांडू। अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने निर्मित किया। तो यानी बीजिंग को सीधा संदेश भी यहाँ दे दिया गया है कि भारत को नेपाल में चीन का ज्यादा इंटरफेरेंस पसंद नहीं है।
ഉസ്താദന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ, സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടികളുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is a kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
Gyanvapi Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton. And it's a World Cup for cricket or in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
We have been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
Very big claim by the Hindu side petitioners that they have found a huge Shivling, and that also inside the Gyanvapi mosque. During the survey, the Muslim side has come out and hit back at the petitioners by saying that it is completely illegal, and passing of order of preserving to that particular area is also illegal.
Republic TV has now accessed full details of the mega Chinese scam that has been unearthed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Searches being carried out at 10 locations. Let's just put out full details of this entire investigation that has been carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, back in 2011, between July and August is when visas were being issued to Chinese nationals who were working with a mega power plant project in Mansa in Punjab. We're given to understand that these Chinese nationals, their visas were already expired, and thereafter they approached Karti Chidambaram's chartered accountant Bhaskar Raman, who then assured the company that the visas would be reissued for the Chinese nationals working with the power plant project. And not just that, thereafter, the Central Bureau of Investigation suspects that Bhaskar Raman approached Karti Chidambaram with this issue of the visas. In fact, assurance was given that the visas would be reissued, and that's exactly what actually happened. Over 250 Chinese nationals working with this power plant project actually got their visas reissued with the help that was provided allegedly by Karti Chidambaram himself. As far as the illegal gratification that was received, the Central Bureau of Investigation sources indicate that 50 lakh rupees, that's the amount that was received by Karti Chidambaram's chartered accountant. So it turns out that the bribes that were actually given were actually received by Karti Chidambaram's chartered accountant Bhaskar Raman. Now that's what we are picking up from our sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, the leads for this investigation came in when the CBI was probing the INX matter, in which Bhaskar Raman was called in for questioning by the agency, and thereafter there are some more details that came in. Let me just go across to our reporters on the ground. I'm told that Sumi is joining us on this broadcast. Sumi, just tell us a little bit about the location that you are in. The searches, we are being told, has been increased. It's now at 10 locations.
Yes, absolutely. Since this morning, over 9 locations were being constantly raided in a coordinated manner across the country. However, we are at Jod Bagh, where P. Chidambaram's official residence is here. And in fact, this is that same residence from where he was picked up by the CBI on the INX case back in 2019. And dramatic visuals came our way. However, this residence since this morning has been wearing a deserted look, and no official has visited here. But since the INX media has been constantly being probed by the CBI, certainly they will find a link and they will try to conduct a search here as well, and which is why we are here to get our viewers the first visuals of them if they at all visit this particular place. However, Karti Chidambaram's residence at Lodhi Estate, there the officials have visited in a few numbers, and in fact this morning also they had visited for 15 minutes. They had a conversation, they had a little chat with the staff, and they inquired about the whereabouts of Karti Chidambaram. And after that, when the news came out that Karti Chidambaram's properties and residences and offices, including 3 in Chennai, 3 in Mumbai, 1 in Odisha, Punjab and Karnataka each, are constantly being raided, and now the number has gone up to 10. And in fact, this is over a fresh allegation that has been lodged by the CBI, by the investigating agency against Karti Chidambaram over the facilitation of visas to Chinese nationals. And in fact, 250 visas, as you correctly pointed out, have been reissued by Karti Chidambaram's chartered account, and for that he received a bribe of 50 lakh, and in fact which is why a fresh allegation has been lodged against him, and in fact an FIR has also been done after a thorough investigation into the entire matter. But what we know so far is that this particular residence hasn't been raided, and in fact no official has arrived at this residence of P. Chidambaram. However, in the national capital at Lodhi Estate, there are constantly raids that are going on, and in fact in Chennai also it is a high voltage drama since this morning, as at 7 a.m. A total of 7 to 8 officials visited Karti Chidambaram's property residence in Chennai, and they are constantly looking to cement their very evidence that.
Well, thank you very much, Sumi, for getting us the latest. Let me quickly get an update also from Apurva, joining us from Chennai. Apurva, residence of Karti Chidambaram, official premises of Karti Chidambaram, all being searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Take us to the details that you are picking up. What time did the searches actually begin, and what's the current situation?
Well, Shravan, we're here at P. Chidambaram's residence here in Nungambakam in Chennai, where you can see barricades that have been guarded, police protection and security that has been, increased out here near his residence in across 3 locations that we are told in Chennai, including that of P. Chidambaram's residence as well as Karti Chidambaram's offices. That raids are ongoing. In fact, if I can just ask my video journalist to pan around, this is the main gate that leads to. In fact, CBI officials have also locked this gate, barring anyone from entering inside, even as the searches are ongoing here at Chidambaram's residence. 7 to 8 officials who are here, who had arrived here since early morning. What we are hearing from neighbors and in and around people is that they are arrived here at around 7:30, 7:45 this morning. About 8 officials, CBI officials, who had arrived here at the residence, and searches have been ongoing. This even as 7 to 8 officials are conducting searches, inquiring at Karti Chidambaram's office here at Nungambakam, where the searches have also been simultaneously ongoing. So far, officials here remain tight-lipped on the investigation that is ongoing. This even as Congress officials of Tamil Nadu had also tried to go and speak with the officials here, and they are also, while speaking, the officials had asked them to not enter inside, even as searches are ongoing. Remember, in across 10 locations now that these searches are ongoing in case related to that of Karti Chidambaram and P. Chidambaram as well. In Chennai so far, this is almost over 3 to 4 hours, that is since 7:30 a.m. this morning, that these searches have been ongoing continuously. Officials have gone inside, food and whatnot, the amenities that have gone inside for the officials who are conducting these searches. Around me, you can see barricades and police that have been, beefed up in this area here in Nungambakam. This is the residence of Karti Chidambaram and Chidambaram, and we are also told that officials had informed the Congress leaders that family members of Chidambaram and Karti Chidambaram are also inside this residence as well. But they are also being questioned. That is what we are learning. We are yet to ascertain where Chidambaram and Karti Chidambaram are at this moment, as they are not here in Chennai. Yeah, sure.
Right. Thank you very much, Apurva, Sumi, as well as Anuj, for getting us the latest details. On the other side, we'll get you the inside story of this mega Chinese scam.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंच चुके हैं लुम्बिनी। काठमांडू अथॉरिटीज ने कहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां लैंड हो। जो नया गौतम बुद्ध नगर इंटरनेशनल प्रोजेक्ट बना है, जो कि चीन के सहयोग से बनाया गया, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री यहां अलग लैंड होंगे और वहां पर उस एयरपोर्ट पर नहीं जाएंगे जिसे चीन ने निर्मित किया है। तो यानी बीजिंग को सीधा संदेश भी यहां दे दिया गया है कि भारत को नेपाल में चीन का ज्यादा इंटरफेरेंस पसंद नहीं है।
ഉസ്താദന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ, സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടിക്കുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is a kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton, and it's a World Cup for cricket or in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
We have been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
Very big claim by the Hindu side petitioners that they have found a huge Shivling, and that also inside the Gyanvapi mosque. During the survey, the Muslim side has come out and hit back at the petitioners by saying that it is completely illegal, and passing of order of preserving to that particular area is also illegal.
Feeling, it's a great experience, to win Thomas Cup. It's a team, and it's not an individual thing, so it's a great thing to win this Thomas Cup. What we achieved is something spectacular. I would definitely put it on par with the World Cup than any other team sport.
It's the first time India went past the semi-finals and then won the championship.
Highest level sports which actually are Olympics.
Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a look at the headlines. The CBI raids P. Chidambaram's son, Karti Chidambaram. Chinese angle and foreign funding remittances are under the sky. Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Punjab and Odisha. The CBI raids Chidambaram's residences across 10 locations in 6 states. Son Karti Chidambaram is under the mega CBI scanner. Chinese link now emerges as Karti misused his position, allegedly facilitated Chinese visas for a big conglomerate. As raids continue, the big allegation is that he facilitated over 250 work visas for Chinese nationals. In a fresh case, Karti Chidambaram allegedly took bribes worth 50 lakh rupees for intervening in reissuing of visas for Chinese officials. More time is sought for a report submission as the court commissioner says Gyanvapi report won't be submitted today. Hearing on the Gyanvapi case is underway in the top court. In fresh trouble, the ED tells the top court that Abhishek Banerjee is a potential accused in the Bengal coal scam. The Supreme Court says can get assistance from Kolkata police in the case. It's Asaduddin Owaisi versus the Hindu side. Owaisi says it's fountain and not a Shivling. After Owaisi's barb, Hindu side counters. Owaisi says we know the difference between fountain and Shivling. Well, the Gujarat ATS has arrested 4 accused in the 1993 Bombay blast case. Abu Bakr Yusuf Bhatka, Shoaib Baba and Syed Qureshi have been arrested. Let's go across live to Priyanka, who's reporting on this from Ahmedabad. Priyanka, give us more details of these arrests.
Well, yes, that's right, Nupur. These are arrests that have in fact been made by the Gujarat anti-terrorism squad itself, and they had in fact been investigating this entire matter of the 93 Bombay blast case, in which about 300 people had lost their lives and about 1,400 people had also sustained injuries. There were multiple series of blasts that had taken place in Mumbai in 1993, and that's why the investigation in fact had been going on. Several of the accused have already been taken to book. They have already been granted the sentences as well. But as of now, there are several accused, there are several kingpins, there are several conspirators and close aides of Dawood Ibrahim himself, who in fact have been taken into custody by the Gujarat ATS now. There are 4 more people who have been found out to be linked to the 1993 conspiracy of the bomb blast and in carrying out the entire bomb blasts in Mumbai as well. These are the 4 accused that have already been taken into custody by the Gujarat ATS, and they are claiming that there are several other people that are involved in the entire nexus of the D gang of Dawood Ibrahim, close counterparts here in India, specifically in Gujarat and Maharashtra as well, who had been involved in carrying out this entire series of bomb blasts in several parts of the country, especially the 1993 Bombay bomb blast as well, which the Gujarat ATS had been investigating. And now, because of that, they have already arrested the 4 more people, in fact, who had been also in contact with Dawood Ibrahim, is what we've been given to understand. But of course, we are also being told that there will also be a media press conference by the Gujarat ATS at about 1 p.m. where they will be disclosing more details of how exactly these 4 people had helped in carrying out the entire conspiracy of the 1993 Bombay blast cases.
Now, in the recent past, Priyanka, we've seen raids that were conducted by the NIA at various premises in Mumbai. Now, are these arrests that have been made now in any manner connected to those?
Well, Nupur, they are linking the entire thing because they're not just looking at these blast cases in isolation, because every time there is such a conspiracy, a planning of carrying out these kind of terror plots, there are several people who are in fact involved, and the kingpin usually is somebody who's not even here. And in this case, that is Dawood Ibrahim, is what really the Gujarat ATS is trying to investigate into, because this is not just about an isolated incident of the 1993 Bombay bomb blast cases, but also the counterparts and the close aides and the nexus of Dawood Ibrahim in India, who is using that nexus to carry out the terror plots, the narco-terror activities and anti-India activities as well, which is why the Gujarat ATS in fact had been investigating into this entire matter. They're looking into several other cases to find out how to exactly uncover this entire nexus that Dawood Ibrahim has been running in India for quite some time now, and also to find out who exactly are the people who are coordinating this entire plot here in India as well. And that's exactly why there are several such counterparts, several such close aides of Dawood Ibrahim that Gujarat ATS has now arrested.
All right, Priyanka reporting on that from Ahmedabad. Thank you.
Showing their resentment against the Delimitation Commission report, various political parties under the banner of All Parties United Morcha are staging protests outside the Nirvachan Bhavan in Jammu, which is the Election Commission's office, and they are saying that the delimitation report that has been submitted by the Delimitation Commission after 2 years should be rejected as it is based on discrimination. They are also alleging that this is a threat and they want the statehood be restored to Jammu and Kashmir. Not only the Congress party but also PDP, National Conference and other social groups are part of this meeting, this joint morcha that has been established against the Delimitation Commission report. And what they are saying that they will be putting forth the demand of various social religious groups before the government, and that's why they are staging protest here at Jammu today. With Gaurav Sani, Gursimran Singh for Public Media Network.
Now, the CBI has filed a fresh case against the Lok Sabha MP Karti Chidambaram, son of the former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, for allegedly facilitating visas of 250 Chinese nationals after receiving illegal gratification of 50 lakh rupees. Now, what we understand is that this pertained to a Chinese firm that was operating out of Punjab, and we are now learning that searches are also underway in Punjab's Mansa at Talwandi Sabu Power Project. Now, the basic allegation against the Chidambarams, particularly Karti Chidambaram, is that he had accepted a bribe of about 50 lakh rupees from this Chinese firm to facilitate visas of about 250 workers who were Chinese. Now, what we understand and what sources have told us from the CBI is that these visas were initially rejected, but after Karti Chidambaram, in fact, allegedly intervened, these visas were processed. So searches are also on in Punjab's Mansa. Let's go across, in fact, to Shavan, who's on the phone line with me. Shavan, give us more details about these searches that are being carried out in Mansa. Shavan, can you hear me? I was asking you about the details of this particular raid that's being carried out in Mansa. We understand that this is at a power project. All right, I don't think I'm getting Shavan yet. We're going to try and dial him back in just a bit, but that's the latest that we are getting in this case. Now, there have, of course, been multi-city raids that have been conducted since this morning. The raids began at about 7:30 in the morning, and we have received inputs that raids were carried out at least at 9 locations. These, of course, include the Chennai residence of P. Chidambaram, his son's residence in the national capital at Lodi Road, also his son's office that is also located a short distance away from his home in Chennai. So apart from that, there are raids that have been conducted in Sivaganga, and now we are getting news of raids being conducted at Talwandi Sabo Power Project. Shavan is with me. Shavan, more details on this particular raid that is being conducted.
Well, Nupur, searches are being carried out at 10 locations. This is in Delhi, Mumbai, Punjab, Odisha. Now, we are being told that in Punjab, it's in Mansa where these searches are being carried out on the power plant project. Now, that's the center of this entire controversy lies this power plant project in Mansa, because remember, it is here that Chinese officials, they were basically working. It is their visas which had already expired, and thereafter we're given to understand that one of Karti Chidambaram's close aide, the chartered accountant, Bhaskar Raman, was basically approached by the company. And the company concerned thereafter also made a request for these visas to be reissued. Now, that's the allegation that has been leveled, and that's exactly what the CBI is probing at this point in time. They're also looking at whether at all certain rules were basically flouted in order to reissue these visas. In fact, we have been told that there was an assurance that was actually given by the chartered accountant to the company concerned that these visas would be reissued. As of now, the number that we have been told is about 250 Chinese working nationals whose visas were reissued at the insistence of the company, and also the help that was provided. And all of this in lieu of a bribe of about 50 lakh rupees.
All right, Shavan Sen joining us with those details. Let's also get in a word from Manoj, who's reporting from outside Karti Chidambaram's residence in New Delhi. And also, I think we've got Apurva live with us from Chennai. Now, Apurva, to you first. These raids have been on for quite some time now, and the allegation that the CBI is making against Karti Chidambaram is the fact that he took about 50 lakh rupees in bribe. Now, what are you hearing from officials who are at the residence right now?
Well, the allegations that have been levied is definitely serious. 50 lakh bribe and 250 Chinese nationals who are involved. We're here at Chidambaram's residence here in Chennai, and the gravity of the situation out here has definitely increased since morning. Heavy police security and personnel who have been deployed here. Barricades that have been set in place here at his residence. In fact, officials here who are conducting searches since early this morning. What we have learned so far, from people in and around, as well as from officials and sources, is that these raids had started at around 7:30, 7:45 this early morning. In fact, these raids are almost 14 officials who have arrived here, 7 to 8 officials who are here at Chidambaram's residence here in Chennai. In fact, this is a lock that had been put in place by the CBI officials. This after Congress official people, the official from Congress in Tamil Nadu had tried to go and talk to family members. What officials we've learned from these Congress officials is that some of the family members of Karti Chidambaram and Chidambaram are still inside his residence here in Chennai, and that is what we are seeing. Several Congress people and cadres who are arriving here at the residence, even as searches are ongoing. It is interesting to see that with these searches that are currently underway in not only in across 9 but now I think 10 locations here in across India, several political cadres as well as the people who are arriving here, even as the security has been dramatically increased almost over 4 hours since these searches have been ongoing here at his Chennai residence as well as at his offices here, Karti Chidambaram's office here in Nungampakam and P. Chidambaram's residence over here in Chennai, and we are yet to learn the details as to how many more officials
I'm going to come back to you, Apurva, but here's what we are learning now. This is news that's just coming in. We are learning that Karti Chidambaram took bribes to facilitate entry of additional Chinese workers illegally. Now, sources are telling Republic TV that the Home Ministry had cleared this illegal visa used for Chinese nationals in return for Karti Chidambaram's bribes in 2011. Now, Talwandi Sabo power plant was in the process of establishing a 80 megawatt thermal power plant in Mansa in Punjab. Now, the establishment was outsourced to a Chinese company called Shandong Electric Power Construction Corporation. The project was running behind schedule, so in order to avoid penal action for the delay, Talwandi Sabo Power Limited was trying to bring more and more Chinese professionals at this site. Now, so essentially what we understand is that these visas were being facilitated to get more Chinese workers. Let me go across to Abhishek Kapura, Senior Executive Editor. He joins us. Abhishek, share with us more details of what we are learning from our sources within the CBI.
Nupur, and as big as it gets, what we are getting to understand is that what you read, essentially a company trying to work on a power project, wanting extra Chinese manpower, and approaching Karti Chidambaram because the rules did not allow that. Karti Chidambaram using his influence because his father was the Home Minister at that time, and getting away by bending those rules, with the Home Ministry bending those rules and facilitating those visas for the Chinese nationals and Chinese workers that were needed. But then by bending of rules that were there in place at that time by the Home Ministry, and these project visas were over and above the ceiling imposed by the Ministry of Home Affairs, and that's where the catch is, that the Home Ministry bent rules to facilitate something that should not have been allowed. So the company approached Karti Chidambaram because on its own it was not happening because of the rules, and then close associate and Karti Chidambaram devised a backdoor way to defeat the purpose of visa rules. Reused 263 project visas allotted to the Chinese company's officials, and then subsequently the permission for this visa grant, which is defined as devious by agencies, Nupur, was granted to these Chinese professionals
and approved on approval from the Home Ministry. Essentially what we are seeing is that Karti Chidambaram got money to facilitate this bending of rules by the Home Ministry, which was being held by his father. That's the information coming in. Nupur, for more you can call to Shavan, and the agencies essentially cracking the whip now based on information they have gathered over a period of time, and hence filed an FIR and the raids that have gone on today.
Right, what we are also understanding, Abhishek, right now is that payment was made through false invoices by the company that was involved. So the modus operandi also now seems to be getting clearer. Perhaps I'm going to try and go across to Shavan. Shavan, if you can hear me and if you're there with us, can you break down the modus operandi for us? Because what we are learning from our sources is that payment was done to Karti Chidambaram through a false invoice by a company, which was... and the payment was citing consultancy services and visa-related work. Okay, I don't think we've got Shavan. Abhishek, if I could come back to you on this one as well. What are we learning in terms of the modus operandi, Abhishek, that was, that was essentially adopted to make this payment to Karti Chidambaram? We do know that these were foreign remittances that were made to him.
Yes, so the kind of information that's coming in, Nupur, that the money that was channelized to Karti Chidambaram came through a company which is in the business of making industrial knives and not exactly the power plant for which the Chinese workers were needed. So I think there is a breach, an element of breach of national security, an element of a breach of propriety, an element of nepotism, where Karti Chidambaram possibly got the rules bent because his father was the Home Minister at that time, and these visas that were not supposed to be given as per extant laws were ultimately given to these Chinese. 263 project visas, bending rules given to Chinese nationals because a company wanted power project completed in Punjab's Mansa, and the company is identified as Talwandi Sabo Power Plant. The company is not identified, but it's about the Talwandi Sabo Power Plant, which has been in the making for quite a while, and it's a 1980 megawatt power plant. And the company, the establishment was outsourced to a Chinese company. Now, essentially what happened was, for this power plant, the contract was given to an Indian company, which in turn outsourced it to a Chinese company called Shandong Electric Power Construction Corporation. And this Chinese company wanted its workers in contravention of existing visa rules, and that's when Karti Chidambaram came into play, working his good offices through his father and bending the rules, and the Home Ministry approving this issuance of visas. Now, on the face of it, they might say because it was an infrastructure project, it was a priority project, and the government wanted to facilitate more power supply to Punjab, and that's why this bending of rules happened. But that's a matter of investigation. What is prima facie available is that rules were tweaked to make sure that Chinese nationals, 263 in number, got visas to come and work in India against rules existing. Now, this is the same Congress party which has signed an MOU with the Chinese Communist Party. Whether this was part of that MOU, we don't know, Nupur. That would be a political debate right up through the day, and as more information trickles in from the CBI investigation on Karti Chidambaram.
Absolutely, and as you're pointing out, Abhishek, what we understand is that the allegation that's been laid at the doorstep of the Chidambarams is that they devised a backdoor way to defeat the purpose of visa sealing. I think I've got Shavan also. Shavan, if you can expand on that point that we are now understanding has been made by the CBI in its FIR as well, that they essentially devised a backdoor entry to defeat the purpose of visa sealing.
Well, therein lies the role of Karti Chidambaram's chartered accountant, a close aide, someone who has already been called in for questioning in the past. And remember, this lead for this entire case actually emerged when the Central Bureau of Investigation was looking into the INX deal. And there too, Karti Chidambaram's chartered accountant Bhaskaraman played a very crucial role in terms of managing all the finances. It turns out, as far as this case goes, as Abhishek was also pointing out, at the center of this entire controversy is this power plant project where multiple Chinese nationals were actually working. And in fact, even as the power plant project works right now, it's largely run by a Chinese technology. In fact, just about a couple of months ago also, when this power plant ran into some trouble, they had to actually bring in more Chinese nationals to try and rectify the problem. So this power plant project largely depends on these Chinese nationals who come and work. But the fact of the matter is that there is a certain rules that have been put in place by the Ministry of Home Affairs in terms of how many number of people can work at any given point in time and for how many months put together. Now, there is a particular capping that is basically done by the Ministry of Home Affairs, and a thorough security check is essentially done before any sort of visas are essentially granted. Now, in this particular case, what actually turned out is that their visas had already expired, and what they needed was a reissuing, and also the number of people that were required was much more than what was permitted at that point in time. And that's where the role of the Ministry of Home Affairs essentially comes in. And as per the news break brought in by my colleague Abhishek, is the fact that capping that was actually done, that security clearance that was actually supposed to be given by the Ministry of Home Affairs was actually flouted. As of now, as far as the FIR goes, this is a fresh FIR that has been registered in which P. Chidambaram has not been named as an accused. But having said that, there is also, if you take a look at the FIR itself, there is a provision of unknown public servants that always keeps the room open for widening this entire investigation by the Central Bureau of Investigation. So one will have to wait and watch whether at all you have other people, including the former Union Minister, whether he would be called in for questioning by the CBI. That remains to be seen. That is going to be at a later stage, once the searches are basically over and they are able to basically process whatever they have seized so far. The claim that has been made by P. Chidambaram is that they have not seized anything, but these searches have not been carried out only at Chidambaram's residence or his official residence here in the national capital. There are about 7 to 8 other locations, including the power plant project in Mansa, where these searches are being carried out. So it is evident that the agency at some point in time would be able to seize some of the materials, and after that is done, probably they would be in a position to come to some conclusion as to who exactly would be called in for questioning. Stepping on a short break. On the other side, we'll get you more details as far as this mega Chinese visa scam is concerned.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity Online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
ഉസ്താദന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ. സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടിക്കുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is the kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
Gyanvapi Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton, and it's a World Cup for cricket in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
I've been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this
bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
And in more international news, addressing Hungary's parliament, nationalist leader Viktor Orban took oath of office for a fourth consecutive term. Orban and his Fidesz party were overwhelmingly elected to run Hungary for another 4 years in April's election. Well, in the aftermath of the killing of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt, IGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar has visited Shekhpura in Badgam district of Jammu and Kashmir, which has seen massive protests by the community. The IGP of Kashmir has assured security enhancement to Kashmiri Pandit migrants who reside there.
ऐसे जगह जो मुलाजिम है उनको सेफ एरिया बनाया जाएगा, डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर में लाया जाएगा। डिपकम से आपको डिटेल में बताएंगे। आप लोग अगर उनसे आतंकवाद से डर जाएंगे, पाकिस्तानी से डर जाएंगे, वो तो वही चाहता है। सर हमें भी गन दे दो, फिर हम भी जो हमारे ट्रेनिंग देने को तैयार है, गन देने को तैयार है। डरने की बात नहीं है। हम लोगों को अपने देश का नाम ऊंचा करना है, देश को नीचे नहीं झुकाना है। आप लोग समझिए कि आपकी अपने जान का मत देखिए, अपने देश के लिए सोचिए, देख सकता है। आप डर जाएंगे तो पाकिस्तान तो वही चाहता है, आतंकवादी वही चाहता है कि ऐसा माहौल करे। उसको झुकाना है और झुक रहा है। जब दीपक बुझने लगता है तो बहुत तेजी में चलता है। ये आतंकवाद तो वही है। मैं बता रहा हूँ कि 1 साल के अंदर में साफ हो जाएगा, आप देख लीजिएगा पूरा। जब मैं यहाँ हो नहीं रहा हूँ, नहीं ऐसा बात नहीं है। इतना हौसला रखिए, इतना इसका दम नहीं कि इतना कर देगा। मुझे तकलीफ है, हमारे तो भाई को खोए हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। लेकिन आपको ये भी सोचना पड़ेगा, देखिए आपको सोचना पड़ेगा कि लास्ट ईयर कराल में हमारे एक पुलिस वाले फयाज साहब थे, उनको मार दिया, उसकी वाइफ को मार दिया, उसकी बेटी को मार दिया और 2 साल के बच्चा को किक करके फेंक दिया। उस वकील जेस वाले को हम लोग वही प्रोमिस किए थे मारेंगे, 10 दिन के अंदर में उसको न्यूट्रलाइज किए, पाकिस्तानी को, जेस वाले को। अभी आप भी देखिए बड़गांव में एक एसपीओ को मार दिया, उसको भाई को मार दिया। डरना नहीं है। अगर ये इंसिडेंट बीच में होता है, तकलीफ होता है हम लोग को, लेकिन हम लोग हमको जवाब, यही तो लड़ाई है, ये जिनकी लड़ाई है। अगर आप डर जाएंगे तो वही नहीं चाहता, उसका एजेंडा ही है।
You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, more time is sought for the submission of the report, as the court commissioner says Gyanvapi report won't be submitted today.
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
Kidambi Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton, and it's a World Cup for cricket or in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
We have been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
And in more international news, addressing Hungary's parliament, nationalist leader Viktor Orban took oath of office for a 4th consecutive term. Orban and his Fidesz party were overwhelmingly elected to run Hungary for another 4 years in April's election. His government has remained firm in its rejection of sanctions on Russian energy export. Centrist politician Elizabeth Borne was appointed France's new Prime Minister, becoming the second woman in CBI raids P. Chidambaram's son Karthi, Chinese angle and foreign remittances under the scanner. Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Punjab and Odisha. CBI raids Chidambaram's residences across 10 locations in 6 states. Son Karthi under mega CBI scanner. Chinese link now emerges as Karthi misused position and allegedly facilitated Chinese visas for big conglomerate. As Karthi Chidambaram raids continue, big allegation is that he facilitated over 250 work visas for Chinese nationals. In fresh case, Karthi allegedly took bribes worth 50 lakhs for intervening in reissue of visas for Chinese officials. More time sought for report submission as court commissioner says Gyanvapi report will not be submitted today. Hearing on Gyanvapi case underway in top court. In fresh trouble, ED tells top court Abhishek Banerjee, a potential accused in Bengal's coal scam. SC says can get assistance from Kolkata police in the case. It's Owaisi versus the Hindu side. Owaisi says it's a fountain, not a Shivling. So visuals there of the final minutes as the raid, today's raid.
Yes or no, sir? Yes or no, whether searches are over, sir? Yes, what, sir? Are searches over, sir? Did you find any incriminating document found during the search of the raid above? Is the raid over, sir?
So has the raid been completed?
Is the raid over? So this is a precedent which condition act as here. Where the officials have been moving since.
The officials here who are, going in and outside the residence of Karthi Chidambaram. Over here, as you can see, yet another official who has just moved from here. In fact, since early this morning, that searches have been ongoing here in Chennai. Officials yet again who have gone back inside. The lock has been placed all over again outside the house, barring anyone from going inside as well. Over 5 hours that these raids have been ongoing searches here in Chennai at Chidambaram's residence, and yet another official who has just moved from here. We are yet to know if the searches had concluded, but we just saw an official of CBI who has left from this premises.
Well, Apurva, we are talking about a fresh case now, fresh trouble mounting for Karthi Chidambaram. What are your sources telling you about what happens next, even as CBI teams leave the premises of the raids? Different locations, 9 locations as far as we know, raided today since this morning. Apurva, if you can hear me.
Yes, in fact, the raids are not yet completed. We don't know for certain if they have been reached a conclusion here or not. All we just saw right now was an official who was part of the team who has been conducting searches here inside Chidambaram's residence there, who was leaving from the area. The other official, despite us asking if the raids had concluded or anything else that he can tell us, he remains tight-lipped about this as well. Searches, for all we know, is still on ongoing as of now. In fact, Chidambaram himself had put out a tweet just a couple of minutes back where he had also pointed out, in his tweet he had also said that the CBI team had searched his residence in Chennai as well as his residence in Delhi as well. He also goes on to state in that searches that, he has tweeted where he had said that the search team found nothing and seized nothing is what Chidambaram has said. In fact, officials there who are coming out from this... Sir, have the searches been completed?
But the details, in fact, Apurva, very clear. It's a bribe for visa case to help out Chinese officials and in turn a conglomerate. Karti Chidambaram misusing his father's position. He was not even a parliamentarian then when this entire incident happened, to aid more than 250 Chinese officials or workers, should we say, of a conglomerate. The details are out, Apurva.
Well, we just saw that the officials who have gone back inside had called those people who were a part of people who were here at Chidambaram's residence there. They're calling them inside, asking them not to speak with the media or any of the officials who are present outside. In fact, the gate has yet again once been locked for those to pertain and to not allow anyone inside, even as the searches are ongoing. Over 5 hours since the searches have started, and still in across 9 to 10 locations, including Chidambaram's residence here in Chennai and his official residence there in Delhi, that these searches are ongoing. In Chennai alone, we see 14 officials from the CBI who are conducting these searches, all linked with that of bribery charges. As
ध्यान में रखता है और उसको हर चीज़ मालूम रहने की वजह से और बहुत सी चीज़ें जो उन्होंने अपने भाषण में, अपने डिबेट में जो यूज़ करते हैं उसका इफ़ेक्ट उनको हो रहा है। तो वो ये चाहते हैं जो वोकल लोग हैं, जो लड़ने वाले हैं कांग्रेस में, उनको टारगेट बनाया जा रहा है। और यहाँ पर आपको मालूम है गुलबर्गे में भागवत जी कितने दिन थे? 2 दिन थे। एक जिले में वो 2 दिन आकर रहना, हर एक तालुके से लोगों को बुलाना, उनको अपनी बात समझाना, और सिर्फ अगर वो एनजीओ का काम करते हैं तो ठीक, लेकिन एनजीओ तो छोड़ो, अब तो पार्ट एंड पार्सल अब बीजेपी हो गए और उनकी आइडियोलॉजी थोपने के लिए, फिर से मनुवाद को लाने के लिए उनकी पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और जो लोग उनके विचारों से सहमत नहीं है उनको टारगेट कर रहे हैं। ये पॉलिटिकली कर रहे हैं और फाइनेंशियली हरासमेंट कर रहे हैं और हर चीज़ से तंग और तबाह करके वो लोग एक या इस देश में ऑटोक्रेसी लाना चाहते हैं। अब उनके कहीं कांग्रेस के लोगों को, टीडीपी के लोगों को और दूसरे एसपी पार्टी के राज्यसभा मेंबर्स को उनके ऊपर केस से क्यों लिए? तुम इतने ऑनेस्ट सिंसियर हो ना, आप करप्शन टॉलरेट नहीं करते। मोस्ट करप्टेड पीपल जिनके ऊपर केसेस चल रहे हैं, आप मेजॉरिटी बना के लिए उनको एडमिट कर लेते हैं और दूसरे पार्टियों को सताने के लिए कर रहे हैं, जो झुकता नहीं, जो अपनी बात सच रखता है। और चिदम्बरम को भी जेल लेके गए। और ये जो चल रहा है, अगर किसी की बात वो नहीं माने, किसी का सपोर्ट नहीं किए, तो ये तो देखिए आइडियोलॉजी की फाइट है। और हर जगह आकर अब आरएसएस यहाँ भी काम कर रही है। अब गुलबर्गे ज़िले में तो पूरा हर असेंबली सेगमेंट में काम कर रही है। और अब कटील जैसा आदमी जो आके ही बोलता है तो इस बार हम सीतापुर में प्रियंका खड़गे को हराए, इसका मतलब क्या है कि इलेक्शन अभी दूर है, कौन किसको वोट देता है ये तो बात है, लेकिन एक ही व्यक्ति का नाम लेकर अगर आप ये कहते हैं तो ऐसा ही नेशनल लेवल पे भी कर रहे हैं आप। और मुझे खुद इन्होंने नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बोला पार्लियामेंट में, करजई जी आप तो अच्छी तकरीर की है, अच्छा मार्गदर्शन किए, लेकिन आने वाले चुनाव के बाद हमको मार्गदर्शन देने के लिए इस सदन में आएंगे या नहीं, ऐसा स्पष्ट कहा। आप लोगों को भी मालूम होगा, यानी ऐसा ओपनली चैलेंज देकर वो लोग करते हैं, ये ठीक नहीं। अरे डेमोक्रेसी में फ्री रहने हो, तुम प्रेस करके, इन्फ्लुएंस करके, हरासमेंट करके अगर लोगों को अपने तरफ जीतना चाहते हैं, लेकिन उनके दिल जीत नहीं सकते आप। उनके आइडियोलॉजी जो वो बिलीव करते हैं वो आप डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं कर सकते। तो ये सिर्फ लड़ाई जो है, इसीलिए हमारे उदयपुर कॉन्फ्रेंस में, सेमिनार में जो हमने संकल्प विचार रखी थी, नवसंकल्प, उसमें हम ओपनली ये बोले हैं कि ऐसी चीज़ें तो टारगेट कर रहे हैं, नेशन बर्बाद हो रहा है, धर्म के नाम पे सबको डिवाइड भी कर रहे हैं। धर्म को हर आदमी मानता है, कोई हिंदुस्तान में अधर्मी नहीं है, कोई ना कोई भगवान को, देवता को, देवी को मानता है। लेकिन ऐसा भी एक समाज है जिसको हजारों सालों से अन्याय हो रहा है, उसको कुचला जा रहा है। अगर उसकी बात करें तो उसको भी या तो देश धर्म विरोधी बोलते हैं या देश विरोधी बोलते हैं, या नहीं अगर कुछ मिला तो उसको अंदर डालो बोलते हैं। तो ये देश के हित में नहीं है, वो लोग सोचना चाहिए। और मैं समझता हूँ आज ने कल।
Joining us now is our correspondent Sumi for this latest development. The Congress party jumping to Chidambaram's defense, even as his son Karti is in the dock under the ED lens for alleged bribery charges. Sumi, what is happening right there on the ground? Even as we speak, Karti Chidambaram appearing to speak to the press, downplaying the entire case.
Yes, absolutely. Congress has now come to the defense of Karti Chidambaram and his father, the former finance minister P. Chidambaram. And in fact, they have been constantly maintaining this stand since ever, that it is vendetta politics and it is not certainly going to do anything for the welfare of the party as well as of the country. And in fact, BJP has been trying to muscle the Congress party and its leaders by employing these investigating agencies against its leaders. And that is what the Congress has come out and said. And we just heard Mallikarjun Kharge speaking about it, and in fact he said that this is the kind of leadership that BJP is setting an example of, and in fact certainly it is not an ideal example that it is certainly setting for the masses. In the absence of elections, it doesn't make any sense for the CBI to conduct these raids, and in fact Karti Chidambaram would also be taking on the lead from there certainly, and he will also make attempts to downplay the entire thing of the retrieval of bribe of 50 lakh and as to how he was indulged in facilitating these visas to almost 250 Chinese officials from a big conglomerate. And in fact, the big conglomerate it is a power plant that was operational in Punjab, and in fact their visas had expired. So to reissue those visas, they had approached the accountant of Karti Chidambaram, and that is how the retrieval of entire bribe, and in lieu of bribe, he was indulged in this illegal activity. And now, while the ED probe on the INX media case has been going on, and like quite regressively, that probe has been ongoing. On the basis of that probe and further, the investigating agencies are trying to get to the bottom of the entire wider investigation that has been on, which is why now this another lead has been found, and the ED raided almost 10 locations across the country. In fact, it was till about an hour before, it was 9 locations across the country, 3 each in Mumbai and in Tamil Nadu and 1 each in Odisha, Punjab and Karnataka. And in fact, in the national capital as well, Karti Chidambaram's official residence was constantly being raided. This morning, 7 to 8 officials had arrived at his residence, spoke to the staff and went back. And in fact, they're trying to look for more evidence to cement that very fact that yes, the entire father and son duo were indulged in the wrongdoing, and which is why now CBI is also trying to get to the bottom of the entire investigation. And in fact, Karti Chidambaram took to Twitter as well, and he said that he has lost count of as to how many raids have been conducted by these investigating agencies against his father and at his properties and residences at various offices.
Right, Sumi, many thanks for joining us there in this latest development in the Karti Chidambaram CBI raid case. CBI has been raiding various locations linked to P. Chidambaram and his son since this morning. Meanwhile, coming up in fresh trouble, ED tells top court Abhishek Banerjee a potential accused in Bengal coal scam. SC says can get assistance from Kolkata police in the case. After Owaisi's barb, Hindu side counters him, says we know the difference between fountain and Shivling.
We have been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
And in more international news, addressing Hungary's parliament, nationalist leader Viktor Orban took oath of office for a 4th consecutive term. Orban and his Fidesz party were overwhelmingly elected to run Hungary for another 4 years in April's election. His government has remained firm in its rejection of sanctions on Russian energy export. Centrist politician Elizabeth Borne was appointed France's new Prime Minister, becoming the second woman in history to hold the post. Borne, Labour Minister in French President Emmanuel Macron's previous government, succeeds Jean Castex, whose resignation was expected after Macron's re-election last month to a second 5-year term. White House Speaker Nancy Pelosi welcomed Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon to the US capital as she continued her visit to Washington, D.C. Pelosi said Sturgeon stands out as an example of women in leadership. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince visited the United Arab Emirates to pay his respects to the Federation's late ruler and greet his successor Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was among an array of presidents and prime ministers who descended on the oil-rich emirate of Abu Dhabi to offer condolences and solidify ties with the powerful Sheikh Mohammed. Lebanon's militant Hezbollah group and its allies suffered losses in this week. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reviewed the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir today following several targeted killings, including that of Kashmiri Pandits in the Union territory. The high-level meeting was attended by Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, Union Home Secretary Ajay Bhalla, apart from heads of intelligence and security agencies who also took stock of the preparedness for the Amarnath Yatra that is scheduled to begin on the 30th of June after a span of nearly 2 years. First on Republic, exclusive visuals there of the high-level meeting that Amit Shah took to take stock of the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Also present on the occasion with the Home Minister, Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir Manoj Sinha, along with other high-level intelligence and security officials. The meeting comes just ahead of the Amarnath Yatra and just after a series of targeted killings of Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. Various incidents of targeted killings by terrorists of Kashmiri Pandits. Amit Shah holding a discussion there. The Union Home Minister reviewed the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir, and the high-level meeting, the visuals of which you are seeing right now, was attended among others by Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, Union Home Secretary Ajay Bhalla, as well as the heads of intelligence security agents. Joining us now is our senior editor, Aishwarya Kapoor. Aishwarya, take us through the significance of this meeting, the context in which it is happening just before the Amarnath Yatra on the one side, following those ghastly killings that we saw just a few days ago. The Home Minister in Jammu and Kashmir.
Hello. Well, absolutely. Well, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Aishwarya. Please continue.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. At this point of time, it was a very, very important meeting which was chaired by the Home Minister himself in presence of the NSA, in presence of the Army Chief and then the DGs of the intelligence forces. This is regarding a security review meet for Amarnath Yatra. Government is taking it very, very seriously, especially after the latest developments which have happened in the valley and in the whole state of Jammu and Kashmir for the last 30 days. Government of India is not letting even one stone unturned, even an iota of a gap is not left as far as the security apparatus is concerned. And hence you have the Home Minister of the country himself reviewing the Amarnath Yatra security review. And in presence were the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Army Chief, DG IB, DG CRPF, and then the DGs of several other agencies as well, including the Army Chief and then certain very senior military officers. So the government is taking an all-round cover-up regarding the Amarnath Yatra. We are being told that a complete blanket of protection will be provided for the Amarnath Yatris and the Yatra, which is to commence very soon.
Well, Aishwarya, many thanks for joining us there and for putting that incredibly crucial meeting chaired by the Union Home Minister in Jammu and Kashmir into perspective. Moving on to other news stories now.
Delhi Saket Court has today adjourned hearing on the suit filed by Lord Tirthankar Dev alleging that the Quwwatul Islam Masjid situated in the Qutub Minar complex is basically built over a temple complexes of Jain and Hindu deities. In fact, the suit which has been filed through Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain was listed for hearing today, but since Mr. Jain was busy in Varanasi in another matter and could not appear before the court, the matter has now been adjourned for May 26 and the hearing would take place later on. So now the court would be hearing this matter, the suit filed by Lord Tirthankar Dev alleging that the Quwwatul Islam Masjid was basically built by destroying the temples of Hindu and Jain deities, and the restoration of the same shall take place. I am Anand Bhatnagar with video journalist Narudeshwar for Public Media Network from New Delhi.
And breaking news now. Amidst the raging Gyanvapi debate, a fresh controversy has erupted in Punjab's Patiala. An old building claimed by Sikhs as a Saria is also being claimed as a mosque by Muslims. According to the Sikh community, there was a Gurdwara where now Muslims come for namaz. The local administration has intervened into the issue, asking both communities to produce documents. The building is located in Patiala's Rajpura. Let's listen in to some reactions.
जो बात शहर में जिस तरीके से वो माहौल ख़राब करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, हम लोग 2 साल से ज़्यादा हमें हो चुके हैं जो लोग उसमें रह रहे थे उनके साथ समझौता किए, यानी उनके साथ समझौता हुए हमारे 2 साल से ज़्यादा हो चुके और हमने बिल्कुल भी अमन भंग करने की कोशिश नहीं की। आज तक हम प्यार से मोहब्बत के साथ वहाँ नमाज़ पढ़ते रहे हैं। मोहल्ले में किसी को कोई परेशानी नहीं है। जो अमन पसंद लोग हैं वो आज भी अमन चाहते हैं, लेकिन चंद लोग हैं जो अपनी सियासी रोटियां सेकने के लिए शहर का माहौल ख़राब करना चाहते हैं। हमने पहले भी प्रशासन से यही कहा है, आज भी हम प्रशासन से यही विनती करने आए हैं कि हम नहीं चाहते कि अमन ख़राब हो। हम आज भी यही चाहते हैं कि जिस तरीके से पहले लोग शहर में मोहब्बत के साथ रहते करते आए हैं, इसी तरीके से लोग अब भी मोहब्बत के साथ रहें। पंजाब हमेशा से मोहब्बत का गहवारा रहा है। यहाँ की बाहर भी मिसालें दी जाती हैं, पूरे मुल्क के अंदर ये कहा जाता है कि सबसे सेफ जो स्टेट है वो पंजाब है। यहाँ मोहब्बत वाले लोग हैं, यहाँ अमन शांति वाले लोग हैं। लेकिन थोड़े दिनों से जब से बीजेपी सत्ता में आई है तो माहौल जिस तरीके से क्रिएट किया जा रहा है बीजेपी द्वारा, सरकार द्वारा, उसका जो असर है वो पंजाब में भी पहुँचने लगा है। लेकिन हम पंजाब के निवासी, यहाँ के रहने वाले।
And more news from across the nation now. Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary held talks with the top brass of the Japanese military establishment in Tokyo on the first day of his 4-day trip to Japan. The IAF chief also called on Japan's defense minister, during which the two sides discussed important bilateral issues. Shares of LIC make their debut on the Indian Stock Exchange today. The market data on Life Insurance Corporation suggests its shares have been listed on the stock market below the issue price at around 949 rupees. The grey market is showing prices at a discount of 15 to 20 rupees per share. It has raised around 21,000 crore rupees from selling a 3.5% stake in the state-owned insurer. Days after the killing of a Kashmiri Pandit government employee, Rahul Bhatt, People's Democratic Party chief Mehbooba Mufti is blaming the Vivek Agnihotri Directorate, the Kashmir Files, for triggering violence in the Union Territory, while also claiming that she created a safe environment for Kashmiri Pandits during her tenure. Karnataka Congress demands arrest of Bajrang Dal leaders for giving arms training to students on school premises in the state's Madikeri town. The Congress leader said arms training is against the law and Home Minister should file a case against the Bajrang Dal's leaders and arrest them. Taking on secular parties for their silence on the Gyanvapi survey, AIMIM Supremo Asaduddin Owaisi opined they simply cared about the votes of Muslims. Owaisi specifically singled out the SP, the Congress and AAP for not speaking out against the perceived attempt to change the status of the Gyanvapi mosque. Union Minister Meenakshi Lekhi urges All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi and former J&K Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti to maintain peace and not interfere in the Gyanvapi mosque issue as the matter is sub judice. Taking a dig at political leaders who were seen fear-mongering over the Gyanvapi survey, she suggested they reread history. And in more international news, addressing Hungary's parliament, nationalist leader Viktor Orban took oath of office for a fourth consecutive term. Orban and his Fidesz party were overwhelmingly elected to run Hungary for another 4 years in April's election. His government has remained firm in its rejection of sanctions on Russian energy export. Centrist politician Elizabeth Borne was appointed France's new Prime Minister, becoming the second woman in history to hold the post. Borne, Labour Minister in French President Emmanuel Macron's previous government, succeeds Jean Castex, whose resignation was expected after Macron's re-election last month to a second 5-year term. White House Speaker Nancy Pelosi welcomed Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon to the US capital as she continued her visit to Washington, D.C. Pelosi said Sturgeon stands out as an example of women in leadership. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince visited the United Arab Emirates to pay his respects to the Federation's late ruler and greet his successor Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was among an array of presidents and prime ministers who descended on the oil-rich emirate of Abu Dhabi to offer condolences and solidify ties with the powerful Sheikh Mohammed.
Top Headlines at 1 p.m. CBI raids P. Chidambaram's son Karti, Chinese angle and foreign remittances under scanner. Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Punjab and Odisha CBI raids Chidambaram's residences across 10 locations in 6 states. Son Karti under mega CBI scanner. Chinese link now emerges as Karti misused position and allegedly facilitated Chinese visas for big conglomerate. As Karti Chidambaram raids continue, the big allegation is that he facilitated over 250 work visas for Chinese nationals. In fresh case, Karti allegedly took bribes worth 50 lakhs for intervening in reissuing of visas for the Chinese nationals. More time sought for report submission as court commissioner says Gyanvapi report won't be submitted today. Hearing on Gyanvapi case underway in top court. Fresh trouble for Abhishek Banerjee. ED tells top court that Abhishek Banerjee is a potential accused in Bengal coal scam. SC says can get assistance from Kolkata police in the case. It's Owaisi versus the Hindu side. Owaisi says it's a fountain, not Shivling. After Owaisi's barb, Hindu side counters. Owaisi says we know the difference between fountain and Shivling. Thanks for tuning in. Our top focus remains the CBI lens on Karti Chidambaram. The CBI has filed a fresh case against Lok Sabha MP Karti Chidambaram, son of former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, for allegedly facilitating visas of 250 Chinese nationals after receiving illegal gratification amounting to 50 lakh rupees. The CBI, remember, this morning started coordinated search operations at 9 locations in multiple cities across the country, including Karti Chidambaram's residences in Chennai and Delhi. We have our reporters across the country. We have Apurva joining us live from outside Karti Chidambaram's residence in Chennai. Apurva, first to you, give us the latest updates. Are the CBI officials still inside the residence of Chidambaram?
Well, Samiksha, the officials are still inside the raid. Searches that are ongoing for almost over 5 hours now. Still continues. In fact, what we are learning is the raids have started. Searches had started at around 7:30, 7:45 this morning. 14 officials of the CBI had arrived here at P. Chidambaram's residence as well as Karti Chidambaram's offices here in Nugambakam in Chennai. We are also getting to know that raids are also underway in Delhi and other locations as well. And not only that, what we are learning is that these searches that are ongoing is related to that of Karti Chidambaram having allegedly received 50 lakh of bribe to facilitate visa of 250 Chinese and nationals. That is what we are hearing from sources. Not only that, these raids that are undergoing, in fact, are going on since early this morning. In Chennai alone, we are seeing here at P. Chidambaram's residence, not only has there been a deployment of police officials, but barricades that have also been put up here. This even as searches are ongoing. In fact, a couple of officials who had also come outside, we tried speaking to them, but they remain tight-lipped on the searches that are ongoing. We had also seen Congress officials from Tamil Nadu being here, who had arrived here and tried to speak to what we believe are a few of the Chidambaram's family members who are still inside Chidambaram residence out here, and they were unable to speak to them. In fact, officials also have put in a lock here at the residence, barring anyone from going outside or from outside to go inside, or from those who are inside who are currently conducting the searches over here to come outside, as well as the searches are ongoing here at his residence as well as at his office, Karti Chidambaram's office as well, that these searches are ongoing. In fact, these raids that have been ongoing since 7:30 a.m. This morning, we can see that now it wears a deserted look as all of the officials are inside. In fact, food, refreshments and other amenities are also gone in for those officials who have been conducting these searches since early this morning as well. Not only in Chennai, we have also seen in across various locations in across the country that these searches are ongoing. Police officials who have been deployed here since the morning, even as bandobast and several other security protocol has been set in place here. This even as the visuals that my cameraman is just showing, we are outside we are outside Chidambaram's residence here. Officials who are also waiting here along since 7 a.m. this morning. We are also learning that FIR has been filed, but P. Chidambaram had just taken to Twitter a couple of minutes back and also stated that the searches have concluded, but we are yet to get a certainty on the same.
Well, in fact, we're getting more details as far as these searches are concerned. 10 locations where these searches are being carried out in the national capital, 2 locations in Punjab, Odisha, as well as in Mumbai, where these searches are being carried out in connection with a visa scam that has now come to the surface. The Central Bureau of Investigation started this probe about a few years ago when they got the leads in the INX scam, and thereafter, following questioning of Karti Chidambaram's close aides, a preliminary inquiry was actually carried out by the CBI. What you see right now, these are the latest visuals coming in from P. Chidambaram's residence in Chennai. A short while back, the former Union Minister had also put out a tweet saying that such
These are the visuals, viewers, we're getting to you right now. The Gujarat ATS has arrested 4 accused in the 1993 Bombay blast case, and the visuals on your screens as well of the 4 accused who've now been arrested. These accused are Abu Bakr, Yusuf Bakhtar, Shoaib Baba and Saeed Qureshi. All 4 who have now been accused. Remember, the Gujarat ATS will also be addressing an important press conference today with regard to the probe into the bomb blast case. But the visuals right now, viewers, of the 4 accused who've now been arrested in connection with the 1993 Bombay blast case. We will go across to our reporters to get us more information on that. But 4 accused in the Bombay blast case have now been arrested. The visuals on your screens as well of these 4 accused who have been identified as Abu Bakr, Yusuf Bakhtar, Shoaib Baba, Saeed Qureshi, who have now been arrested in connection with the 1993 blast case. Remember, the Gujarat ATS will also be addressing an important press conference this evening. And this is being said to be an important breakthrough, big breakthrough in connection with this bomb blast case probe, whereas in which we are told that all 4 accused have now been arrested. The visuals on your screens of the 4 accused who have been arrested identified as Abu Bakr, Yusuf Bakhtar, Shoaib Baba and Saeed Qureshi. So all 4 now in police have now been arrested by the police. This is in connection with the 1993 blast case probe. The important presser which will also happen this evening, in which we are expecting some more details as far as the ongoing probe into the 1993 blast case. So all eyes will be on that presser as well, which will be addressed by the Gujarat ATS. But the visuals on your screens of the 4 accused who've been arrested in connection with the 1993 blast case. Well, we will shortly be going across to Priyanka as well, who's reporting, who's following this story very closely. But the visuals we have on our screens are of the 4 accused. I'm told we have Priyanka patched. Priyanka, over to you. Give us more details of these 4 accused who've been arrested in connection with this case.
Well, that's right, Samiksha. This is the Gujarat ATS that has carried out this entire investigation into the 1993 bomb blast case, in which there are at least 4 people who have now been arrested by the Gujarat ATS in connection to the conspiracy to carry out the entire bomb blast that had taken place in 1993 in Bombay. And we are also learning that they were in fact present in the meetings that were held by Dawood Ibrahim and Tiger Memon as well. And they had taken specific training as well for 1993 bomb blast to be carried out. And not just that, there are several such incidents of the crime syndicate of Dawood Ibrahim in which these 4 accused in fact had been involved in. They were carrying out several such networks across the country, especially in Gujarat as well and in Maharashtra, where now the Gujarat ATS has arrested these 4 accused in the 1993 bomb blast case.
Well, absolutely, Priyanka, and as we speak, we are also told that there's going to be a news briefing by the Gujarat ATS. So anything you're learning from your sources with regard to what can be expected in terms of the probe so far?
Well, yes, what we have found out is that in this bomb blast, where there were several injuries had been multiple that had been reported. Now, these accused, in fact, had been involved in carrying out the entire conspiracy, that is procuring of the RDX, procuring of the explosives, and also making sure that the other people who had been involved in carrying out the entire conspiracy were also in the place where they needed the bombs to be installed as well. So all of these nitty-gritties are something that these 4 people had been involved in. We are being told by Gujarat ATS that these are some of the close aides of Dawood Ibrahim as well. They had gotten, the Gujarat ATS, we're being given to understand, had gotten intel and photographs of all of these 4 people who had been present at the meeting that was being carried out by Tiger Memon right before the bomb blast was supposed to take place as well. And now that is why the Gujarat ATS has found out reason to believe that these people are not just involved in the 93 bomb blast, but also other crime syndicates of Dawood Ibrahim and Tiger Memon that are being carried out on Indian soil as well. And they are also finding out, Gujarat ATS will be interrogating them, getting their remand, and finding out who else, in fact, had also been involved in this entire conspiracy in the 93 blast case.
Well, yes, Priyanka, thanks for getting us all those details. So the visuals on your screens of the 4 accused who've been arrested. And what we are being told is, as Priyanka pointed out, that the 4 accused are said to be aides of Dawood Ibrahim. All eyes will be on that presser also, which will be held very shortly by the Gujarat ATS in connection with the probe into the 1993 bomb blast case. Well, we have fresh visuals. In fact, those are the latest visuals on our screens right now. Priyanka, if you could tell us more about this case so far, the ongoing probe, and also about the 4 accused, as you rightly pointed out, that they are being said to be the aides of Dawood Ibrahim.
Well, Samiksha, for the benefit of our viewers, let me put this into perspective. The 4 accused, in fact, right now, who have been arrested, and the visuals are on your screens right now, are that of Abu Bakr, Yusuf Bhatta, Soeb Baba, Syed Qureshi. Now, these are the 4 accused that are on your screens right now, who are being taken into the Gujarat ATS custody. They will be further interrogated to find out how exactly they had been helping not just the 93 blast case, but also in procuring explosives for other blast cases, and also to understand how exactly they were helping Dawood Ibrahim in carrying out terror plots on Indian soil. And not just that, we are being told that Gujarat ATS has reason to believe that these 4 people, in fact, are some of the closest counterparts of Tiger Memon and Dawood Ibrahim as well, which is why these people, in fact, will be taken into custody. Their remand will be sought for. Their interrogation will be carried out as well. They will be asked questions about the intel that is already with the Gujarat ATS from prior cases, the kind of anti-India activities and terror plots that were being carried out in Maharashtra, in Gujarat, and also in the rest of the states of India as well. Now, these 4 people will be interrogated on those parts and the intel received by the Gujarat ATS on the basis of that, to find out who exactly else was involved in this entire nexus that is being run by several close counterparts of Dawood Ibrahim and Tiger Memon on Indian soil as well. Remember, there are several blast cases that are found to be interlinked between each other, and that is why the Gujarat ATS not just wants to get the remand to find out the nuances and the details of the 93 blast case, but also the other blast cases involving the states of India in which there have been terror plots that have been carried out by Dawood Ibrahim himself. Now, there are Gujarat ATS has also stated that there are several other key accused that they are on the lookout for. People who had helped in procuring the explosives, people who had helped in giving the training to the people, radicalizing the youth. These are the things that had been involved with the counterparts of Dawood Ibrahim who had been present there in Bombay, in Maharashtra, in Gujarat, in several other states of India as well, prior to the entire conspiracy when it had been hashed as well. And on your screens right now, you can also see that the Gujarat ATS press conference will also be started in just a few minutes. The ADG will be addressing the press conference, giving out more details of exactly what they have found out with respect to this entire controversy, with respect to this entire case that they have been investigating from a long time now. Remember, Gujarat ATS has had several of their tip-offs that have helped them take into custody several accused of the 93 blast case itself and other terror plots that they have also unveiled. Now you can see the entire Gujarat ATS team on the press conference, which is a little unusual. Usually it is just one officer who comes out and gives a briefing, but really this goes to show the kind of feat that Gujarat ATS...
लोग स्विच ऑफ कर देंगे मेरा ठीक है बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट का ही करूंगा और एसपी एटीएस आपको दैट राजस्थान वाले केस के बारे में बताएंगे ठीक है थैंक यू सर ये 4 आरोपी को अरेस्ट किया गया है एक छोटा सा ब्रीफ कर दूं है ना ठीक है तो 12 मार्च 1993 के दिन मुंबई शहर में लगभग 12 जगहों पे विस्फोट हुए सीरियल बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुए लगभग 250 से ज़्यादा लोगों की जान गई और 700 से ऊपर लोग इंजर्ड हुए ये एक बहुत ही दहशत वाला दिन था और उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन महाराष्ट्र पुलिस की एसटीएफ और बाद में सीबीआई ने इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की लगभग 190 लोगों को से ज़्यादा लोगों की जान गई और 700 से ऊपर लोग इंजर्ड हुए ये एक बहुत ही दहशत वाला दिन था और उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन महाराष्ट्र पुलिस की एसटीएफ और बाद में सीबीआई ने इसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की लगभग 190 लोगों को इन्वेस्टिगेशन कंप्लीट होने के बाद चार्जशीट किया गया और बहुत से लोग इसमें ऐसे थे जो अभी तक हमारे सीबीआई के पकड़ में या इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी के पकड़ में नहीं थे बहुत लोग एब्सकॉन्डर इस केस में रहे थे जो मिडिल ईस्ट की कंट्रीज़ में और बाकी सब देशों में चले गए थे इतने सालों से हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चलती रहती थी सभी लोगों को हम ढूंढने का प्रयत्न करते रहते थे देश की सभी एजेंसी इनको ढूंढने का प्रयत्न करते रहती हैं और हम लोग भी उसमें लगे रहते हैं एटीएस के रूप में हमें माहिती मिली हमारी टीम को माहिती मिली जो के.एन. पटेल साहब की टीम है और इनके साथ हमारी डीवाईएसपी रोजिया साहब हमारे डीवाईएसपी चावड़ा साहब और हमारे पीआई बीबी पटेल सभी लोगों की टीम जो इस ऐसे केसों को डील करती है इनको माहिती मिली कि 4 लोग कुछ ऐसे शकमंद रूप से हमारे एरिया में वहाँ पे कर रहे हैं उस माहिती के आधार पे सरदार नगर एरिया से हम लोगों ने 4 लोगों को पिकअप किया उनके पास पासपोर्ट वगैरह हमारी प्राथमिक तपास में लगा कि यह पासपोर्ट फेक है और फ्रॉडुलेंट तरीके से फोर्ज डॉक्यूमेंट के आधार पे बनाया गया पासपोर्ट है उस आधार पे इनको पिकअप किया गया उनको इन्वेस्टिगेशन और डिटेल इंट्रोगेशन उनका शुरू किया गया डिटेल इंट्रोगेशन करने के बाद पता चला कि ये 4 लोग वैसे लोग हैं जो बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट के केस में मुंबई बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट केस में आरोपी हैं इनके ऊपर रेड कॉर्नर नोटिस भी इशू किया गया है और इनके प्रोक्लेम्ड ऑफेंडर के रूप में इसको सीबीआई की कोर्ट ने इनको प्रोक्लेम्ड ऑफेंडर किया गया है इन चारों को जब इंट्रोगेट किया गया तो काफ़ी कुछ डिटेल्स 93 ब्लास्ट के बारे में सामने आई और उनके बेसिस पे हमने उनको अरेस्ट किया अरेस्ट उस बेसिस पे ना किया अरेस्ट हमने बेसिकली पासपोर्ट केस के ऊपर किया गया और उसके बाद में इनका इंट्रोगेशन शुरू हुआ इसके बाद सारी की सारी डिटेल्स और उनका क्या रोल था इस ब्लास्ट में वो सब भी कुछ हमारे इंट्रोगेशन में सामने आना शुरू हुआ हमने इसके आधार पे उनको कोर्ट में भी रजू किया उनका रिमांड लिया और अभी हमारा इंट्रोगेशन और डिटेल इंट्रोगेशन अभी भी हमारा चल रहा है इन 4 लोगों के नाम हैं एक जावेद पाशा ये रेसिडेंट बेंगलोर कर्नाटका का है दूसरे हैं सैयद अब्बास शरीफ जो तमिलनाडु चेन्नई के हैं वहाँ के रहने वाले हैं तीसरे हैं सैयद यसीन ये भी बेंगलोर का है और चौथा मोहम्मद यूसुफ इस्माइल ये मीरा रोड बॉम्बे महाराष्ट्र के हैं ये 4 लोगों को हमने अरेस्ट किया अभी उनका इंट्रोगेशन है इनका कैसा रोल था, कितना रोल था बॉम्बे ब्लास्ट 1993 में, ये डिटेल इन्वेस्टिगेशन हमारा चल रहा है। थैंक यू।
सर, ये 4 का रोल क्या था, वो जरा बताएं 93 में। और ये कहा यहाँ किस तरह आए, कहाँ थे अब तक, बहुत बड़ा गुजरात क्यों आए थे?
हाँ बताओ।
जे प्रमाणे जे प्रमाणे आईजी साहब आपने सूचना करी हो तो जैसे एडीजी सर ने आपके ध्यान पे रखा है।
Well, so the important presser there that was addressed by the Gujarat ATS saying that the probe is still on and that they are still quizzing all 4 who've been accused, who've been arrested in connection with the 1993 blast case.
Around 7 to 8 officials arrived early in the morning today, and at this point in time the raid is going on. And this is regarding the facilitation of Chinese national and giving them visa, helping them in providing visas. On the other hand, in return, 50 lakh rupees is a bribe which was given to Karti Chidambaram.
PSI BH कोराट का जो तपास निकला है कि और उसके तपास के अंदर से ये साबित हुआ कि ये जो 4 आरोपी है ये 1993 का बॉम्बे का सीरियल ब्लास्ट।
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience. Get assured placement opportunities powered by 300 hiring partners and 2,000 job openings with Amity Online programs. Apply now at amityonline.com to fast forward your career.
It's a great feeling, it's a great experience, to win Thomas Cup. It's a team and it's not an individual thing, so it's a great feeling to win this Thomas Cup. What we achieved is something spectacular. I would definitely put it on par with the World Cup than any other team sport.
It's the first time India went past the semi-finals and then won the championship.
Highest level sports which actually are Olympic sports major countries are playing, I think we are winning in those, and I think it makes a huge difference.
A wedding ceremony had to be conducted in the presence of police in Madhya Pradesh's Rajgarh. The situation came about after certain individuals objected to the Dalit groom riding a horse at the ceremony. The 2-day regional conference, bringing government and citizens together through administrative reforms, was held in Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar. Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh was one of the attendees who addressed the event. At least 62 villages were reported submerged in Assam's Hojai following heavy rains in the region. At least 30,000 people were reportedly taken to flood relief camps set up by the district administration. Former IAS officer Pooja Singhal has been sent to judicial custody in Jharkhand's capital Ranchi. She was awarded a 4-day judicial custody along with her chartered accountant Suman Kumar by the Enforcement Directorate. The police confiscated an ambulance in Madhya Pradesh.
And viewers, those are the visuals from Tamil Nadu's Tirunelvi quarry where the rescue operations are still underway. Remember, one person has already lost his life and several others were also trapped under the debris following a landslide. But in the latest, what we are told is that the rescue operations are still on. It's been more than 48 hours now that the rescue operations continue after a landslide that happened in this particular quarry and several were trapped. While many were rescued, the rescue operations is still on, and one person, we are told, also lost his life in this quarry incident.
Showing their resentment against the Delimitation Commission report, various political parties under the banner of All Parties United Morcha are staging protests outside the Nirvachan Bhavan in Jammu, which is the Election Commission's office, and they are saying that the delimitation report that has been submitted by the Delimitation Commission after 2 years should be rejected as it is based on discrimination. They are also alleging that this is a threat and they want the statehood be restored to Jammu and Kashmir. Not only the Congress party but also PDP, National Conference and other social groups are part of this meeting, this joint morcha that has been established against the Delimitation Commission report. And what they are saying that they will be putting forth the demand of various social religious groups before the government, and that's why they are staging protest here at Jammu today. With Gaurav Sani, Gursimran Singh for Public Media Network.
Slipping into a very short break, viewers, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. As Karti Chidambaram raids continue, the big allegation is that he facilitated over 250 work visas for Chinese nationals. And it's Owaisi versus a Hindu side. Owaisi says it's a fountain and not a Shivling.
A wedding ceremony had to be conducted in the presence of police in Madhya Pradesh's Rajgarh. The situation came about after certain individuals objected to the Dalit groom riding a horse at the ceremony. The two-day regional conference, bringing government and citizens together through administrative reforms, was held in Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar. Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh was one of the attendees who addressed the event. At least 62 villages were reported submerged in Assam's Ojai following heavy rains in the region. At least 30,000 people were reportedly taken to flood relief camps set up by the district administration. Former IAS officer Pooja Singhal has been sent to judicial custody in Jharkhand's capital Ranchi. She was awarded a 4-day judicial custody along with her chartered accountant Suman Kumar by the Enforcement Directorate. The police confiscated an ambulance in Madhya Pradesh's Rewa. The vehicle was reportedly being used for the transport of cattle that was confiscated with the vehicle. A BJP delegation met the chief electoral officer in Odisha's capital Bhubaneswar. The reason for the meet was the demand for the withdrawal of a notice on a voters awareness program planned in the city. People in the temple town of Rameswaram demanded for shade roofs to be installed over the 4 chariot roads that led to the Rameswaram temple. The demand was brought forth due to the immense heat being witnessed in the town. The Health Minister of Kerala, Veena George, chaired the meet with the Health Department in Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram. Preparations for the incoming monsoons was one of the subjects of the discussion at the meet. One individual was injured after a shooting incident took place between two groups in Punjab's Kapurthala. The incident took place over an old dispute at a kabaddi tournament.
പുസ്തകന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ. സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is a kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
Hello and welcome to this edition of the news on Republic TV. As the CBI raids P. Chidambaram's son Karti. Well, a Chinese angle has emerged in the entire case. Karti Chidambaram in the dock once again. CBI raids P. Chidambaram's son Karti, Chinese angle and foreign remittances under the scanner. Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Punjab and Odisha, CBI raids Chidambaram's residences across 10 locations in 6 states. Son Karti under mega CBI scanner, Chinese link emerges as Karti misused his position and allegedly facilitated Chinese visas for big conglomerate. As Karti Chidambaram raids continue, big allegation is that he facilitated over 250 work visas for Chinese nationals. In fresh case, Karti allegedly took bribes worth 50 lakh rupees for intervening in reissue of visas for Chinese officials. More time sought for report submission as court commissioner says Gyanvapi report will not be submitted today. Hearing on Gyanvapi case underway in top court. In fresh trouble, ED tells top court Abhishek Banerjee, a potential accused in Bengal coal scam case, SC says can get assistance from Kolkata police in the case. It's Owaisi versus the Hindu side. Owaisi says it's a fountain and not a Shivling. After Owaisi's bar, the Hindu side counters Owaisi, says we know the difference between fountain and Shivling. And in the latest in the Gyanvapi case, as the Supreme Court hears the case today, we've learned that the Special Commissioner Advocate Vishal Singh has sought a minimum 2 days to prepare a commission report on the matter. We get you some of the exclusive reactions to this story.
पर हिंदू कलाकृतियाँ हैं, कलश बना हुआ है और जो तरह तरह के देवी देवताओं के दीवारों पर जो चित्र बने हुए हैं उसको देखकर कोई भी कह सकता है कि हिंदू मंदिर है, लेकिन इसको इनकार कर रहे थे मुस्लिम पक्ष कि नहीं ये तो मस्जिद है, जबकि आंख फाड़ कर चिल्ला कर ये सारी चीज़ें गवाही दे रही थी ये मस्जिद हो ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि मस्जिद में इस तरह की कलाकृतियाँ, फूल पत्ती बेल बूटे गाय भैंस इस तरह की नंदी वगैरह नहीं बनाया जाता है। तो एक झूठ कल्पना की गई कि नहीं यह मस्जिद ही नहीं। और ऐसे में जब सर्वेक्षण शुरू हुआ, जब सर्वे शुरू हुआ तो काफ़ी आशा हम सभी काशीवासियों की या सभी लोगों की बसी कि अब जरूर कुछ न कुछ इसमें साक्ष्य प्रबल मिलना चाहिए। और यही हुआ, जो लगभग 22 का एक तालाब टाइप का हाउस बनाया जाता है, उसको बजू खास कहते थे, तो उसमें पानी था, उसमें छोटे पत्थर के टुकड़े कंकड़ बहुत सारे ऊपर दिखाई पड़ रहे थे। तो यह संदेह हुआ कि जरूर इसमें कोई न कोई शिवलिंग होगा, तब ये पत्थर से ढका हुआ है। और उनका संदेह बहुत सही निकला, तो उसको हटाया गया, पानी निकाला गया और मिट्टी के अंदर से ये निकला। तो आज से नहीं बल्कि जो भी हिंदू काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर दर्शन करने काशी में आता था वो उसको देखकर उसके मन में एक पीड़ा होती थी। ये तो साक्षात मंदिर है और इसको क्यों जबरी मस्जिद कहा जा रहा है। लेकिन कल की घटना से एक बहुत सबको प्रसन्नता हुई, एक बहुत पुष्ट एक तथ्य साक्ष्य सामने आया है और इस पर उसके आधार पर न्यायालय को निर्णय लेने में सुविधा होगी, ऐसा पूरा विश्वास है।
आप मानते हैं कि अतिक्रमण किया गया और उस वो एक मंदिर का हिस्सा था जिसको तोड़कर वहाँ मस्जिद बनाया गया, आप मानते हैं ये हुआ वाकई?
नहीं, ऐसे बचता हुआ, ये हमारे आपके मानने की बात नहीं, आप देखेंगे तो पता चलेगा। वो तो ऐसा है कि जैसे कोई एक शरीर है और तलवार से दो भाग आधा आधा कर दिया जाए तो बायां और दायां अलग अलग दिखाई पड़ेगा और जोड़ते ही पता चलेगा कि एक ही व्यक्ति का है। ऐसे ही जो टूटा हुआ भाग है, जो अभी खड़ा है, जो स्तंभ दिखलाई पड़ रहा है, वो सीधे सीधे है कि ये मंदिर का आधा भाग है। तो उसका नीचे तक एकदम गर्भगृह जहाँ ये निकला है, वो गर्भगृह जो है जहाँ की मंदिर का मुख्य देवता का विग्रह होता है, वो ज्यों का त्यों दिखाई पड़ रहा है। इसलिए इसमें कहीं कोई संदेह की बात नहीं है।
Petitioner Sohan Lal said that a big Shivling was found made of black stone.
आप कह रहे हैं जैसे ही आपके हिसाब से शिवलिंग मिला, मतलब आप उसे शिवलिंग कह रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप कह रहे हैं नाचने लगे लोग, आप कह रहे हैं बाबा मिल गए बाहर आके, आपके रिएक्शन के बाद ही सारे दावे मजबूत होने लगे थे। क्या हुआ था वहां पर?
बाबा मिलने के पूर्व उसमें पानी भरा था, जैसे ही पानी निकला वैसे ही जो है पूरा का पूरा शिवलिंग जो है ये लग रहा था कि शिवलिंग है। और फिर उसको सफाई किया गया, अधिकारी आए और ये कहे कि ये पत्थर का है और एक ही पत्थर का बना हुआ है, काले पत्थर का बना हुआ है। हमने डॉक्टर विलियम अल्टेकर की पुस्तक का जिक्र हमको हमारे ध्यान में आया कि हो सकता है 100 फीट शिवलिंग जो उस समय था उसका हिस्सा हो। हम मुस्लिम समाज के लोगों से यह पूछे कि क्या अंदर जाने का मार्ग है? कहे हाँ। नीचे जब सीढ़ी से उतरे तो जैसे शिवलिंग लंबा होता है, उसको चारों तरफ दीवारों से घिरा हुआ है। हम अगला जो ये जांच कमीशन जारी करने जा रहे हैं उसमें यह दाखिल करेंगे कि उसे से पुनः ईंट हटा करके, ताकि माँ जो शिवलिंग लंबा होगा तो नीचे अर्घा होगा और उसके लिए मांग करेंगे कि ताकि ईंट हटाई जाए।
And Jitendra Singh Bisen, president of the Vishwa Vedic Sanatan Sangh, has alleged that the Muslim side has tried to conceal evidence but has failed.
बिसेन जी, मैं आपसे यह जानना चाहता हूं, अब ये निकल के सामने आ गया है कि वो शिवलिंग है और आप एक पिटीशन और मूव कर रहे हैं, सुनने में आया है कि आप चाहते हैं कि चारों तरफ की जो दीवार है वो हटाई जाए। सबसे पहले मेरा प्रश्न आपसे ये है कि जो नई चीज निकल के आई है उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, कल की जो घटना हुई कमीशन के दौरान और इतना बड़ा साक्ष्य सामने आया है पूरे समाज के, वो अपने आप में बहुत कुछ कहता है। बहुत कुछ कहता है उस दावे को लेकर जो हमने अपने दावे में कहा है कि वह पूरा परिसर पूर्व में आदि विश्वेश्वर स्वयंभू ज्योतिर्लिंग का ही स्थल है। ये कई चीजों को प्रमाणित करता है कल का ये शिवलिंग का प्रकट होना। मैं सबसे पहले तो सभी को बधाई दूंगा कि एक साधारण कमीशन के दौरान इतना बड़ा साक्ष्य समाज के सामने आ गया। ये स्वयं बाबा विश्वनाथ स्वयं चाहते थे, शायद इसीलिए वो चीजें सामने आई हैं।
दूसरा सवाल मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूंगा सर कि अब आप एक और याचिका मूव कर रहे हैं, उस याचिका में आप क्या मांग रखेंगे?
देखिए, वो याचिका नहीं है, उसी केस में हम आज एक एप्लीकेशन लगा रहे हैं जिसमें हम मांग कर रहे हैं कि जो वो कुआं सा दिखा है जिसके अंदर वो शिवलिंग है, चूंकि नीचे बेसमेंट से उस पे चारों तरफ दीवार बनी हुई है, उस दीवार को हटाया जाए ताकि उसके आधार का भी पता चल सके कि शिवलिंग कहाँ तक है।
तो अब तक क्यों नहीं निकल के सामने? अब तक ये चीज दबी क्यों रही?
देखिए, 350 वर्षों से उस स्थान पे कब्जा कहीं ना कहीं मुस्लिम समाज का था और उन्होंने सारी चीजों को छुपा कर रखा हुआ था। हर संभव प्रयास किया सनातन संस्कृति को नष्ट करने का, लेकिन धर्म को कोई नष्ट नहीं कर सकता है। आज ये उसका जीता जागता उदाहरण है कि इतने वर्षों से जो चीज नष्ट करने का प्रयास किया गया या छुपाया गया वो अपने आप सामने आ गई। ये सनातन की बहुत बड़ी जीत है।
लेकिन एक चीज और सर, ये कहा जा रहा है लॉयर्स की तरफ से, मुस्लिम पिटीशनर्स के लॉयर की तरफ से कि वो फव्वारा है, वो शिवलिंग नहीं है। इस पर आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया?
देखिए, वो तो ये भी कहते हैं ये मस्जिद है, पूरा परिसर मस्जिद है। उस मस्जिद के परिसर के अंदर क्या क्या निकला है, मामला चूंकि कोर्ट में है, जब तक कमीशन की रिपोर्ट सबमिट नहीं हो जाती मैं नहीं बता पाऊंगा।
Speaking to Republic TV, Vishnu Shankar Jain, lawyer from the Hindu side, said that 83 feet distance was between the Shivling and Nandi.
एडवोकेट कमिश्नर साहब को अपनी रिपोर्ट सबमिट करनी है। जो कोर्ट का ऑर्डर था 12 मई का, उसमें 17 तारीख की डेट निर्धारित की गई थी जिस दिन एडवोकेट कमिश्नर को अपनी रिपोर्ट सबमिट करनी है। तो मैं अभी बनारस की सिविल कोर्ट जा रहा हूं और ये देखता हूं वहां पे जाके कि एडवोकेट कमिश्नर महोदय अपनी रिपोर्ट सबमिट कर रहे हैं कि नहीं। अगर वो करेंगे तो हम उनसे एक कॉपी मांगेंगे अपने लिए और उसका फिर अध्ययन किया जाएगा।
कोई पर्टिकुलर समय है ये तब तक रिपोर्ट दे देनी है, ऐसा कुछ आज?
नहीं, समय तो नहीं था, पर सिविल कोर्ट 10:30 बजे बैठती है तो उम्मीद यही रहेगी कि आज वो अपनी रिपोर्ट सबमिट करें।
अभी मेरी विशेष कोर्ट कमिश्नर से बात हुई है, वो ये कह रहे हैं कि 50% रिपोर्ट तैयार है, समय लिया जाएगा, प्रार्थना पत्र दिया जाएगा समय के लिए।
अब ये बात कोर्ट में ही पता चलेगी, हमें तो इसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है। जो कोर्ट में वो स्टेटमेंट देंगे उसके बाद ही हमें पता चलेगा कि क्या आगे प्रक्रिया होगी।
कल 2 घंटे का सर्वे होना था, 3 घंटे करीब लग गए थे, आप लोग वहाँ पर मौजूद थे। नंदी से शिवलिंग की दूरी कितनी थी?
83 फीट। नंदी के जस्ट ऑपोजिट एकदम उनके स्ट्रेट ये शिवलिंग मिला है और जिसकी दूरी नंदी से 83 फीट है।
अच्छा, और शिवलिंग की कितनी क्या ऊंचाई लंबाई क्या बताई जा रही है?
शिवलिंग अराउंड 4 फीट डाया का है और इसकी ऊंचाई करीब 2.5 फीट है।
एक वीडियो बहुत ज्यादा वायरल हो रहा है, ये दिखाइएगा जरा। ये पुराना वीडियो है, कुछ कहेंगे?
ये वीडियो एकदम सही है और यही चीज, हाँ, ये मैंने देखा हुआ है। यही वीडियो एकदम सही है और यही वजूद स्थल है और इसी से हमने सीढ़ी लगा के यहाँ तक पहुंचे थे और इस शिवलिंग की वीडियोग्राफी फोटोग्राफी की गई थी। एग्जैक्टली यही चीज मैंने कल देखी है।
अच्छा, कल जब ये पूरा मामला हुआ वहाँ दोनों पक्ष के लोग थे, कहीं कोई बवाल या कुछ तो नहीं सामने आया?
नहीं, कोई बवाल नहीं था। सबने अपने इसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया कमिश्नर की प्रोसीडिंग्स में। अब एडवोकेट कमिश्नर जो भी रिपोर्ट सबमिट करेंगे हम उसको कोर्ट में देंगे।
पूरे इलाके को सील कर दिया गया कोर्ट की ओर से?
जी, कल हमने कोर्ट से ऑर्डर लिया था और कोर्ट से मांग की थी कि क्योंकि वहाँ पे भगवान शिव का शिवलिंग मिला है तो इसको पूरे एरिया को सील कर दिया जाए। और ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पीस ऑफ एविडेंस है जिस पे माननीय न्यायालय ने आदेश पारित करते हुए सीआरपीएफ के कमांडेंट को डायरेक्ट किया है कि उस पूरे एरिया को अपनी निगरानी में रखे और डीजीपी और चीफ सेक्रेटरी यूपी को डायरेक्ट किया गया है कि वो उसको मॉनिटर करें।
अच्छा, नंदी के बेस पर ही आप लोग कह रहे थे कि वहाँ पर शिवलिंग हो सकता है, सारी बातें जो कही जा रही?
नहीं, बहुत सारे बेसिस थे। जेम्स प्रिसेप का मैप था, एएस अल्टरनेकर की किताब थी, नंदी का जो मुख है वो मस्जिद की तरफ था। इसके अलावा हिस्टोरिकल स्टडीज़ थी और काफ़ी एविडेंसेस मिली हैं, जैसे जस्ट उस वजू खाने के बगल में एक कुआं है। तो ये सारी चीज़ें हैं, बहुत सारी अलाइड एविडेंसेस हैं जिसके आधार पे हम कह रहे थे। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि एक भव्य हिंदू मंदिर था इतिहास में जिसको तोड़ के इस मस्जिद का शेप दिया गया।
अच्छा, आगे अब क्या होगा? कोर्ट की ओर से क्या किया जाएगा, क्या रहेगा?
अगर रिपोर्ट सबमिट की जाएगी तो कोर्ट फिर उसमें मुस्लिम पक्ष अपना ऑब्जेक्शन मांगेगी और जब मुस्लिम पक्ष अपना ऑब्जेक्शन देगा फिर कोर्ट की कार्रवाई आगे बढ़ेगी।
एक और सर्वे की मांग की जा रही है क्या, ऐसा कुछ है?
नहीं, हमारी तरफ से तो अभी कोई और सर्वे की मांग नहीं है।
संतुष्ट है सर्वे से जो हुआ है?
अब रिपोर्ट देखने के बाद पता चलेगा कि एडवोकेट कमिश्नर की क्या रिपोर्ट आती है।
याचिकाकर्ताओं का क्या रिएक्शन रहा सारी चीजें सामने आने? मुझे पता आपको देर हो रही है।
याचिकाकर्ता बहुत खुश हैं और बहुत प्रफुल्लित हैं और दुख भी है कि जिस तरह से हमारे ईश्वर का आराध्य का अपमान किया जा रहा था। तो दुख भी है, खुशी भी है और आगे चल के हम इसमें माननीय न्यायालय से मांग करेंगे कि इस पूरे कॉर्डन ऑफ तो करा ही जा चुका है कि इस पूरे एरिया को और प्रॉपर तरीके से प्रोटेक्ट किया जाए।
Alleged Shivling found inside the Gyanvapi. As the survey got over, Varanasi court ordered local admin to seal the area. The Muslim Personal Law Board has questioned the survey and also called the Varanasi court order to protect the site unfair.
देखिए, सर्वे भी गैर जरूरी था और ये पिटीशन भी अवैधानिक है। फिर भी हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ, हायर कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ उस संसदीय कानून का पास रखते हुए इनके इस हास्यास्पद फैसले को खारिज करेगा। कल सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई आपको सबको मालूम है, देश उसे देख रहा है, दुनिया भी देख रही है कि क्या तमाशा भारत में राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए किया जा रहा है। बहरहाल हम बड़े धैर्य के साथ भारत के संविधान और कानून को मानते हुए इस लड़ाई को लड़ रहे हैं।
Meanwhile, the survey report is yet to be filed in the Varanasi court for the final word. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And And news from across the world, a 9-year-old video smuggled out of Syria appears to show the country's military intelligence agents killing dozens of people and dumping their bodies in a pit. A Sweden-based researcher looking at war crimes committed in Syria has identified 13 of the victims seen in the video, which was taken in Damascus on 16th April 2013. Officials say 28 of Chernihiv's 35 schools have been damaged, with several reduced to rubble. Ukrainian government says more than 1,000 schools and colleges have been hit since the Russians invaded on February 24th. Many were being used as food distribution centers and shelters, including a school in the Luhansk region that was leveled in a May 7th strike. Kyiv residents are switching to bicycles and electric vehicles as fuel shortages continue across Ukraine. Russia's invasion, which began in February, has destroyed the country's fuel infrastructure, blocking many of its ports. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has promised officials would find a fuel supply system within a week or two to prevent a deficit, but called it a difficult task after a refinery was hit by a missile. Cuban foreign minister says a move by the United States to expand flights to Cuba takes steps to loosen restrictions on U.S. travelers to the island and lift Trump-era restrictions on remittances were positive measures. The policy changes come after a review that began soon after a series of widespread protests on the island last July. And time now for a short break, but coming up after that, Sun Karthi under mega CBI scanner. Chinese link now emerges as Karthi misused position and allegedly facilitated Chinese visas for big conglomerate. In fresh trouble, ED tells top court. Also coming up, Abhishek Banerjee, a potential accused in Bengal coal scam, SC says can get assistance from Kolkata police in the case.
ഉസ്താദന്മാരൊക്കെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സദസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ. സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലജ്ജ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ലജ്ജ ഈ കുട്ടിക്കുണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി.
A girl coming on stage will have lajja, that she will be shy, and that shyness is necessary for a woman. This is the kind of statement that a top Islamic organization has made.
Gyanvapi Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton, and it's a World Cup for cricket or in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
We have been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory, and we can continuously hear the bombardment.
And in more international news, addressing Hungary's parliament, nationalist leader Viktor Orban took oath of office for a fourth consecutive term. Orban and his Fidesz party were overwhelmingly elected to run Hungary for another 4 years in April's election. His government has remained firm in its rejection of sanctions on Russian energy export.
14 officials
officials overall have been conducting searches here in Chennai, 7 here in Chidambaram's residence and 7 at Karti Chidambaram's office. These searches are ongoing with links to Karti Chidambaram having facilitated visas to Chinese workers. Searches are ongoing in across 9 locations overall, including Chennai, Karnataka and Mumbai.
जो पास कर देगा नरोत्तम शर्मा हमारे साथ इस वक्त मौजूद है। नरोत्तम जी, रेजोल्यूशन जो है वो मूव किया था, पास हो गया सर।
बिल्कुल, मैं कहता हूँ पूरे जम्मू प्रदेश के वासियों के लिए, सबके लिए बड़ा खुशी का पल है कि रेजोल्यूशन ध्वनिमति से और सबके समर्थन से ये पारित हो गया है। तो मुझे क्या लगता है बड़ी खुशी की लहर है हम सब लोगों के बीच में। बिल्कुल, इसकी लिस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट को ये ऑथराइज होनी चाहिए, उसकी लिस्ट बननी चाहिए। जहाँ भी इलीगल लाउड स्पीकर लगे उसको बैन होना चाहिए और उसकी परमिशन के बिना, डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट की परमिशन के बिना कोई भी लाउड स्पीकर रन नहीं होना चाहिए।
पास हो गया तो अब ये आगे ऑर्डर होगा?
बिल्कुल, अभी हमें ऑर्डर होगा। अभी हम जो है ऑनरेबल गवर्नर साहब से मिलेंगे इसके रेजोल्यूशन के पास हो जाने के बाद और प्रयास किया जाएगा ये ग्राउंड पे इसके रेजोल्यूशन को इम्प्लीमेंट करना।
कांग्रेस की तरफ से ऑब्जेक्ट भी किया गया है इन चीजों को, वेल पे आ गए थे वो लोग।
ठीक है, देखिए जिनको कोई ऑब्जेक्शन है उनका ऑब्जेक्शन होगा, लेकिन हमने उनको सहमत करवाने का पूरा प्रयास किया है। मेजोरिटी हमारे पास है, हम ज्यादा जो लोग थे हमारे पक्ष में थे, रेजोल्यूशन पास हो गया है।
So this was Narottam Sharma, the corporator. I'm pertinent to mention that the Congress corporators, they are staging protest here. They are in the well. आप लोग ऑब्जेक्ट क्यों कर रहे हैं? वो
ऑब्जेक्ट नहीं कर रहे, लेकिन हम ये कह रहे हैं कि पहले जो इन्होंने हमारे मंदिरों के शहर को एक दारू का शहर बना दिया, हम उस पे भी एक निर्णय चाहते हैं। आज हमारे मजलूम लोग, जम्मू के लोग खड़े रहे, हमारी माताएं बहनें वाइन शॉप्स के बाहर खड़ी रही। क्या इन लोगों ने उस पर डिसीजन लिया? आंखें बंद करके इन्होंने एक एक गली में 10-10 वाइन शॉप्स खुलवाई, तब इन्होंने किसी मंदिर, मस्जिद, गुरुद्वारे का परहेज नहीं
कहना कि हमारे पास मेजोरिटी है और हम मेजोरिटी से इसको पास कर।
मेजोरिटी का तो बेड़ा गर्क किया इन्होंने, जम्मू शहर का बेड़ा गर्क कर दिया। कोई डेवलपमेंट की बात नहीं करते। मेरी आस्था ये मंदिरों का शहर है, अगर यहाँ लाउड स्पीकर नहीं लगेगा तो कहाँ लगेगा? इनको क्या प्रॉब्लम आती है? डेवलपमेंट की बात करो। जो आपके बीजेपी के कार्यालय के बाहर वाइन शॉप लगी थी, क्यों नहीं उसको पिछले साल बंद किया गया? और जम्मू जो हिंदुस्तान के अंदर चीप पॉलिटिक्स भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है लाउड स्पीकर्स को बैन करने की, आज जम्मू के अंदर भी इस शांति को भंग करने की कोशिश ये लोग कर रहे हैं।
आपको लगता है कि ये जो रेजोल्यूशन मूव किया गया है शांति भंग करने के
लिए? ये शांति भंग करने के लिए और सिर्फ चीप एंड चीप पॉलिटिक्स करने के लिए कर रहे हैं।
आज इनको धर्म की चिंता है, इनको धर्म की चिंता, इनको लोगों की सेहत की चिंता है, हम उसे अप्रिशिएट करते हैं। लेकिन जो एक शराब की दुकान इन्होंने गली गली में खुलवा दी, आखिर क्या उससे धर्म या उससे लोगों की सेहतों पे कोई फर्क नहीं है?
The Congress party is saying that this is being done just for the sake of politics. They want to score the political scores. While on the other hand, what the BJP is saying that this is being done to ensure the implementation of the Supreme Court guidelines. The resolution was moved by Narottam Sharma of the Bharatiya Janata Party and has been passed with the voice vote now. The Congress party is continuously objecting to this. A big move by the BJP in the Jammu Municipal Corporation as the chorus for ban on illegal loudspeaker reaches Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, back to studios.
So, Jammu has passed a resolution banning illegal loudspeakers. Just a few days ago, the controversy over loudspeakers in religious institutions across the country, a council of Jammu Municipal Corporation moved a resolution against noise pollution caused by loudspeakers. Gursimran, it's over to you now. Tell us about how the loudspeaker row played out in Jammu. We believe that it's now been banned.
Yes, so the resolution has been passed by the House, the General House meeting that was held today, and it was pending for almost 3 days now, but now the resolution has been passed. I'm joined by Narottam Sharma. Narottam जी, मुझे ये बताइए, लगातार देखा हमने कि डिमांड थी कि बैन होना चाहिए, आपने रेजोल्यूशन मूव किया, पास भी हो गया।
बिल्कुल, मैं कहता हूँ हमारे हाउस के लिए, जम्मू कश्मीर प्रदेश के लोगों के लिए खुशी का पल है कि रेजोल्यूशन जो है मेजॉरिटी के लोगों सपोर्ट के साथ ये पास हो गया है और अभी आगे हमारा प्रयास रहेगा इस रेजोल्यूशन को ग्राउंड पे इम्प्लीमेंट करवाया जाए।
कांग्रेस कह रही है कि आप पॉलिटिक्स के लिए ये सब कर रहे हैं।
बेसिकली कांग्रेस डूबता जहाज है, उनके पास कोई इशू नहीं, कोई मुद्दा नहीं है। मैं बताऊं, ये मेरा रेजोल्यूशन किसी धार्मिक किसी व्यक्ति विशेष या
कि माहौल खराब करने के लिए आप कर रहे हैं,
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। मुझे बताइए, जो बीमार हो रहे हैं वो कांग्रेस के या बीजेपी के ज्यादा हो रहे हैं क्या? जो ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया की गाइडलाइन है उसको मैंने इंप्लीमेंट करवाने का इसमें जिक्र किया गया है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया की गाइडलाइन है नॉइज पोल्यूशन के अंतर्गत जितने भी जो लाउड स्पीकर है उसकी डेसिमल्स करके उसकी समय सीमा तय की गई है, उतने ही समय में वो चलने चाहिए, उसके बिना जो इलीगल है वो उतरने चाहिए।
So the BJP is saying that this is not a political move but a move that is aimed for the health of common citizen of Jammu. But the BJP, while Congress on the other hand, which is one of the key opposition here, they are saying that this is being done just for the sake of vote bank politics, and the BJP want to deteriorate the situation in Jammu. Yes.
Well, Gursimran there telling us about how, well, those who say that loudspeakers are causing noise pollution winning for now as far as Jammu is concerned, as a resolution is passed. Gursimran, when we talk about the kind of protests, what are the issues, what are the demands of the protesters now?
See what they are saying that this is just being done so as to deteriorate the situation. I am joined by Gaurav Chopra of the Congress. Gaurav, आप लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये माहौल खराब करने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
बिल्कुल, ये जम्मू की शांति को भंग करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास जम्मू कश्मीर में खुसूसन तौर पे इलेक्शन लड़ने के लिए कोई एजेंडा नहीं है। अब नया एजेंडा लेकर आए हैं। आप इसकी वैल्यूज कम कर सकते थे। हम मंदिरों के शहर में रहते हैं। आज भी मंगलवार है, कल पूर्णमासी थी, बुद्ध पूर्णिमा था। अगर लोग हमारे गीता का पाठ नहीं सुनेंगे तो क्या सुनेंगे? आप मंदिरों में भी बैन कर दिया, गुरुद्वारा में बैन कर दिया, मस्जिद में बैन कर दिया, क्रिश्चियंस में चर्चों में बैन कर दिया। आखिर आप जम्मू शहर से चाहते क्या हैं? जम्मू शहर को एक्सपेरिमेंट का शहर बना दिया। जो गंदी पॉलिटिक्स भारतीय जनता पार्टी हिंदुस्तान में कर रही है, जो कर्नाटक में देखने को मिला, राजस्थान में देखने को मिला, महाराष्ट्र में देखने को मिला, दिल्ली में और यूपी में देखने को मिला, यूपी मॉडल जम्मू के अंदर लागू करने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
वो कह रहे हैं कि सिर्फ आम लोगों की सेहत के लिए है, कोई पॉलिटिकल मोटिव नहीं।
जो इनके बड़े बड़े टावर, मोबाइल टावर्स लगे हैं और जो लोगों के घरों के बीच में लगे हैं, क्या उससे कोई रिएक्शन नहीं होगा? क्या उसे बंद नहीं करना चाहिए? 70 सालों में कभी लाउड स्पीकर से या वो नॉइस पोल्यूशन से मैंने नहीं सुना कोई बीमार हुआ हो, किसी को कैंसर हुआ हो। लेकिन सिर्फ पॉलिटिक्स और पॉलिटिक्स करना भारतीय जनता पार्टी वाले जानते हैं। डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर नाम मांगो, वोट मांगो, बताओ कितने ट्रांसफार्मर लगाए, कितने लोगों की पेंशनें लगाई, कितनी गलियां बनाई, कितनी नालियां बनाई।
So the Congress party is saying that this is being just done just for the political benefit by the Bharatiya Janata Party, while on the other hand BJP is saying that they have...
Gursimran, I'll have to interrupt you for now as Nirmal Singh, former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, is on the phone. Mr. Singh, your reactions and thoughts at this time. What would you like to share with Republic?
I think the JMC, Jammu Municipal Corporation, has done a very right thing by passing this resolution, because nobody has the right to disturb my peace. Whether he is praying, whether he is enjoying in a party, others' liberty ends when my nose starts. That's the basic principle of democracy. So, by passing this resolution, and this resolution is applicable not only in a particular institutions, religious institutions of a particular community. It's regarding everybody. All the communities comes under this resolution. So I think it's a very good step, based on scientific and democratic lines. And those people who are crying on that, I think they are only doing politics. That's the basic thing.
Right. Well, protesters now are saying that these are just diversionary tactics, members of the Congress and other opposition parties.
Actually, I will tell them whether this is not an issue. This is an issue which is under the consideration of our Honorable Supreme Court in the rest of the country. Yes, electricity is the issue, water supply is the issue, Construction of road is the issue, but this is also issue which is as important as other issues are. Whereas if I don't get a good road,
exactly, sir.
That's acceptable. If somebody
exactly, sir,
breaches my peace, that's a violation of my basic human rights.
And the petitioner also has made it clear that it's purely for health reasons, because the resolution in Jammu clearly says that all illegal loudspeakers are to be banned. Many thanks, Mr. Singh, for joining us and speaking with Republic TV. And here we're bringing you breaking news, shots of the CBI team leaving the Chidambaram house after 6 hours. Well, coming up after the break, CBI conducts raids in nearly 10 locations related to the Chidambarams. Also, Abhishek Mukherjee, the potential accused, the ED has requested that has requested before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says that the Kolkata police can help.
Gyanvapi Srikanth, congratulations. How does it feel to bring your country so much glory and honor this morning?
It's a great feeling. It's a great experience. This is considered to be one of the biggest team event that we have in badminton, and it's a World Cup for cricket in that scale. So it's very happy to win such a big team event.
I've been showing you the picture of a bread factory elevator. Russia has fired a missile in this bread storage factory. Then we can continuously hear the bombardment.
And in more international news, addressing Hungary's parliament, nationalist leader Viktor Orban took oath of office for a fourth consecutive term. Orban and his Fidesz party were overwhelmingly elected to run Hungary for another 4 years in April's election. His government has remained firm in its rejection of sanctions on Russian energy export. Centrist politician Elizabeth Borne was appointed France's new prime minister, becoming the second woman in history to hold the post. Borne, Labour minister in French President Emmanuel Macron's previous government, succeeds Jean Castex, whose resignation was expected after Macron's re-election last month to a second 5-year term. CBI raids P. Chidambaram's son Karthi, Chinese, Angle and foreign remittances under the scanner. Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Punjab and Odisha. CBI raids Chidambaram's residences across 10 locations in 6 states. Son Karthi under mega CBI scanner. Chinese link emerges as Karthi misused position and allegedly facilitated Chinese visas for big conglomerate. As Karthi Chidambaram raids continue, big allegation is he facilitated over 250 work visas for Chinese nationals. In fresh case, Karthi allegedly took bribes worth 50 lakhs for intervening in reissue of visas for Chinese officials. More time sought for report submission as court commissioner says Gyanvapi report will not be submitted today. Hearing on Gyanvapi case underway in top court. It's Owaisi versus the Hindu side. Owaisi says it's a fountain and not a Shivling. Hindu side counters, says we know the difference. Big breakthrough in 1993 Mumbai blast case. Gujarat ATS arrests 4 accused. Loudspeaker row explodes. Jammu bans illegal loudspeakers. Congress furious over the move.
Viewers, we're coming across to these visuals that we're getting in from Budgam. Remember, there had been a Kashmiri Pandit named Rahul Bhatt, in fact, who had been brutally murdered. And post that, we have seen a lot of movement with respect to the Kashmiri Pandits there in Budgam and also in the valley across, where we have seen several such protests that had been breaking out to say that there are, in fact, Kashmiri Pandits who are being victimized, who are being brutalized as well by terrorists in the valley. And now we are coming across to protest, another such protest that is being, in fact, a sit-in that is being organized by the Kashmiri Pandits who are trying to say that they want justice for Rahul Bhatt's brutal killing, and also several such attacks that have taken place on Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. And Rahul Bhatt, in fact, had been murdered inside of a government building as well, inside of the Tehsil office, which is why the protests, in fact, are also escalating, claiming that if somebody from inside of the government building can be brutally murdered like this, what of the common man? These are the kind of voices really that are coming in from the protests that are being organized for Kashmiri Pandits there in Budgam and also across in the valley, where we are seeing several such people. And over these visuals, let me go across to my colleague Zeenat, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Zeenat, tell us more about the protest that is being carried out.
Demanding justice for Rahul Pandit despite all assurance coming from the J&K government. In fact, I'm joined by few of the protesters here. Let me see what their demands are further. Sir, आप मुझे बताइए कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से आए दिन कोशिश हो रही है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी आप लोग अभी भी सड़कों पे हैं।
एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी आज तक उन्होंने कोई कॉन्क्रीट स्टेप तो इस पे उठाया नहीं। आश्वासन देना अलग चीज़ है, प्रैक्टिकली फील्ड में काम करना अलग चीज़ है। हम उनको एक रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बोलती है अभी यहाँ कंडीशन ठीक नहीं है। अगर कंडीशन ठीक नहीं है, हम उनको बोल रहे हैं कि हमें तब तक और किसी स्टेट में भेज दो, जम्मू वापस भेज दो। जब आपको लगे यहाँ ग्राउंड सिचुएशन ठीक हो रही है, तब हमें वापस भेज दो। वो तो वो करने को तैयार नहीं है। एक साइड से हमें बोल रहे हैं आप ड्यूटी को जाओ, आप अपने काम करो, यहाँ हालात ठीक हैं। दूसरी साइड से उन्हीं का स्टेटमेंट आता है अभी कंडीशन ठीक नहीं है। ये मुझे लग रहा है ये हमारे साथ ज़्यादतियाँ हो रही है। पहले भी हमने एक बार स्ट्राइक की, तब भी उन्होंने यही चीज़ हमको बोला, आज आए यहाँ तो हमारे एक भाई का ये अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट हो गया, शहीद कर दिया गया उसको। कितनी देर ये वेट करेंगे, कितने लोग हम अब शहीद हो जाएंगे, तब इनको समझ आ जाएगी।
मैम आप बताइए, क्योंकि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कह रहा है कि हमने ट्रांसफर्स भी कुछ किए हैं, 2 ऑर्डर्स में ट्रांसफर्स भी हुए हैं कश्मीरी पंडित के, चाहे कोई कुपवारा में था उसको अनंतनाग लाया गया या किसी और नज़दीकी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में लाया गया। क्या ये सफिशिएंट नहीं है? एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एलजी कह रहा है कि 1 हफ्ते में पूरी पंडित कम्युनिटी जो माइग्रेंट का प्राइम मिनिस्टर पैकेज में काम कर रहे हैं उनको नज़दीक के इलाकों में लाया जाए। क्या ये सफिशिएंट नहीं है आपकी डिमांड से रिलेटेड?
मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताना चाहूँगी, हमें पीएम पैकेज, अगर हम अंडर पीएम पैकेज के लगे, हमें 12 साल हो गए हैं। 12 साल के बाद उनको आज होश आया है ट्रांसफ़र करने का। 12 साल मतलब एम्प्लॉयज़ ने फार फ्लंग एरियाज़ में काम किया, आज उनको होश आया है। अब हमें ये मांग नहीं चाहिए, हमें इतनी ही नहीं है, हमें बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स थी पीएम पैकेज के अंदर, चाहे कोई भी हो चलो, मगर ये जो मांगे हैं ये सारी ये सफिशेंट नहीं है। अगर ये हमें अब फुलफिल भी करेंगे तो वो हमारे लिए सफिशेंट नहीं है। हमें सबसे पहले अपनी सिक्योरिटी देखनी है, हमें पहले अपनी जान बचानी है, तब जाके ये सेकेंडरी इशू है। फर्स्ट प्राइमरी इशू हमारा अपना सिक्योरिटी है, और हमें सेफर, और कहीं पे भी मैं बोल रही हूँ इंडिया के किसी भी कोने में डाल दे, बट हमें कश्मीर में नहीं रहना है। ये हमको पहले जान प्यारी है, फिर जहान है।
मैम एक बॉन्ड साइन किया गया था प्राइम मिनिस्टर पैकेज, नॉन ट्रांसफरेबल जॉब है, तो अब वो बॉन्ड कैसे टूटेगा?
मैम बॉन्ड टूटे या ना टूटे, बट अब हम बॉन्ड के अंदर नहीं रहेंगे, क्योंकि राहुल भट्ट जी का भी एक बॉन्ड था। तो और 3 जब हमारा ये यूटी बना है इसमें कोई बॉन्ड नहीं होता और हम खुद टाइम बॉन्ड प्रमोशन लेके प्रमोट हो गए हैं, तो हमने वो ग्रेड कवर किया है, हम प्रमोट ही है, हमारा कोई बॉन्ड नहीं रहा। अब गवर्नमेंट क्या बोले क्या नहीं बोले, बट अब हमारी राइट टू लाइफ पहले है। हमने राहुल जी की शहादत में हमने अक्टूबर में भी इन्हें बड़ा आश्वासन दिया था, जब हमारे 2 शॉट गाउन से मारे गए थे, तब भी हमारे गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत किया था, आप बैठिए कुछ नहीं होगा। फिर ये शहादत क्यों? अब हम नहीं करें, हमें जाना है तो हमें यहाँ से या तो मास ट्रांसफर करवाए, वो गवर्नमेंट के हाथ में नहीं, हम मास रेजिग्नेशन इनके हाथ में देके हम जा रहे हैं यहाँ से।
मास रेजिग्नेशंस और ट्रांसफर फ्रॉम दिस जॉब। आप ये बताइए कि आज आईजी कश्मीर भी पहुंचे हैं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हर तरीके से कोशिश कर रही है, चाहे डिविजनल कमिश्नर है, नीतीश्वर कुमार है, डीआईजी सेंट्रल कश्मीर है, आज आईजी कश्मीर दोबारा दूसरा या तीसरा विजिट आज उनका फिर रहा। क्या ये सफिशिएंट नहीं है? और बीजेपी के लीडर भी कल आपसे मिले।
मैम वो तो झूठे वादे करके गए, यहाँ कैंप में कुछ और बोला और बाहर जाके कुछ और बोला पब्लिक के सामने।
सच्चाई क्या है आप बताइए।
सच्चाई ये है, हम सभी यहाँ सप्रेस हो चुके हैं पूरी तरह, हमारी पूरी कम्युनिटी को पता है। और 1-2 साल रहे तो हम यहाँ पे, मैं बड़गाम की बात करूँगा, यहाँ 250-300 एम्प्लॉयज़ होंगे, उनकी फैमिली मिला के, और 250-300 एम्प्लॉयज़ तो 2-3 साल में ख़त्म हो जाएंगे। हम इससे बेटर नहीं है किसी फारफलंग एरिया में जाके कहीं भी जॉब कर लें, क्योंकि हमें हमारी जान प्यारी, बच्चे प्यारे हैं, सब प्यारे हैं। 90s में अगर बच्चे प्यारे नहीं होते, हमें हमारी इज्जत प्यारी नहीं होती तो नहीं निकलते। ये गृह युद्ध है मैम, चाणक्य की भी नीति है, गृह युद्ध में घर छोड़ के भागो। घर में जब आग लगती है ना, कोई बेवकूफ़ ही बोलेगा कि मैं बहादुर हूँ, मैं अपना घर छोड़ के नहीं जाऊँगा।
आज होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह ने एक रिव्यू मीटिंग की है सिक्योरिटी को लेकर, जिसमें ये मुद्दा भी डिस्कस हुआ है, खासकर टारगेट किलिंग्स का। गवर्नमेंट पूरी कोशिश कर रही है कि पूरी सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड की जाए। आईजी कश्मीर ने एक स्टेटमेंट दिया कि सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड की जाएगी, जो उनका वीडियो यहाँ से आया। लेकिन उसके बाद भी वो कह रहे हैं कि ट्रांसफ़र नहीं करेंगे, आपकी सिक्योरिटी बढ़ा देंगे, हर एक और विद इन 1 वीक एलजी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन करेंगी कि सारी डिमांड्स फुलफिल हुई। 6 दिन तो हो गए।
मैम कोई नहीं, सब झूठे वादे होते हैं। ये यहाँ पे एक बात करके बाहर दूसरी बात की जाती है। हमारे राहुल जी भी एक सिक्योर जोन में ही पोस्टेड थे, उनको अपने ऑफिस में ही, अपनी चेयर पे ही मारा दे दिया है, जहाँ पे मिनिस्टर ऑफिस उनके साथ में था। तो ये सब झूठे वादे हैं, उन पर कोई आगे बल नहीं है। जब तक हम अपने इतिहास को रखेंगे, ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा संघर्ष है आगे के लिए।
तो 6 दिन तो हो गए सड़कों पे, आप लोगों ने जो ऑफिस भी लगता है ज्वाइन नहीं किया है, आप में से कोई गया नहीं है।
नहीं जाएंगे भी, जब तक इसका प्रॉपर सोल्यूशन नहीं निकाला जाएगा। और हम कब तक इस चीज़ में पिसते रहेंगे? पिछले 30-32 सालों से हमारी यही दशा होती जा रही है, और हम आगे भी इस स्ट्रगल में भाग नहीं लेना चाहते।
तो आगे जाके कश्मीरी पंडित जो माइग्रेंट कैंप्स में रह रहे हैं, उनका फर्दर प्लान क्या है? क्या ऐसे ही रहेंगे?
मैम हमारा फर्दर प्लान
Viewers, we're getting across to some breaking updates that we're getting with respect to the Kannada TV actress Chetna Raj, who in fact unfortunately has passed away during a plastic surgery that she was undergoing in Bengaluru. Now the family has alleged that the doctor's negligence, in fact it was because of the doctor's negligence that led to their daughter's death, and they have also filed Viewers, back-to-back breaking developments that we're getting to you now. We are cutting across to some more breaking images from outside, where the raids in fact had been being carried out, and we are seeing Karthi Chidambaram and P. Chidambaram in fact under the scanner once again by the agencies. Several links of China also that are now emerging with respect to the investigation that is being carried out. But now we are learning that multiple raids, in fact, that were being carried out. Those are the latest visuals of these raids that are being carried out. And let me go across to my colleague Apurva, who's joining us live. Apurva, tell us more about these new images that are coming across of these raids that are being carried out.
What we are seeing right now are CBI officials who have just, exited from Karthi Chidambaram's residence over here. They have gathered outside the raids that have started at 7:30 a.m. this morning. Officials have been conducting raids for almost over 5 hours right now. And now officials who have just come out, it is yet to be ascertained if the raids are expected to carry on further or if the raids have concluded. But what we know as of now is that these searches and these raids that are ongoing in almost across